The thickest, juiciest angel baby in the whole story is our worthless loser awakening guide. See, right now we are at the dungeon exam and everyone thinks our emo orphan is going to get humbled because he has trash support class and just chose nightmare difficulty alone. But then he starts farming everything with ease. See, in the day of the awakening, everyone was getting pharmacist, enchanter, composer, all the useless civilian classes. But this boy got the thickest angel babe who descended from the sky in silk that was fighting for its life against those bakery rolls, 6 wings glowing, 10 angelical moisty toes, and she looked him in the eyes and said, "Light is your belief and the source of your power. Under the belief of the sacred, the light will always protect you and burn away all evil." Then she vanished straight into his forehead to live there. Bro went nuts. He finally can take care of this usual protagonist problem, sick hot sister with Alabama behavior who melts her brain every time he visits her in the hospital bed. He runs straight there after the ceremony, pays the insane 10,000 fees that were about to kick her out, and drops slow regeneration on her. Golden glow wraps around that helpless body and she just melts into the sheets, moaning how warm and cozy it feels. Like a full body hot spring massage straight to the soul. I'm not making jokes right now, gang. Those were literally the words of that psycho sister. And that's not even the best part. Every girl in the academy who gets a taste of his holy energy is begging for more. They line up after training saying it's so comfortable and warm when it enters their bodies, thighs squeezing together, and let's skip that part. But now back to after bro went inside the dungeon and people were shocked. He walks in glowing gold like a walking church. First wave, tremble cats. Everyone wants to know what he's going to do this time, but he just swings his axe and makes use his skill with his hands, throwing energy blasts, then sends his axe flying like a boomerang, and after it kills a bunch of monsters, it goes back to his hand, and he finishes another one. In a few seconds, all the cats are dead, and a portal appears, so he goes to the next level. Another legion of Trembolone cats are waiting for him, outside someone doing a live stream saying, "It's your favorite host, KK." Just another K and things would have gotten historically wild. He is streaming our boy performance for everyone cause he's on a track for setting a record with only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. But everyone wants to know how high is his constitution cause he should be tired already. But he's just swinging his big axe without any ounce of fatigue. The girl with the head hair says that the master is smiling too much, maybe he's enjoying our heavenly boy performance. But he says that's nonsense and she should just watch. But he's thinking to himself, damn, is my smile so big and obvious? Back to our boy, testosterone cats are just waiting, but behind all of them, there's a Minotaur level 14 and the cats, this time have elemental attributes. He thinks that's crazy. The chance of him dying now increased it by 100-fold. The Minotaur screams and all the juicers ran to kill our boy, but there's even some magic cats that used some spell and locked him in place. He's impressed with the teamwork from the monsters. Mage are behind, healers giving buffs and warriors in the front line. But he takes his necklace, put his hands around it, makes a jutsu sign to use the cross of the sacred light. Now it's explained why his intelligence is the higher status. All the poor cats are dead cause no low-level creature can survive to his heavenly spells. Everyone thought that the Saint Knight was support class, so how can he be so strong alone? And even worse, why he have great B skill, since they could only afford to give him some grade C skills. He's standing there face to face with the Minotaur, and just points to the monster saying, "You're the only one." Come on. The Minotaur uses the skills Berserk and Superior Body, while also activates the Stomp to break the floor, and to take advantage of the lack of balance, the Minotaur rushes. And in the air, our boy should be ducked, but he uses the air's lash and sends another cross like your average Christian. There goes another blade of light, another cross, and he's rushing this time cause he knows that the Minotaur has a thick skin, so he needs a critical blow, and Jesus, he slashes right through it like butter. Brother, poor Minotaur is looking at him, asking himself how he got defeated so easy. Edgy boy just see that he's alive, so he stomps on the head. My man is cold, and now he knows that the next stage should be the boss room. The guy with the suit is getting impressed. He finds hard to believe that this boy started to train only 1 month ago, and even congratulate Red Pilled for creating such a good boy. While Bald is thinking that the best result that this whole school got in all those years is 721, maybe our boy can reach a whole new height. Someone points and asks why he didn't rest before entering the boss room. Suit guy with the bipolar disorder is angry again, now saying that he knew that he was dumb F. Now he lost all his advantages because he should have recovered before. But the reason for that is cause he's going for the record, and if he wants to be in the top 100, he needs to finish this in the shortest time. Sitting in the throne, the boss says, "Human, how you dare to step into my place? It's a level 16 Minotaur king because the level difference is too large, he cannot see anything else." The Minotaur instantly attacks him, saying that he must be prepared for death, but he uses the blessing of courage and the gift of God, also the gift of protection. Bro is Overload 2.0, getting ready for a fight. Now with the pay to win, he says, "Little cow, I'm over here." All buffs activated. Saint Knight's initial form is up. They go towards each other, and the Minotaur is way bigger than him. He slashed and handed the Minotaur, but unfortunately, even with 4 buffs, he cannot pierce the flesh, and now is purple meatball time to attack, and its hammer is already over him. He sidesteps in the right moment, but the second one he couldn't dodge, and that hit was critical, sending our poor boy 5 pillar to the other side of room. Thanks to this armor, his bones are intact, otherwise he would be dead. But luckily now, after this exchanging of blows, he knows what he needs to do and pulls out the Spear of Victory level 3 grade C, throws a spear made of condensed divine light, and the enemy who has been hit will receive high damage, okay? It's going to be that classic Fate Stay Night power, with all the spears surround him and going in the direction of the Minotaur, but the Minotaur is defending. He knows that the best strategy would be to try to slow down and kill this Minotaur bit by bit, but with that would be impossible for him to get the first place, and he believes that the teachers wouldn't create a challenge that is impossible, so it must have some ways to get out of this. Trading some blows, he noticed that the Minotaur is not really that fast, so maybe if he attacks from all angles all the time, he eventually will find a gap. But the system warns him you are low on mana, please replenish, but that was when he got the first hit on the Minotaur, and he learned that the Minotaur has another weakness. His resistance is low cause, even if he has a thick skin. When pierced, his health is low. It's like a big skeleton with a thick armor, and when it gets hit, it's hard for him to regenerate. He needs to go all out all the time. If he runs out of mana before killing this guy, he's out. He didn't want to take a gamble, but there's no more chances cause there's no more time. He pulls out the golden sacred sword out of the system, and with a mighty divine slash, he cuts right through the Minotaur and finally killed the boss. Congratulations on completing the nightmare difficulty. Time 90 minutes and 24 seconds. The exam is finished. You made an SS clearance, and it's first place. Our boy was happy, thinking, now I can go to any university that I want. I finally did it. In the year that he transmigrated to this world, his mother passed away, his sister was sick, and he had a lot of debt. All of that was pressing really hard against his back every single night, and he felt as if he was going to explode. But even under such harsh conditions, he chose to not give up, always thinking, if he can't increase his status, he will practice his combat skills and cultivate his fighting spirit. The thought giving up never crossed his mind. And the system's appearance gave him a second chance in life, and now his fate is within his hands. He needs to work harder and grind harder than anyone else. And at that moment, his heart was the same as always, unshakable. He receives 5,000 XP and 23 points. Also goes up to level 13 and even gets some items like a forest belt and a forest ring and even a Minotaur King's cards. I love cards. That reminds me of Ragnarok Online and Hunter x Hunter. When he arrives in the middle of the arena, everyone is shouting his name, Master Yi, you are my god. Fill me up with all your healing. Hearing such offers, he got shy. He asked himself what was going on. That's when Bald shows up. He went solo and finished in under 10 minutes. You were an honor for this academy. From my years of experience, I know you have the highest potential of this district and your future is bright, boy. But our boy is humble and just says that they are overpraising him. He's not that much. When suddenly a car pulls up, come on, the results will be up in 3 days and you need to rest first. After that, the mayor fulfilled his promises to our boy. His sister got a professional medical team 24/7. When he arrived there, he told the nurse that he's here to give his sister some good news, and even the nurse knows that it's because he placed first on the exam. But when they are in the elevator, it starts to get too cold inside. When the door opens, everyone is frozen. He knows there is a problem with his sister, so he runs and the nurse tries to follow him, but she's got frozen in place. When he arrives, he sees a dragon and a healer with her. He pulls out the holy energy. The healer tells him to not attack, but her arms are already becoming a popsicle. He stops his attack and asks why he can't attack. She explains to him that her heart is at risk. If he attacks, he can kill her. Then he asks why there is a dragon here. She tells him that it was sudden, but the cold inside her body exploded and everyone got frozen. The best that she can do right now is suppress the cold, but you should hurry up and leave. But our hero wants to know what's going to happen with his sister. She says that she doesn't know. She can only do this much right now. They need a high-level priest. Our boy says that he understands and opens the system, using all his points to upgrade his low recovery, and the skill goes from level 4 recovery to level 10 regeneration. With that, he uses it on his sister. The priest is impressed cause his skill is more powerful than hers, and she's a level 23 priest. He keeps healing the girl and asks the priest to go down and inform his secretary, we need a high-level priest quickly. The girl warns him it's hard to get a high-level priest because they have a lot of things to do. Even if we call the one that we know, she won't make it in time. He says, doesn't matter who you call. Tell that person that the top one ranking in this exam promises to do one thing for him unconditionally in the future. She agrees and goes while our boy thinks that this burst of cold is something that she has been experiencing for the past year, and that's why she always suffered intense pain across her body. He knew that it was getting worse recently, but he didn't imagine that it could affect the outside world. Some time passed, and it's afternoon already while our edgy boy is trying hard to hold on, but things aren't going that well. That's when a green ball hits the dragon and bounces through the room. He looks back and shouts, "Don't touch her." But he also gets hit and is sent flying. That's when we see a big-breasted baseball healer, and that's a new search tag for me. She looks at the dragon and says, "Come." The dragon attacks her, but she just hits it on the head. Then she uses a bind healing spell on the dragon, activates a power within her eyes, and hits the dragon once more. With that, she sends the dragon inside the sister again, then hits the floor with her bat, sending a healing shockwave, and everything starts to unfreeze. She says, "You must be Zhu Yi. I've heard about you. Her name is Chuling Na, a level 35 secondary awakened priest. He says that it's nice to meet her and she tells him that she came over because of the director, but she's thinking that it's impressive that the guy didn't freeze for this long time. He goes to her and asks, Mr. Chu, do you know what disease my sister got and is it curable? She tells him that the leaking of cold energy and the refinement into a form is a sign of bloodline awakening. Zhao Yi is shocked because when the game first appeared, a lot of players chose the characters to be other races as elves, giants, and demons. When the game merged with reality, those players received the traits of those bloodlines. For the past 200 years, players married humans and the blood got diluted over the generations. They gradually lost their powers except for a special condition, bloodline awakening. The healer explains that this bloodline awakening can bring both fortune and misfortune, and a successful awakening means that one can control the power of other races and the learning level will be multiplied. But if they fail, they will either be paralyzed or die on the spot, but his sister suffered from the cold because her body cannot handle the power of the bloodline. If our guess is correct, she awakened a rare freezing bloodline. Damn, we have Sherlock Holmes guys. But she needs to change her constitution if she wants to carry this rare bloodline, and as far as she knows, the treasure called Freezing Lotus can change her constitution, but it's very rare. The last time that she saw one was 30 years ago, and someone anonymous bought it for 13,000 million. And she warns him, your sister will not be able to suppress this cold for more than 3 months, and after that she will explode. But one simpler option is to just seal her bloodline, but that means a curse, cause she will not have any extra powers. 5 days later, and our boy's on the juice, training to be the next Chris Bumstead, doing some squats, push-ups, and sit-ups. Right now, he's choosing the stats points reward, and every day he's leveling up everything equally to reduce his flaws. He gets the notification giving the exam results. It's announced. Congratulations for receiving the first place. Rewards are going to be according to your results, and he got a bunch of skills. God Hands, Great Divine Ting, Resurrection Cross, 1 mystery skill, Exorcism, Punishment of Light, and 33 stats. In the news, everyone is talking about our boy. The guy was only a level 10 when he entered the realm and even got first place. He is the headline everywhere. The guy from his school is always smug. Yeah, I knew he would be successful when I saw him. That's why I advise everyone to invest in him as much as possible, because I have a good eye. But of course there are some people that don't believe in him. A Saint Knight, which is a support class, finishing a nightmare alone, I think he's cheating. But the girl says that she has the recordings. It's really powerful, and his holy cross is more powerful than a high-tier flaming magic from a main mage, while also he has a bunch of buffs. Someone is watching on a big screen, and he's impressed with the fact that it only took him 9 minutes, and that's 20 seconds faster than him. He says that he's interesting cause he dares to take his honor. That means that he's looking for death. Our boy was just chilling and walking in the city when he got a notification on his cell phone. He just received the 5 million, and the secretary Zhao Wenbing explained that you will also get a luxurious place to live. He knows that everyone's acting like that because he got the first place bunch of gold diggers. He tells the guy, choose the house for me, and the guy on the phone tells him that the people from the top 3 universities are on the way for him. But actually, they are already there. Someone goes to him and say, hello, Mr. Zhao, I'm from Raoyang University, and I'm here to recruit you. But a helicopter appeared, and the guy shouted, yo, you told him that he was dumb, so why are you here today? The guy trembling says, Mr. Zhao, if you are willing to go to our school, we will pay you 4 million. But the other one jumps from the helicopter and tells him that whatever Rao University offers, they will give him the double. Moto University will have Zhu Yi. But that's when a pink-haired fish-eyed bimbo appeared saying that she's going to be taking him. Then she just grabs him and goes flying. Whispering some juicy offers with her warm breath in his ears cause this girl knows how to negotiate. She says, Mr. Zhou, King Jing University has nothing but cultivation resources. For the 4 years that you're going to be staying there, you're going to receive a great cultivation resource every year. But someone blocks her flight, and it's a dark masochist gothic thick, and now the competition is getting fierce. The goth girl tells him that whatever they offer to him, the Kunjing University will give him more. The guy from the helicopter increases his bet. If he goes to Moto University, they will give him a full set of golden grade equipment. They fly down back to the floor, and the pink-haired girl says that she's not kidnapping him. She just wants to have an intimate conversation with our boy so he can warm her body with his cozy healing skills. But Sato Babe ain't letting this heavenly boy slide off. I'm from the Sukang University, and I'm the recruitment teacher, Sumai Er. She tells him that the Sukang University got the first place in the last 4 years, so it is the best place if he wants to get stronger. They could even get him some great resources. It's funny, because our boy hasn't said anything yet. He's thinking that all those 3 universities' conditions are pretty similar. All of them will grant him a good future, and if he wants to get even stronger in university, he needs the one that suits him the most, so he chooses the thick Sato Goth Girl University. The girl pulls out a big 10,000-word contract for him. Take a look and sign it, if there's no problem. The other recruiters are pissed because Goth Girl always gets the good ones. Our boy is impressed with the fact that she can use skills without his staff, and that means that she's a high-tier mage. He asks her, what is your level, Mr. Su? She says that she's level 42 and it's a second awakening mage. But the world out there is really big, so when he enters the university, he will see more younger and powerful people than her. He thinks that this is great because after he received the system, there's nobody that can rival him in his age, and once he enters Shukeng, he will face a lot of stronger people, and that means that he will get stronger faster. She says that she can see his desire for fighting. What an interesting boy, she thinks. Don't lose your time, teacher, asking for some healing. After signing the contract is fulfilled, and she says that she's going to give him 1 week to pack his luggage and take him there. He asks her if this semester is going to start already. She explains that this is so they can get the best result possible in the National Freshman Exchange Contest. Then we see our boy and his sister getting to their new house, and she is in a wheelchair. This mansion is the one that the government gifted to you. There's 3 floors in total, and the second floor has a specialized training room for you, and also the area has a 3,000 square meter. I won't disturb you anymore, so please take a rest with your sister. Our boy tells the secretary to wait and says, I have something that I would like to request from you. My sister is not fully healed and her body is still weak, even though Sister King will stay by her side. I hope you can look for her in my stead for some time. The guy says that it would be his honor to do that, and the teacher from Su University came to take him. He tells his sister, remember to call me if there's any problem. You need to do everything that a priest tells you, and also Sister King will check your body every day, and secretary will arrange it for you to go to school. She's bored of all those orders, blah, blah, blah. He pinches her cheek, saying, I heard you. Now he's in the car, and the teacher asks him, is this your first time traveling long distance? He says that it is, so she tells him to get prepared. They even fly into a teleport. 1 second later, they were already in the university. He asks her, we are not short on time. Was it really necessary to use teleportation magic? Cause he knows that those university places are usually under military control, and you need to send a request so you could teleport there, but there they are. The teacher explains that the university is working with the military, so they built a large-scale teleportation array near the school, which is safe and convenient. Now we are already here. He looks to the place and says that it's insane how big it is. The teacher just tells him, let's go cause you need to check in. Something passed by his side, and it was a guy that was being thrown. We see a new albino babe with purple eyes and grape-sized juicers. That's what I like to see. Variety. She shouts, I said I don't want to talk to you. And this is a warning for everyone, don't disturb me again. I won't go easy on you. Everyone looked at the guy. Our boy knows that the girl had a demonic bloodline because of the magic patterns. The teacher says that plenty of students and teachers in this university have different bloodlines, so we shouldn't be surprised when he sees them in the future. He responds, don't worry, even if there are other races, as long as they are on the side of humanity, I won't be hostile towards them, cause I wouldn't hate the whole demon race just because of my father's death. Okay, new information. The teacher tells him, good, here's your student ID. He sees that it even has a ranking score, and the teacher then explains to him the school structure. The first is the ranking. Every year has its own rank, and of course, the stronger you are, the higher you are in the rank. For the freshman, the ranks are based on the exam. He is number 1, and of course, the strongest in the freshman, but the rank is temporary cause every month they will have a competition, and the ranks will be rearranged according to the results. So from today onwards, he is the target of everyone. All the freshmen are going for him, and in his position, he says that he's already the first place, so he doesn't plan to give this position for anyone. Next is the score system. She tells him that the freshmen receive score based on their ranking, and you can use those points to buy meal equipment, potions, skill books, and everything. Also, if he gets enough score, he can get anything, even S-rank skills and resources. Other than ranking, there are 2 ways to receive scores. The first one, you go to the board of missions and grab some quests, and the harder the quests, the more points he can get. The second place to get points is the Heaven and Earth ranking. Everyone there also receives points based on the ranking, but there's 5,000 students in this university, so he will need to get stronger to get on that. He nods his head and says he understood. Then other than that, this university has 3 realms, and can go to the training room to practice to increase your level. This training room remembers me from Hunter x Hunter. Hisoka's gone. I love that fight. There he can fight robots or people, and that's how this university works. The more points, the more resources he will receive. This is the way of surviving in this place. Our boy seems to like it. That's when another teacher greets her while they pass by, but the girls are all looking at our boy, asking who is he. The teacher is leading him personally while we were led by seniors in groups of 10. Is he a VIP or something? The guy that is a senior explains to the overflow girls that special recruitment students will have a teacher assigned to them to help them, first to familiarize them with the school faster, and second to have an easier time recruiting them for their house. The albino girl is thinking about our boy, so he's the first place. I need to know more about him. The robot Sacy, first place, level 13 Saint Knight. And the randoms don't seem to believe, saying that it's impossible. A Saint Knight is a support class, and in the second place, it's a level 14 Berserker. How can a support class be faster than a DPS class? But the girls are thinking that our boy is handsome enough to be a celebrity, and it would be incredible to receive some buffs from him. Even Silver Bimbo is getting shy, and she cannot stop looking at our boy. The guy at her side gets envious, seeing that all the girls want to feel the healing of our edgy lord, and shouts, I think the first place is fake. Our boy looks back and the guy points his finger saying, I am a level 13 punishment knight, rank 38, and I suspect that you don't have enough strength to be rank 1, so I'm challenging you to a duel. The senior grabs him by the shoulder. Student duels are something that you resolve in private, so don't waste everybody's time. Everyone thinks the same thing. What the hell is this guy doing? But the side characters can't hold themselves when they see the chance to be humiliated, so he says, don't worry, senior, I got this. But everyone now wants to watch, of course. And they know that this Legion guy wants to use our hero as a stepping stone. That's because they think that a Saint Knight is not a strong fighting class, so we can easily step on him. But our girl healer asks, why should I accept the challenge? The guy bets 100 score points, you get that, if you win, and if you lose, you don't need to give me anything. Our boy wants the points, so he needs to accept this challenge, but also wants to use this guy as an example. He needs to be cruel, and only then they will remember. So he says, 300 score points, and I will fight you. Everyone was puzzled and shaking. He only got 400 points by getting into the top 40. That means that he will lose everything if he don't win against our hero. People behind him are speaking, saying that's a heavy price for a loss. He's trying to stand out right when everything begins and proving that he's one of those fools from the novels. But the guy knows that the albino bimbo is looking at him, and now he made the offer with his honor in the game. Now he can't back off anymore, and he has to keep going. Our boy is leaving. See you later if you don't have the guts. But the guy shouts, stop it. Okay, 300, let's enter the ring. So if you got some guts after all, we don't need a ring if you don't fall to your knees. In 3 moves I lose. But the author had Alzheimer's and they appeared in the ring anyways. The teacher tells everyone 3 seconds, then you can act but no killing moves. 3, 2, 1, boom. The guy rushes in thinking that a punishment knight is just like a Saint Knight since both of them came from the knight class. But the punishment knight excels in dealing damage while the Saint Knight is just a support, so this will be a piece of cake. I just need to be fast so he cannot use his buffs. Then the silver gorgeous princess Madam will look at me differently. But unfortunately for him, the name of the series is SSS Saint Knight, and boy, you're going to get humbled, while she's going to look at you differently, with disdain and disgust. There he comes with blood slash. Our boy just sidesteps and throws a knee in his belly, and the guy goes flying out of the ring, almost dying already. Our edge boy says that it was boring as truck. I thought that he had something up his sleeves. Turns out he's down with 1 hit. The senior goes to help the guy, and everyone is in shock. He comes and says the guy broke 5 ribs and has internal bleeding and of course fainted. Juicy Goth doesn't seem to care and just says, let a priest heal him. She gave back our boy's card saying that 300 points have been sent for him. The silver-haired demon girl cannot take her eyes off her boy, and her design is fire, gotta say. Everyone doesn't seem to understand what happened, and she's thinking about the difference in their strength. So she calls for him, please have a match with me, then hurt me a lot so in the end you can heal me. Joking, she just asked for the fight, but maybe the second part is going to happen. Our boy uses the system to look at her. He knows that it's the girl that was at the gate, and she has some bloodline and also legacy equipment, which is something like a legendary weapon. Seeing something like that, he wants to test his powers, so he accepts. We are back in the ring, and he pulls out his warhammer this time. Some seniors are perplexed with so much fighting between the freshmen, but the other guy says, relax, it's just some rookie spars. The guy is Li Dong Shen, one of the Aurora Club captains, level 29 spearman. The panel is 3, 2, 1, begin. Silver Girl is rushing our boy with a shadow slash, and he uses a typhoon slash. The powers collide in the middle of the arena, and both of them seem to be fine. But she is thinking, what powerful strength, he's monstrous. She then uses her demonic powers, covering all her weapons with dark magic. But our boy just smiles and goes for the fight, saying, finally someone who can fight me head on. He goes for a juice hammer knocker while she uses an enhanced rapid stab. From outside, no one can see what is happening. The other freshmen are asking, is this really a fight between 2 new students? But Lin Dong says that without a trump card, the girl will lose soon. Purple Hair says that they look on equal footing for him. Ling Dong explains that she had to defend 1 swing out of 3 before, but now she's already having to defend 2 out of 3, and that means she's getting exhausted. Which is strange because normally when someone uses a huge weapon, they try to conserve stamina until they see an opening. But Juvii is not showing any sign of conserving his stamina, and it's getting harder for her to block this warhammer. The girl is sent back, and our boy tells her, I'm done warming up Gift of God, Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, and Blessing of Dome. She thinks that this is too much pressure. This is his true strength, while he is also pulling out the Spear of Victory. She uses a Phantom Slash and dodges our boy's attack. But he says that he knew that she would use that, and the golden spear is about to splash all over her face and make a mess. She asking herself undid him, but boom, she's down. He stops right when he was about to cover her with his holy light and says, do you want to continue? She gets up. No. The result will be the same against such overwhelming aggression and brutality. But our hero knows that she didn't go all out because she didn't use any of her secret swordsman skills and also only a fraction of her dark elemental power. She smiles at him and tells him that he found out, but it's just a spar, so of course she's not going to use her trump card. Also, she knows that he's hiding something because she saw his video and then asks for his number. She saves his number all happy while our boy with his thick teacher. After some time, they arrive in the place that he will be staying, and in the door, she told him that she heard that he's looking for the freezing lotus and gives him information about a party that 6 years ago was at the Tempest Range searching for it. But they eventually gave up cause the monsters were too strong, but she cannot guarantee anything. Suddenly, our boy becomes a hacker, with 300 screens searching for informations on that said mountain, and now he knows that he's way too weak to search in that place for the time being. The part is that the system rewarded him an item that can resurrect once for being first place, and because of that, he's going to buy everything that he can and go like a psycho. So using his Valorant flicks to buy all the skills he could and also acquire a forest set of equipment, he went to the mountain. Now he's also an albino boy that is causing explosion everywhere. While the albino girl is in her room staring at her phone, she invited him to have a juicy workout together, but he refused to go to the mountain. So she calls a friend with green hair that looks like is going to cause trouble, telling her that she met a boy and he's special. The friend asks how special, and she says that she fought yesterday against him with the intention of her female charm to receive some healing, but unfortunately, he was a Sigma. Her friend tells her that he really has some willpower to resist her when she suddenly shouted that she was going to the mountain range to see him. Then we see a car driving over some monster and a cute girl throwing bombs. She is the mechanical girl Zhu Xiao, and with her is the smart-looking cold summoner Wen Tianrun. But suddenly a monster was above their car and was going to explode them, but relax, we have the Chicago citizen Zhu Dan to easily kill those guys with a Tristana ultimate. Then she shouted for someone to act, and finally we saw something amazing. With thick thighs enveloped by blue stockings was the swordsman Su King Lian. The mechanical girl was celebrating the victory when the summoner told her to step back and made an ice protection spell that was absolutely evaporated by a fire blast. The cars were destroyed and everyone was hurted. The mecha girl was trying to fix everything so they could flee when the other girls from the floor shouted for her to run. Behind her, some creatures were casting a blast attack from their mouths. Staring at the imminent death, they all thought the same thing. Will we really meet our end here? The magma-like was launched on the girls when our boy was arriving with his white wolf. He activated the sacred storm and huge golden cross appeared around the monsters. The cross started to rotate as creating a typhoon of sacred flames. The monster were agonizing when a heavenly creature said, "The light converges and the storm falls." All the monster got sucked to the sky from where a gigantic golden blade was coming. When everything exploded, debris went flying everywhere. And with the dust settling, our boy just tapped on his wolf, signaling him to cease the fire. The four babes were perplexed with the forest being vanished in a second, while our boy just used his warm, comfy Uzi healing on them. After filling them with his heavenly light, the girls stood up and thanked him. They were quite ashamed for being saved by the new junior, and the thick thigh babe told him that even though he was strong, it would be better for them to go back and restock their supplies. Our boy was thinking that it has been 1 whole month that he's there searching for the frozen lotus without success. In 3 days is going to be the competition, so maybe it's a good time to go back, and so he accepted the offer. Thicker nodded to Mecha Girl that created a new GX Spider Giant Mech Shine, and with that, they went together. On the way back, our healer was talking with the Wide One as always, asking if it is common to have demons in this region, but she told him that her team have come to hunt a lot of times there, but it's the first time that they saw demons. Then he asks if it has a military base around, and she says that there is a resupply and trading base that also protect the place against high-level demons, but because those demons were level 20, they were not detected. But it's strange how those demons suddenly appeared. Maybe there's some sort of dimensional crack that is bring them that means at any moment a ton of demon can appear. Suddenly in the car, they felt the presence of demons, and a purple light from far away was shining. They instantly knew that was someone that had been targeted by the demons. Zhou Yi told them to go back first, and he was going to see what was happening there. They shouted his name, telling him that it was dangerous. In the way, he felt the presence of someone and asked himself why she was here. In the middle of the forest, a group of trash were talking, saying that they should just leave the girl to die cause it is impossible to deal with 20 platinum demons. In the fight, the demon was attacking with a laser beam, and of course the albino babe was the one about to die because she only had some more seconds with her bloodline skill. The demons were attacking her relentlessly, but the group was big and alone wasn't possible. She had killed a bunch, but they just kept coming. Look at her face, all angry, when suddenly she heard someone saying Thunderfall. A parade of light came from the sky, creating golden explosions through the whole battlefield, and even though the amount of demons was immense, the area of effect was big enough to leave that place desolated. Zhou Yi arrived, shouting for her to move away. An immense purple creature was screaming, releasing a power right behind her. She covered her ears out of pain while the king with the berserk body of fire was standing there. The creature jumped in her direction, and she told Zhou Yi be careful. She knew that the demon power has just doubled and now was uncertain if the duo could beat that, so she had the saddest plan on earth. She wanted to self-destruct and protect Zhao Yi. But thank God, he just grabbed her waist and pulled her before the demon was able to strike her. He looked behind and used his punishment of light in the whole area, and once more surrounded the whole battlefield with a light punishment from the sky. He told her that now he understood why so many people like to be mages. Killing monster from so far away feels great. But right in front of them, another group was coming, and suddenly, they were completely surrounded. Is it just me, or has the art style changed completely? Our edgy healer used his golden fingers to imprint some comfy warmth inside her. She felt her body being filled with all those buffs. Flawned slow regeneration to the gift of God. Seeing her own status panel, she was impressed with the creamy points that she just gained. He told her to go left to distract the creatures while he was going to kill as much as he could. He rushed with his warhammer, and the monster was getting ready to attack him, but his holy slash was easily cutting everything. Running with the wolf, Jiang Chu was thinking that her status increased by a total of 25% superpower, almost doubled. But according to what she knows, not even level 25 Saint Knight can buff so much, and even stranger, he's only at level 16. But that was the moments that a creature punched the floor right in front of her. She had to stop with wolf and get ready for the fight, but the wolf easily attacked the purple demon. She was also attacked and had to besiege her weapon with her dark aura, cause she needed to buy as much time possible to Zhou Yi, that at the same moment was cutting through dozens of creatures. He distracted for a second, and a monster had the opportunity to attack him from behind. When the blade was about to touch his neck, a dark circle aura perpetuated a whole sky, vanishing that creature. It was Jiang Chu utilizing her shadow succubus whip that I wouldn't bother to let it hit me 3 times at max. Seeing all those creatures around them, our hero noticed that all of that was happening because of him. His holy powers was attracting every dark monster as a moth goes to flame. And he knew that it was the perfect time to use his best kick, like Cristiano Ronaldo sending a dome protection to John. He touched his chest and summoned a holy cross, but the size of this one was incomprehensible. With a hopping 200 meters range, all the demons in the area were disintegrated by the holy flame, while Jiang was standing there completely mesmerized with such a destructive power. The only creatures that could stand were those of high ranks, but relentlessly and without wasting a second, Zhou Yi said. Under the holy light, all darkness shall be vanquished, because when the light converges, the storm falls. It was his special attack that creates a circling cross around the creatures that rotates until it creates a tornado that vanishes the whole battlefield. From behind the forest, no one could believe what they were seeing. Is that something that a human really can do? The soldier asked his captain, should we announce ourselves? The captain was level 26 and knew that his team couldn't fight those creatures, but that guys alone, they're soloing everything, but maybe that was the perfect chance for him to make friends with such a prodigy. It was when the 4 girls that he just saved appeared again in the spider mecha. A Chicago Babe was about to say that they arrived to help him, but all they saw was a desolated place with our 3 heroes standing. Zhou Yi drank a potion, leveled up to 18, but his status was way higher than your average level 18, and with 156 plus 39 of wisdom, he was smart enough to leave a like in this video. Do you remember that the last chapter ended right when he and our dear Jiang Chu had just defeated the boss? He leveled up a few times and drank a little potion. Zhou Yi realized that he had many skills but not enough mana to use them all, and decided that he would ask the teachers about it when he returned. Suxing Liang came to talk to him, asking how he managed to handle everything. Even the sharpshooter Zhu Dan commented that his strength was somewhat unusual. Before he could answer, Jiang Chu collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The long battle had drained all her succubus powers. The girls kept asking how he had faced so many demons. Zhou Yi said they were only level 23 demons, so it wasn't difficult. But the girl kept analyzing him. He asked what the problem was. She explained that the legion of demons, like humans, had a general, and if he wasn't there, it meant he would soon appear. With that, they started to retreat. In a forest, people were still wondering what the boss was going to do. When he was about to say something, everything started to shake, and they felt a demonic aura. In the sky, they could see something resembling a dragon's visage approaching. It was the white dragon, and there was someone on its back. It was a level 30 demon summoning monster, flying on a level 24 fire albino dragon. All emergency radars in the region began to activate. Over the walkie-talkie, they were warned that all troops should prepare for combat. An army of adventurers quickly formed, and everyone received notices at other bases to also take the teleport and head to that region. The priests began to gather mana in case they needed to use a lot of magic to heal the wounded. The mages prepared to cast spells, and the warriors were teleported. Man, those guys are prepared. And a boy went to inform the northern major that the troops were waiting for commands. He drew his sword, shouting a war cry, saying that he was the blade that cut the thorns and the shield that protected that land. The soldiers repeated the words, and with that, he gave the order to advance. On his throne, the Demon King said that each of the attackers was always personally chosen by him. He had lost less than a dozen in all the time he had been on Earth, but this time, they had lost hundreds of lives. He then informed the army that since they were leaving tomorrow, they were free to do whatever they wanted. The demons celebrated, saying it was the best gift, while the king said he would never forgive whoever did that. Already on top of the dragon, he promised he would steal the soul and burn it in hell. Zhu Yi and the group just watched it, and the Demon King gave a summoning ability. With that, platinum-level creatures were summoned. Suxing Liang used an analysis device and noticed that there were several platinum and legendary-level monsters. She turned to Zhou Yi and said that the blue squad would protect him and told him to escape. He was confused and the babes stepped in, saying his life was very important. Suqing Lang thought that a genius like him could not die there. It's worth dying for the boy. Man, they are dedicated. You just met him and already want to die for our boy. From the sky, a foot started to emerge from a golden pentagram. Giant Shu was confused and the girls celebrated, saying it was the Northern Protection Team. But the demon told them not to celebrate because no one could enter with a teleport inside the barrier formation. Suqing Lang responded that it didn't make sense, but the army appeared. The problem was that it was very far and the leader asked what had happened. The teleport guy said they went to the nearest place outside the barrier since they couldn't enter it and said they would have to wait for it to disperse. The Northern Major asked how long and he said at least 5 minutes. He took a deep breath and said to prepare the information about the people who were inside. When the battle was over, they should at least collect their remains so that the families could hold a burial. Man, did they kill our protagonists and our babes just like that? Calm down, our boy is still there. And the system appeared saying legendary demons had been detected and missions were created. You should kill the demon spawn and would receive an S-rank talent plus a fortune medicine. Obviously, our boy smiled and got excited. If there's a mission, there's a way. He walked forward with a golden aura while the girls were all asking what the hell he was going to do again. The king remarked that he had a thick and sacred aura. What you mean by that? Expressing certainty that he was the one who killed the demons, and if that were the case, he would have to be killed. He advanced, declaring that he would die in infinite agony. Calmly, with his golden eyes, Zhou Yi drew his weapon. The dragon prepared a lightning attack and launched it towards the group. Suqing Liang screamed desperately for our boy, but he simply raised his arm and sent a light attack towards the dragon. I thought it would be like a Dragon Ball Z impact where nothing happens, but his attack pierced through and even tore off the wing of the fool up in the sky. With that, the king and the dragon began to fall, crashing to the ground. The poor demon was still getting up when Zhou Yi was already beside him, ready for smash him. But the demon was not weak and managed to react, sending a slash towards him. Strangely, there was nothing where he struck, and something was already coming from the side of his head. He almost got hit by a hammer, barely defending himself. Man, the impact lifted the entire ground, and the demon had to retreat. Even he was confused about how it was possible for an 18th level human to have enough power to go against him. Zhou Yi, fully confident, said that he was more resilient than he thought. The demon, enraged, leaped towards him before he could finish speaking. The protagonist jumped, dodging, and sent a light slash from above. The demon was hit and got a disoriented status. With that, Zhou Yi prepared a light punishment, and the demon tried to activate a demonic fire shield. The attack hit the shield squarely, and the demon seemed to be able to withstand it. That damn Zhou Yi said it looked like he would have to take this seriously. It was time to use what he received when he finished the exam. The demon seemed confused and called for the approaching generals. He gave the order to kill Zhou Yi, who was dancing like a cute princess in the sky. The boy's dance was no joke, and that thing was radiating a golden aura. The girls were all in shock at the performance, and the knights were a bit confused. Even the monsters didn't understand what was happening, until Zhou Yi clasped his hands together and a giant palm came from the sky. The Demon King had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. The light beam began to sweep the area until the hand crushed everything there. The girls were wondering if that really was Zhou Yi's doing. Even Jiangchu's bloodline was scared. The Northern Major said that it was enough to rival a magical canyon. He asked if they already had information about who was inside. The teleport guy said they were all students from Kang University, and the one who had unleashed this ability was the Holy Knight Zhou Yi. The Major said it would be very sad to lose someone so strong, especially since the Demon King would not lose to that. At that moment, the king started to rise, saying that he was brave to have offended the great Arimas. He looked like the monsters from One Punch Man and sent the army of flames to advance. The army was still standing, and all of them now imbued with flames. The priests began to give buffs, and everyone jumped towards Zhou Yi. Debuffs were coming from all sides, creatures from above and ahead. The demon, while his arm was healing, said it was impossible to lose to an 18th level knight. The priest agreed, saying they would win because of the numbers. Zhou Yi was worried. God's hand had consumed all his mana, and the recovery was very low. The only thing left was the divine summoning, a secret ability of the saint that could only be used once. He activated it, and immediately, a beam of light came from the heavens towards the earth. The energy pierced the demon's barrier, consuming everything in its path. The monsters looked scared, and Arimas didn't know what was happening. Now the rascal drew the legendary 6 wings. Actually, he received a very warm, plumpy hug, right? Look at the cozy headrest. The demons were still all confused. What were those fiery feathers falling from the sky? Until they all started to burn in holy flames. The Northern Major realized it was a divine summoning technique. The teleport guy didn't even know what that was. The Major explained that it was a maximum level ability that only some divine classes possess. Once he saw a level 58 priest use something similar and change the battlefield. Orimas, dying of rage, said it was impossible for an 18th level person to have such a secret ability. The priest tried to warn the king that if this ability was not interrupted, the entire legion would be exterminated. Orima said that ability could switch between attack and defense and asked how long the Shadow Valley Gate needed. The guy said 1 minute was all they needed. The king said he understood and declared that it was time for them to show their loyalty. He ordered all those remaining in the army to sacrifice everything they had for Orima's. One by one, the monsters knelt, sending all their energy to the demon. He concentrated the power in his chest, forming a purple energy. Meanwhile, Zhou was flying in the sky, carried by his big and thick angel. She whispered in his ear that this species was vile and low, and she would grant him divine power. Stretching the boy's hand, she recited the classic, "Then God said, 'Let there be light.'" A single beam of light cut through the sky and exploded the ground. The demon stood up, all battered. The attack had created a wound in his belly, but the fiend had not fallen. He retaliated with an attack of black flames, raising an orb of malignant energy and summoning solar fire. Confident, he knew this was the secret ability of the demonic flame race, achievable only because his people had sacrificed themselves. Now he was resolute and sent the demon sun towards Zhu. Our boy did not dodge. He stood still and static. The heavens exploded. Below, Orima's was exhausted from using so much energy, and the girls were all anxious, asking where the boy was. There he was, relief, intact with golden eyes. The demon started getting angry, saying it seemed they were now on the same level, but it was okay since a minute had passed, and the return formation was complete. He only needed to get out of there. However, Zhou proclaimed that the heretic should be judged in the name of the gods and ordered him to die. He launched a light slash that hit the demon's back, tearing half the field. Through the smoke, he approached. The demon, writhing on the ground, begged to return to his sacred realm, until his arm fell to the ground, lifeless. The demons who had given their powers were hiding behind some rocks, unsure of what to do. In the sky, Zhou saw that the demon was dead and the formation had been broken. Realizing it was finally over, he fainted. As he fell, the cheerleaders ran towards him. He regained consciousness to see them all worried and the northern army approaching. He heard people talking about his message and was trying to lift his hand in the hospital, saying he couldn't get up because there was something on his chest. He wondered if he was cursed or dying when he suddenly woke up in a panic. Then he noticed. It was the succubus sleeping on him. She said she had been there for 2 days while he thought the damned babe nearly killed him. She wasted no time pulling him in and giving him a cheek kiss, thanking him for saving her. She stayed for a moment and then left the room. Man, our boy was left a bit confused. The first thing that made him sad was not completing the daily missions while he was sleeping. At least he defeated the Demon Legion and received the S-rank talent Death Resistance, which makes him regenerate faster the closer he is to death. Additionally, he received an S-rank potion, the Potion of Luck. Our boy thought the talent had a simple name and effect, but being S-rank, it surely wasn't weak. The psychopath drew the blade and gave it a test. His body was healed immediately, and he trusted the system's talent. He then wondered if he might even regenerate his organs and was already drawing the big axe. Then he realized that might be too much. Seeing the system's potion, he wondered how lucky he'd be drinking it. However, since the effect lasted 12 hours, he said he would check it later. Another reward was a halo of Sacred Flame, level A. He remembered when he used the ability. Something appeared on his back, and he wondered if that was it. He was curious about how to best use his abilities since it increased fire and light damage. Someone knocked on the door. He went to the meeting with the Northern Vice Captain, who informed him they had captured the other demons. Zhao Yi said it was nothing and asked what he wanted. Wang Lang then said the major should have come to thank him, but was busy. He took an orb from his pocket, which began to open the room and form a kind of warehouse. There were various legendary rank items. He explained they had been accumulating these things for centuries, and he could choose what he wanted. Zhou Yi saw there were many S-rank treasures and immediately asked if they had a frozen lotus. After searching, Liang found it and asked if it was that one. Our boy smiled, saying it was exactly that. Liang felt a bit uneasy, as it was more valuable than he thought, but agreed and dissolved the projection. He mentioned that the lotus was protected in their center, so it would take a few days to bring it. Technically, he wasn't supposed to give away something so valuable. However, it was perfect for the southern folks to ally with a prodigy like Zhou Yi. He then opened the door, but Zhou Yi told him that he needed to return to school tomorrow, so they should send the lotus to his dormitory. Liang acknowledged this, realizing he had forgotten that the boy was a student. With that, he left, saying Zhou Yi would receive it in 2 days. Our boy collapsed onto the couch, relieved, thinking his sister was now safe. His greatest ally in this whole story had been Aoyuma's, whose death led him to gain the lotus. Seeing that it was almost midnight, he needed to finish his daily missions. Meanwhile, Su Qinglang was extremely dangerous and soapy. Her friends came running to her, suggesting they should invite Zhou Yi to join their team. She responded that she thought he would refuse since it was easier for him to hunt alone. Her friends insisted that she should at least try inviting him with some extra insistence. She then knocked on the boy's door, but our boy was attempting to seduce her by lifting his shirt. She was a girl of few words and immediately asked if he wanted to join the Blue Phoenix team. He seemed a bit confused, and she mentioned that the girls on the team missed him and his warm and cozy healings. Gracefully, she approached, saying she wanted to thank him for what he did in the valley. The king of cheek kisses earned another one as she left. Our boy thought that the girls at this university were very bold. These were the most laid-back ones I'd have ever seen. My man is not ready for some tsundere aggression. At a meeting, a guy informed everyone that the demons had learned to travel through portals. The projectional horn man asked if he was sure and what that meant. The Northern Major explained that it meant demons could now attack the Earth at any moment. If multiple openings were made, they could be in danger of extinction. The only relief was that only level 30 creatures could pass through medium-level openings. The horn man responded that if that was the case, they needed to act quickly. He instructed the snake girl to prepare legions for any attack and the Senator Zhang, who was the cat, to inform other countries about this. A man with a red mark on his forehead asked if all this was due to the 18-year-old boy, showing the projection of our boy. He confirmed that his name was Zhou Yu, and that he was a holy knight of Sukeng University. Seeing that he ranked first as a holy knight, people were shocked. It was extremely rare for a support class to beat any other. They advised Wang Hu to personally check on this boy. He agreed, giving the Northern Major confidence that Zhu Yi would receive everything he needed. At Sukeng University, the first day was starting. The teachers of each class gathered there. In front of the crowd, they all introduced themselves. The head of the War House introduced himself as Wu Mang, welcoming everyone to the university. He announced that the rookie competition would now begin, conducted in 2 phases, with the first being a Secret Kingdom challenge. In the second phase, everyone would have a chance to challenge someone ranked above them, and if they won, they would steal that ranking. Thick Goth teacher was there looking for our boy, wondering where he was. The red-haired guy in the crowd listened to everyone talking about Zhu Yi. No one had seen him for a month, and the guy was confident he had fooled out of fear. Wu Meng announced the start of the competition and ordered the secret Silver Kingdom to open. A giant gate opened in front of them, and he said that this year they had the largest army ever seen. Therefore, only this time the Abyss difficulty would also be open. Everyone was excited. This extra difficulty was about 12 times harder than normal. Seeing the excitement, Wu Meng shouted for everyone to bring their best weapons and prepare. The Secret Kingdom was the home of the bears for levels 12 to 19, and people began to teleport. At that moment, the rankings started updating. He asked where numbers 1 and 3 were, and Juicy Dark Babe explained that both had gone north to gain experience, but hadn't returned. Wu Mang said it was ridiculous for 2 such promising individuals to skip initial training, and that they seemed conceited just because of their high ranks. Voluptuous Obscure Sphere Holder tried to explain that Zhu Yi wasn't like that, but he said there was no need to protect him. If they were absent, they should just reverse the rank. But suddenly our boy was bringing the succubus girl like an Amazon delivery. He ran so fast that no one even saw them enter the portal. The system warned that it would be an extremely dangerous place where the return scroll could be used. Our boy was in a hurry. As soon as he entered, he used 4 blessings, facing an army of level 17 bears. For someone who had killed a bunch of level 30 demons, it was easy. Meanwhile, Jiang was easily killing the bears. The red-haired guy was confident that he would be the top one. The blondie was shooting, and the professors were impressed with this year's students' performance. Wu Mang said he wanted to see what number 1 was doing to have spent so much time in the north. Our boy was already equipped with his halo and axe. One swing and the monsters exploded, leaving no trace. The first level of the 16 bears was defeated in 5 seconds, which the elders thought was impossible. They discussed how someone from the support class could kill faster than others. However, thinking about our boy's ring, it commented that the boy didn't waste any time. Using it activated the light punishment and cleared the field. He headed towards the boss, jumped, pulled out the victory spear, and finished another one. Quickly, he was advancing and leveling up his talents, impressed by their evolution. He knew that the power of a class depended on talents. Previously, he only had the S-rank talent of the Holy Knight. However, now it was much easier to fight without spending so much energy. He was already done and approaching the exit when a message indicated he could open additional secret levels. He sensed a terrible dark smell, but knew it would be fun. The professors were impressed, saying he was brave and adapted very quickly. However, the tactics professor Zhang Ling said he had a problem. The Holy Knight class required many points to evolve in all directions, which could be a problem. Wu Mang said that once he finished the test, he would have a talk with the boy. However, now everyone wanted to have a conversation with him and have him as a student. Then the director and the man from the projection meeting appeared, saying they seemed excited about Zhu Yi, and he was eager to see his power. In the middle of the dungeon, Zhou Yi wondered if a cult was happening there. Just as there were benevolent gods, there were also evil ones. The one sitting on the throne reeked of darkness. Praying to a divine god was a simple act of trust. However, evil gods demanded sacrifices of the soul and life. Observing the carcass on the throne, he knew that not only humans prayed to evil beings, even beasts, elves, and even angels prayed to such gods. In front of him, a giant level 19 bear formed, announcing that he would be a perfect sacrifice. Zhou Yi knew that the creature was immune to physical attacks, which would be very sad for a martial artist. He activated everything he had and called the beast to attack. Surrounded by a whirlwind of golden light, the bear said it was useless and leaped at him with a dark blow. The whirlwind dissipated, but Zhu Yi was intact in the middle. He just observed, and the bear roared, saying that light was strong but insignificant compared to the immortality he had achieved. He continued cursing Zhou Yi, saying he would die. Zhou Yi, tired, told him to resist this. He created a golden orb above the monster, and when the smoke cleared, it was still alive, shouting again that he was immortal and the light would not kill him. Zhou Yi said he shouted too much and began making multiple light orb summons above the beast. The poor thing began to explode, and the energy it had been accumulating was consumed. After a minute and 12 seconds of continuous magic, he finally won. He received a golden horn as a reward and left, saying that immortality was just an illusion. All he had to do was burn the power until it ran out. The only thing that caught Zhou Yi's attention was that the place had a strange power. It seemed like the opposite of the divine power he used for summoning. Probably the evil gods have something like that. The flame bat was fighting the bears until he finally killed them again. He was exhausted, saying this extra level was harder than he thought. Facing another one, he was confident he would win in 8 minutes and charged forward. The chubby one was impressed with Zhou Yi's magic, saying he was indeed a surprise for everyone. He had already left the zone and everyone wanted to recruit him. Then the director gave a little cough to the guy beside him. Wu Meng wondered if the chief of the place was really interested in the boy. They found it incredible that he was already at level 19, considering he was level 13 on the day of the test. The director explained that he evolved so much because he spent all his time hunting in the northern region. For someone who defeated a demon flame general, that test was too easy. Shortly after, the fire guy also emerged from the portal. Seeing Zhou Yi, he wondered if the kid had cleared it before him. He was already fuming, saying it was impossible for him to lose to this trash. He carried the glory of the 8 great families and was not supposed to lose to a northern trash. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi wondered why the guy was so shaken. Suddenly, Zhang started to fall awkwardly. You know what happens next? Our boy saved her in midair. The girl, mid-fall, was already smiling, saying he was amazing for finishing before her. A second later, people were crashing down around them. Sumai rushed in, telling them to call the medical team immediately. An hour later, everyone was healed. Wu Meng announced that the first phase of the competition was over, and it was time to announce the rankings. For some reason, the red-haired guy was confident, even having seen Zhou Yi leave before him. Obviously, our boy came in first with about 5 minutes, while Sheng Lingfeng took more than 20. Seeing this, the fool was furious, wondering how the bastard had finished 15 minutes earlier. Distracted, he tripped and hit his chin on a pillar, thinking about how he would take down that kid later. Zhou Yi just looked to the side, wondering why that guy was up there. Wu Meng announced that the second phase would start and everyone could challenge someone. Each participant had 3 challenge opportunities and a 5-minute rest. People started announcing their challenges, and someone, of course, mentioned Zhou Yi. It was Lingfeng, smiling confidently and calling him out. Cracking his fingers, he said now they would see who was really stronger. Jiang Shu explained that this guy was in second place and also had the dragon fire lineage. While she explained, our boy thought the guy was a fool for challenging him when he was clearly stronger. Without much hesitation, he jumped up and told the guy to come at him with everything he had. Lingfeng, excited, said they would see who was stronger, the Holy Knight or the Berserker. As soon as it started, Lingfeng leaped up with a fire punch and Berserker lineage. The professors commented that he seemed eager to finish quickly. However, the flames that hit Zhou Yi didn't even pass the sacred barrier. Lingfeng found it strange and asked when he had used that ability. Due to the B+ sacred protection, any physical attack was blocked up to a certain amount. Poor Lingfeng was already shaken. His plan was to prevent the guy from using this protection, but now it was ruined. Zhou Yi smiled, saying it was a good plan, but he activates that ability in 0.1 seconds. He raised his axe, saying he gave this chance just to see if the fight could be good. He then swung at his face, saying enough of this. Lingfeng tried to activate a fire shield, which was shattered in 0.5 seconds. The boy was being ejected from the arena, wondering how this bastard was so strong. He looked down and saw nothing because Zhou Yi was already beside him. Angry, he said he wouldn't lose and activated something. An explosion happened in the skies and he had activated the fire dragon body. Again, Zhou Yi appeared behind him, saying it seemed like that was his hidden lineage. Grabbing the guy's hand, he thought he envied those born with such blessings. However, ready to hammer him, he said that even with that, he stood no chance. He swept the entire arena and Lingfeng survived barely. Zhou Yi realized the guy dodged at the last second. Lingfeng declared that the dragon lineage wasn't limited to physical powers and now he would see its true power. He sent a fire breath towards Zhou Yi, who stood there as always. The audience had no idea who would win, and Zhang was becoming insecure. Then Zhou Yi activated the sacred fire ring. Since it had flame properties, Lingfeng's powers began to be absorbed. For him, that guy in front was like a king. He shouted to himself that this was impossible and sent another attack. However, Zhou Yi said it was useless as flames never escaped his control. Attacking with a hammer, he announced it was time to finish this. Seeing his own flames coming at him, Lingfeng said he would never die from the power he had. He activated his lineage power, claiming he would regain control of his flames, but he got smacked in the face and was thrown out immediately. He collided with the arena's protection and then the lineage dispersed. With that, Zhou Yi had won, and the medics came to help the poor guy. The professors commented on how strange it was for someone with so much magical power to also have so much physical power. Suddenly, another girl, also the top of her region, entered the arena. She introduced herself as Song Xiaolin, a level 17 Taoist priestess who wanted to learn from him. Zhao Yi thought that the Taoist priest class was quite rare. He introduced himself and she asked if he had used all of his power and requested that he activate all his buffs so she could feel his stats. Everyone commented on this strange request, and our boy agreed. She thanked him and he began activating a bunch of buffs. She was impressed, and our boy raised a golden light, stating it was his maximum power. Confidently, she activated several talismans and asked him to use everything he had. At that moment, he swung his hammer at her head. She surrounded him with talismans, cast an enchantment, and commanded an explosion. The terrain was destroyed, and as she ran around, she wondered where Zhou Yi had gone. He appeared behind her, asking if she really thought she could escape that easily. He swung the hammer again, which she barely managed to defend against. She was scared that even with all her defensive passives, it was difficult to defend. Deciding to take a risk, she threw some spheres at him and performed a jutsu. She borrowed the power of Qi and Ku and commanded the horde to obey her. Zhou Yi found it interesting that a Taoist priestess could summon soldiers. They charged at him, but our boy just prepared and hammered them all. He noticed the creatures weren't strong, but seemed to recover very quickly. He kept striking while the girl couldn't believe it. That formation had trapped level 30 people before, and he was handling it easily. A second later, he was behind her, about to strike again. Realizing she couldn't win, she surrendered, apologizing and admitting that Zhou Yi had won. He asked why she didn't go all out. She winked, saying she knew she couldn't win, so she accepted defeat gracefully. She wasn't stupid. She knew that taking Zhou Yi's heavy hits on her small, plumpy body would prevent her from fighting in the other two battles. She left, thanking him. Our boy turned to the crowd, spun his hammer, and asked who was next. Obviously, no one was eager to challenge him. Jiang Shu was proud, while Su Mai said it was expected that he showed strength beyond imagination. Wang knew that all the professors would want to recruit the boy. Su Mai turned to speak to the chief, who said she didn't need to worry. He had a strategy to recruit the boy. A guy came to knee Lin Feng in the chest, and before he fell, he grabbed his arm and kneed him in the chin too. Poor guy was done for. Wang Li, the blondie, said it was a good fight, but that he didn't stand a chance. Half an hour later, it was all over. Zhou Yi was first, Jiang second, and Song third. They then gathered in front of the professors. Wang Lai started introducing each of the houses. The house he belonged to focused on battlefield survival and was called the House of War. The wizard with magical powers was obviously from the Elemental House. The redhead announced that those who wanted to use weapons should join the House of Armaments. The old woman, or possibly just someone with white hair, said that her house was for those who liked battlefield strategies. The chubby guy said that those who liked to create weapons could go to the House of Logistics. Each of them was boasting in their own way. At that moment, Jiang approached our boy and asked where he was going. Wu Mang said that if Zhou Yi went to the House of War, he would be his instructor. Our boy asked about the advantages, and Wu Mang replied that each mentor could recruit an elite student who would learn various techniques and receive exclusive resources. The wizard immediately offered legendary magical equipment, claiming he would be the best mentor. However, the armored guy disappeared and reappeared beside him, saying he would receive any weapon he wanted. There was a fight, with all the mentors wanting to recruit our boy, who felt something similar had happened once before. The underdogs were all shaken, having become second choices. Wang was trying to come up with a plan to steal him from everyone else. The school director then suggested that Zhou Yi become his personal disciple. Everyone turned around without saying a word. The director mentioned that he would bestow upon Zhou Yi the power of a bloodline. Zhou Yi asked what he would gain from this. The director explained that if it worked, he would receive the bloodline of another species. People were amazed, and Lin Feng grew even more enraged at our boy. Meanwhile, Jiang was intrigued, thinking her brother would become even stronger. With the director's offer, no one dared to object. He then brought out an orb with a sword, saying it was a gift from the captain. Ling Feng recognized it as a medal of honor. How did the damn Zhou Yi receive such a thing? Everyone was shocked. To receive a medal of honor, one had to have done something incredible for the nation. The message stated that it was a token of respect for those who contributed to China. Our boy didn't know when he had done this. Wang said that he didn't know how the boy received it, but if it was here, he deserved it. With the medal in hand, our boy thanked the director. The old man said there was no need to be so polite. Zhou Yi, now showing acceptance, said it was an honor to become his student. Wang quickly said they should go then. Wu Mang realized the professor was afraid they would steal Zhou Yi from him. As soon as Zhou Yi disappeared, everyone wanted to talk to Jiang Chu. Now they were fighting amongst themselves while she stood confused in the background. Zhao Yi appeared with the director in a room surrounded by a circle. The room was filled with shelves of potions. He seemed impressed, and the director explained that it was his private mansion. He then walked, saying he would prepare the ability to forge the bloodline technique. A purple circle with 3 elements appeared in the air. The director explained that human bloodlines have a certain limit on how much power they can receive. Therefore, the only way to continue progressing is to mix with the bloodline of another race. Zhou Yi asked if the professor was also interested in leveling up. He said yes, but at his level, it takes years to gain enough experience. Even though he is at level 64, creatures from other worlds that are at boss level are still not easy to defeat. He could receive the bloodline of angels, dragons, or titans. Since his body couldn't accept all three, he had to choose one. The angel bloodline would give him a high affinity with the light element. The titan bloodline would allow him to control lightning. The dragon bloodline, the purest of all, would enable him to exert pressure on any nearby creature. Joey knew these bloodlines were from creatures of at least level 60. Humbly, he asked the professor which he thought would be best for his case. The professor appreciated his caution for such an important decision. He advised that the Titan and Dragon bloodlines were very powerful, enhancing strength and mana capacity. However, since Zhu Yi had such an affinity with the goddess of light, the angel bloodline would probably suit him best. Zhu Yi agreed that this seemed to be the right choice. The director remarked that Zhu Yi seemed comfortable with the angel bloodline and said he would introduce him to the seniors later. Zhu Yi then asked why he had received the Medal of Honor, and this seemed excessive for just eliminating a simple army. The director revealed that his battle against those creatures last time exposed their plan to invade Earth with small-scale portals. Our boy, shocked, asked if this meant they could appear anywhere in China. The director confirmed, saying that several armies were currently being prepared to handle these teleportations. For now, things were under control since the monster levels were low. Therefore, the priority was to nurture future talents, which was exactly what he expected from his student. Our boy was now fully obedient, responding with "Yes, Professor" to everything. The director then handed Zhou Yi a cue and instructed him to return the next day as the technique would be ready. Observing the choices, Zhou Yi still had decided. He considered using the luck potion, thinking it might help him gain even better things. Without hesitation, he drank the potion, showing no fear. He opened some chests he had stored and received an S-rank flower that increased constitution and spell damage after being consumed. Seeing how much better the gift was under the potion's effect, he knew it was very good. It was time to return to the professor. Meanwhile, the mage from the elemental house told the professor that he was being too generous. An angel's bloodline was something that could spark wars between nations. The director said he had been saving it for a long time and Zhu Yi was the right choice. Just then, our boy appeared. The director said he seemed prepared and mentioned that the technique was ready. He instructed Zhou Yi to take off his shirt and sit in the center of the formation. There he was, ready to receive the angel's bloodline. The director turned to the mage and asked for his assistance. He activated the forging technique and flames of light rose from all four sides. Zhou Yi's chest began to glow and energy flowed into him. A strange blue light started emanating from his body, rising into the sky. The old man noted that Zhou Yi already had the cold bloodline. Now the entire place was freezing. The poor mage struggled to maintain the forging technique. The director remarked that he knew Zhou Yi's sister had something similar, so it seemed to be in their bloodline. But they didn't need to worry since the angel's bloodline would override the other. The strange thing was that they seemed to be in harmony. The director wondered what kind of ice power he had within him to be comparable to an angel's bloodline. Perhaps he was a descendant of a high-level player from the beginning. The biggest problem now was the two bloodlines clashing and ultimately losing both. The old man warned that if this happened, it would be like consuming a simple ranked treasure. But now all they could do was trust that Zhu Yi would achieve results. However, at that moment, a kind of dark energy entered his ear. Zhou Yi opened his eyes and the gate of consciousness had been opened. A woman in the back of a room said her child had arrived. Zhou Yi wondered if this was inside his mind. The woman congratulated him, saying she was there to give him true strength. He no longer needed to follow any morals or rules and should follow his own desires from now on. With a macabre smile, she asked if he accepted this power. Zhou Yi found it strange and felt the urge to smash her head with his hammer. The woman extended her hand, saying she would bless him with power beyond his expectations. But the hammer was already coming down, hitting her face squarely. Facing her, he knew he felt great. It was good to follow his heart. In another place, an angel was blushing and laughing. She sat on a throne with another angel beside her who looked doubtful. "She's the goddess of plenty and warmth, please let me feel it." She said she saw something very interesting, raising her hands and telling the boy not to disappoint her. The one who had taken the hammer blow turned angrily, saying he would receive nothing from the gods. But he pointed the hammer at her and said he didn't want anything from her. She called him an insolent brat and chains emerged from his body, surrounding him with eyes from all directions. Seeing him in agony, she said those sounds were incredible and exactly what she had hoped for. Zhou Yi realized she was a slave to the evil god. She slapped him, telling him to shut up, and said he had caught the master's attention, so she was there to perform a baptism. Black flames began to burn his body. He realized that the evil power was corrupting his thoughts while the evil god washed everything. Outside, the director and the mage wondered what was happening. They tried to intervene, questioning why there was the power of an evil god mixed with the blood of an angel. He tried to interfere with the process, but his attack was repelled. The mage warned that it would be better to break the formation, otherwise Zhu Yi would be consumed. However, Wan Hu told him to pay attention as Zhu Yi's power was not decreasing, but increasing. Our boy was glowing gold and blue, forming even a golden shell. When the aura exploded, the chains were broken. His icy heart was now surrounded by golden flames. The follower of the evil god couldn't understand how he could have so much divine power, and in the next moment, she was also frozen. Now the boy looked like a Dragon Ball character with transformed hair. He wielded the hammer, which had the ice bloodline at the tip, and struck the follower on the head. The entire place trembled and an evil energy exploded. The demon laughed, saying he would not escape and would leave a like on this video to help Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. And all remember that last chapter ended when he broke the chains, man. He looked like a golden-haired Goku with something on his forehead. He smacked down with that hammer that had some icy stuff on the tip. The whole place explodes, and suddenly, the demon shows up right in front of him. The creature with countless eyes asks if the little boy is trying to tickle him. It already grabs a chain, warning that the resistance the boy has is just a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme. Sends some attacks for Jui, who was already full of swag, flying around with his ice wings. It looked like he managed to destroy the wings for a moment, but then the monster's expression suddenly changed. Our boy man was already behind it, activating a formation beneath the creature. A bunch of ice spikes start shooting up. Dude, the demon got skewered from every side. The creature then said that the boy was very happy with the little gift he received. The power humans call magic is merely the remnants of the light granted by the true god, but he, as the greatest servant of Master Exia, possesses a power beyond mortal understanding. Now the monster was gigantic, and our boy looked tiny in comparison. Here comes another barrage of attacks, but Jui dodges with ease. Or actually, like he's dodging, but at the same time he's all twisted up. Those giant wings aren't really helping either. Then the creature starts preparing an attack from Spatial Void. Man fires a laser right at our protagonist. But he's Sigma's always right, bro. Just stood there, and that thing on his forehead appeared huge in front of him. While the attack was being blocked by that, he charged forward once again. The creature doesn't understand how he's withstanding all of this and tries to launch the same attack as before. But if he figured it out once, he'll figure it out twice. Meanwhile, the hot goddess is watching everything, real happy with our boy's performance. Last time I didn't notice, but this goddess, she looks exactly one-to-one like that goddess from the Reaper story, man. Bro, it's literally the same character. And what our boy is doing, man, is cruel. He's poking the monster in the eyes. Now the beast is all twisted up, all squirming, saying it's impossible, trying to understand where his power is coming from. Too late, kid. You turned the lights on in the room at 2 in the morning. And now you're gonna burn in agony. Light flashing everywhere, explosions, and now our boy lands back on the ground. In his hand appears this orb all full of swag with stuff floating around it. Finally, our boy turns back into the regular Jui. But even after transforming back, the item was still floating in front of him. A giant pillar of light shoots up outside. The old men are shocked, trying to understand how someone with the power of an angel managed to completely suppress the power of an evil god. I don't even remember anyone's name anymore, guys. I made this story 8 or 9 months ago, but we're gonna call this dude Pedrinhan Testa, little rock on the forehead, until we figure out his name again. And Pedrinhan Testa says it's unbelievable, but it seemed like Zhou Yi managed to merge the energy of an angel with the bloodline energy of ice. In front of him, bro, is this big old angel chick. Always good to see drawn, floating there while our boy is just quietly cultivating. A symbol appears on his chest, and the angel comes over and presses her big milkers on his head. When he opens his eyes, bro, he's radiating that power smoke. The old guys are congratulating him, saying Zhao Yai is lucky, got a talent like that, and even overcame those challenges. They wanted to know how he was feeling. Our boy, now totally buffed up, man, this angel came in with the testosterone, says that his power went through a qualitative change. Then something in the little window catches his eye. He had awakened the bloodline of a 6-winged angel. This was the talent that gave him dominance over both ice and light, and the more it evolved, the more elements he'd be able to control. On top of that, he gained immunity to B+ tier magical attacks, plus abilities like Purify and Disperse, for removing negative effects. He was all happy, telling the old men that he got a bunch of divine talents. The stone forehead guy congratulates our boy. Far as he knows, the 6-winged angel is the highest bloodline of them all. And now, the talents he had already received would keep growing stronger. But as if that wasn't enough, our not even a little bit balanced protagonist has to get even more, right? Like he clearly needs more help. He asks what this new thing is that just popped up. It's the S+ angel physique. That's the technique that activates the 6-winged angel's bloodline power, and he'd need to master it before reaching level 50. Every time he activated it, though, he'd be weakened for a while afterward. Stone forehead guy immediately tells our boy to use it. He wants to see how much power it gives him. Joey just nods and says, all right, let's go. He closes his eyes and shouts out angel physique. Energy appears beneath his feet, starts gathering at his chest, and a ball of light forms. The old man couldn't believe that so much elemental power was coming from a single person. On our boy's forehead, that same symbol from before forms again, and his eyes turn golden. With that, he reappears in that charter transformation state, and Padrina says that now he can feel the kid is at least 5 times stronger. He asks how our boy feels, and Zhu Yi explains that his body feels more filled with energy than ever before. The light and ice elements felt like loyal allies he could control however he wanted. The energy was even setting off sensors nearby. A bunch of alerts started spamming, saying it was getting dangerous. Padrina congratulates our boy but tells him to deactivate it before the system's defense protocols kick in. Then he returns to normal. The alarm shuts off, but Zhu Yi notices something weird with his hand. He keeps opening and closing it while trying to heal himself. The old man asks what's going on, and Zhu Yi explains that even though he used the power for only a short time, his body was already exhausted. Immediately, the other instructor says that this will have to be used as a trump card. It's obviously powerful, but it drains all of his energy. While the two of them are talking, the old man thinks to himself that whoever wants to surpass Zhu Yi among the other students is gonna have a hard time. Padrina then tells our boy that since his ice bloodline is so strong, his sister's probably isn't bad either. He says it's best to give her the lotus soon so she can recover and have a good future. Then he puts a hand on our boy's shoulder and tells him to rest. I think our boy teleported out of there, right? And the old man asks the other guy what he thinks about Zhou Ye having attracted the power of an evil god. They need to be careful not to risk losing the kid's life. Stone Forehead says he has no idea, but thankfully Zhu Yi survived. Still, he's going to investigate and won't let anything slip. Now our boy, holding that cube in his hand, knows that soon he'll receive the ice lotus from the people he worked with. The problem is getting something called ice grass, which is part of the process. He shows up in a room counting how many points he has and what he'll need to buy it. Then suddenly, someone knocks on the door. If I had to bet $1,000,000, it's a big-boobed girl. And yep, bro, the most baddest of them all. I'm even scared of this one. He turns around and asks what the giant goth girl wants, all blushing and thinking that she saw him just a day ago. But today, he looked way stronger. Seems like he awakened his bloodline. She smiles and says she brought some gifts from the war house that they had promised him. Our boy's confused. He had chosen Wang Hui as his master. So why was the other house giving him resources? I think Padrina Testa is Wang Hui, right? As Umei sits down, glances in the side, and says that even though Master Wang Hui is his personal tutor, he'll still take classes with the war house crew. He asks her if she isn't part of the mage class. Man, this woman's power is so intense that the scene even gets a sunlight effect just to block our view. She says, yeah, she's a mage, but she teaches in the war house. Then she waves her arm and says he can take the resources, and we already see in the list the second item, right, bro? It was the chilled grass. He clicks it, saying that he's one lucky boy. Huh. Who would have thought he'd get exactly what he needed? Interesting. He writes down his name and thanks her. Whoa, suddenly she gives him a glare, saying that now that everything's settled, she's gonna have to teach him a little lesson. Then she starts poking him nonstop, saying he took way too many risks in that test and should have been more careful. She's scolding him while he's thinking to himself that he can't tell her the system said everything was safe. Her expression then changes and she says that every year, tons of geniuses qualify in this place, but only a few become elite. He has to understand that most of them end up failing because they run into some accident and die along the way. She's not trying to nag him, but she asks him to be more careful. Our boy says he understands and then asks if she can recommend a few safe dungeons so he can go back to farming. As towering as always, she says all right. Next scene, they're walking through a gate, getting close to some robots, and she says that here he can run extremely realistic training sessions and even choose the difficulty. The creatures went from level 1 to level 10, and at level 10 they could fight head-on with someone at level 20. I don't really remember the level system in this story, but I think 20 isn't that big of a deal, right? The good part, though, is that she explains he's going to be recorded at all times by those orbs. That way, not only will he be able to train, but he'll also get perfect feedback. Obviously, he needed to be careful, since the machines work like programs, so if he sets it to very hard, he might end up getting hurt. She turns around, gorgeous as always, thank you artist, and says she's going to teach class, and it'd be good for him to start on the lower levels. But obviously, he doesn't care about that and already tells the robot to start on level 7. The program runs, the robots appear and start moving. On level 7, 50 of them are activated. And suddenly, it's like a bullet is already heading straight for Zhu Yi's head. Man, the robots were throwing missile machine gun torpedo bombs. But hey, bro, our guy just killed a demon god. He dodges that stuff easy. First, he decides to test out the Ice Fist to understand exactly how that bloodline works. One punch right into the creature not only destroys it, but also starts freezing everything around him. Another creature to the side fires a shot, but now he raises an ice shield already hyped because this power seems super versatile. The creatures are all closing in while he's releasing a vortex there. With that, he summons an ice storm that looks just like the one in his sister's room. Remember the little sis in the bedroom way back at the beginning? Man, that was a while ago. The storm spreads through the place, he draws a pentagram, and when he slams his hand down, the power explodes too. All the surrounding robots drop to the ground and he's congratulated for clearing level 7. The training results start being calculated. The system shows he took 3 minutes, and our boy's thinking that hopefully the final one will at least push him a bit. Without wasting any time, he already orders the system to move to level 10. But the system says the level 7 robots have been damaged severely. That's why they were initiating the backup system. Some robotic arm starts hammering on the core and the chest of a robot. Looking to the side, Jogia sees a giant Megazord man. It was the level 10 combat robot, the kind that could go up against someone at level 25. Not only that, this one had the highest current intelligence level. If he ever felt in danger, it'd be smart to stop the battle, or he could seriously get hurt. But Jogi's pumped about it. Finally, he could get a proper training session in. A robot charges up a laser and fires it at him. But it's not just a laser. It's a barrage of ice, just like his own, and it hits his leg directly. The robot then goes for a punch and lands a solid hit on Jogi. But of course he had dodged and was already behind it, jumping up with an axe in hand, landing a clean strike on the arm and saying he's going to disarm it first. And bro, he really disarmed it. The ice arm of the thing vanished. But this robot was no joke. Even with its arm ripped off, it still fired a laser from the same hole. That's when our boy realizes the energy the thing just used was the same as his. He's confused. Why is this creature constantly copying his abilities? And before he can figure it out, bam, a monster is already coming in for a hammer smash. The attack comes, but now our boy's golden hand appears too. The attack is blocked, but a chunk of ice on the floor turns into a wolf. When Zhou looks to the side, bro, the creature's already too close, goes straight in for a bite. With no time to use another power, our boy has to rely on brute strength to hold the monster's jaws open. But enough of that. Bam, he unleashes a burst of light and transforms, saying that now he wants to see that boss try to copy an angel's physique. Then we cut to someone placing their hands on an ID panel. It's our dear Jiang Chu, our succubus girl. She's all happy because it looks like she received a bunch of resources after joining that house. Finally, she can go back there and try to beat level 7. But the system apologizes and tells her to come back tomorrow. The robots today were too badly damaged. She doesn't get it. This is the freshman training field. Most people don't even get past level 6, so how could something like that happen? Even if it was brother Zhou, she knows it wouldn't be easy for him to clear level 10. So who the heck is in there right now? In the battle, some chains started coming out from the Golden Gate. Zhou thinks it's the final boss and says to the creature, "These chains once left me powerless, but now I'll share the agony with you." Oh damn, right on the wolf's head, bro. Man, I thought the chains were gonna restrain the thing, but no, they straight up shattered it. And now, just because I said they shatter, they went and restrained the other one, damn. He also activates the vision of light, which lets him detect the creature's weak points. And of course, his attack goes straight for those points. Our boy says he can see the power core in the chest. I mean, to be honest, right, it didn't really take a divine vision to see that huge glowing thing in the middle of its chest, looking like Tony Stark. Zhou punches and creates a massive energy barrier. The robot has to initiate its self-destruct protocol to try to take him down with it. This one takes training seriously, man. That's when our dear Jiang shows up through all the smoke, while the systems announce that level 10 had been completed. She's all startled, wondering who the hell that demon is in there. But when she gets closer, her expression changes. She sees our boy from behind, radiating that golden aura. He's totally worn out, exhausted, while the robot congratulates him, saying his performance went beyond excellent. Zhou though, was thinking that because of that wolf, he ended up using way more time than he should have. He needed someone, or maybe a pet, around to handle those little distractions. Haha, someone's approaching. Super thick thighs. If you want to have her as a pet, just say the word. And there she is already walking up close asking, "Did you awaken your bloodline? How'd you get so strong?" The badass replies that yes, he awakened the 6-winged angel bloodline. Her eyes are all sparkling. She says she knows that one's extremely rare, basically a divine ability. She, on the other hand, has a half-decent succubus bloodline. It's a bit better, but still one of the weaker ones. Looks like he completely ignored what she said, didn't even try to say, "Nah, it's okay. You'll get strong too." He just walked off, turned around and said, "Let's go to the market and buy some pets." Poor girl, no chance for a girl in love. She just goes along saying she's coming with him all happy. Now outside, arriving in the pet area, a bunch of vendors are yelling, while she's pulling on our boy's arm asking what kind of pet he wants. He remembers that storm wolf he used that one time, but it disappeared after the fight. That's why he wants another storm wolf, if possible, one with talents like his. That's when someone with their hand on their waist walks up, saying if that's the case, he's got just the thing. The guy introduces himself as Liu Ji-Su, a third-year student and seller of level 22 creatures. The wolf he had for sale, he raised it himself. He can guarantee it's top quality. Jiang says this guy's a student at Kang University, so the pets he raises are definitely high quality. The guy then brings out the storm wolf, man. It's got one blue eye and one gold eye. What are the chances our boy doesn't take that one? The guy says, right, that this furry sewer rat has been alive for 10 days and its mother was a silver tier storm wolf, so clearly, it's a good one. Our boy answers humbly, man, not looking for no sewer rat. He just wants to know where the gold ones are, bro. He wants the top rank. But Jaeksu explains that it's really rare to find gold rank creatures when they're that young. Our boy says alright then, he'll take a look at this big rat here. Jang, though, comments she's seen some other storm wolves and this one's way too small, probably undernourished. It's gonna be one of those cases where the thing's tiny for 2 days and then suddenly the size of a building. Jaeksu, all awkward, tries to say it's normal, that the little guy is just small for now but will grow soon and blah blah blah. But Juyi is already grinning, saying he's taking the black rat, while Jiang is all confused with that dumb smile of his. Right away, Jaeksu hands our boy a scroll, saying he'll give it to him for free, for only 60 points. Wait a sec, is it free or is it 60 points, you game scammy vendor? That was what allowed him to make the contract. Our boy finds it pretty convenient. Yeah, obviously there was some trickery behind it. Jaeksu was selling the weakest one in the whole litter. He thought it was a loss having picked up this creature, but thank goodness, this dumb freshman showed up. Our boy places his hand on the scroll and says the command to awaken. What are the chances now that it turns out to be an insane creature? Jaeksu's face already changed. A black wolf appeared with a moon on its forehead. Man, I think it's still small, but now it's full-on swag. The pet experts nearby seem to recognize that this is the aura of a legendary creature. Meanwhile, Jiang is clinging tighter and tighter. Any minute now, she's gonna crawl under his shirt. Jitsu, on the other hand, is losing it. He sold a legendary creature for dirt cheap. The black rat jumps onto our boy's arm, and of course, it needs a name. And that's exactly what our spherical succubus girl says. Oh no, wait, you're calling it gray? The thing's black, dude, I'm not calling it gray. Ah, damn, I'll respect your wishes, Juyi. Of course, right then, Jaeksu comes creeping up, saying that unfortunately, he sold the creature at the wrong price. He was supposed to charge another 1,500, but hey, he could cancel the contract now and take the pet back, and still come out ahead with 300 points. The other vendors, though, are all laughing at him, saying the idiot sold it for way too cheap and now realizes what a mess he made. And Juyi, man, you think he's a fool. He says he's never heard of anyone asking for more money after his sale's already been finalized. The guy's shaking all over, and Juyi tells him to go stop dreaming, man. What's up with you, kid? This talent of yours awakened some evil in your heart. Of course that clown Jaeksu is still trembling, trying to figure out how he's gonna get out of this. He takes a step forward and already falls backward in fear. Our boy turns to his waifu and says he never wants to see that guy's face again. Meanwhile, Jiang, who's awakening her succubus bloodline, looks at the expression he's making and says, now that you've got gray, unfortunately, we'll have to see each other more often, so I can play with your pet. As he walks out of the pavilion, everyone starts murmuring. They just now remembered. That's Juyi, the guy recruited by the Grandmaster. That's when a guy with flaming shoulder pads and red hair steps up, telling everyone to make way. Looks like he's the brother of the loser who just got wrecked. He's already begging for help. But man, he kicks him so hard, geez, even Juyi doesn't do that to his enemies. His name is Liu Wucheng, and he tells his idiot brother to understand what it means for someone to have received a gold medal. He's lucky the boy just walked away, so it's best he disappear before things get worse. When he finds out Juyi is the one who got the gold medal, the guy's already got his ham on his face, wondering what the hell he's done. Our boy, on the other hand, is observing Gray, watching the aura it's giving off. He wonders if this has anything to do with the Lucky Potion's effect, and whether it's still active. That's when suddenly, someone knocks on the door. It was the guys from the northern region, right? The ones he helped before, bringing the reward he had been waiting for, the ice lotus. Right away, Juyi accepts it and thanks the captain. They place the box on the table, and when he opens it, the lotus is inside. Now he could combine the lotus with the grass to finally form the frozen pill. He clicks to craft the item, but it's so rare that he needs to hire a pill master. Unfortunately, that's not something so easy to deal with. The scene then switches to the pill department. He's arriving there among giant furnaces and finds a receptionist. He wants to know if this guy Yitan is around. The girl explains that he's on a date and that she's his student, known as Lim Yi. She says all he has to do is tell her which pill he needs forged, and she'll take care of it. Right away, he shows her the ingredients and says he needs an S-class pill. She's shocked, since those are extremely rare resources, and she wants to know how a freshman like him has that kind of stuff. The humble boy says it's all just luck. She then tells him that since he already has both ingredients, he just needs to pay 800 points. That's the cost of production. He leaves his contact info and is told to come back later for it. Numbers are exchanged, and the scene cuts to one of the university's corridors. Two guys are chatting about how they heard that creatures from other worlds started showing up in several places. Juyi is listening in, and one of them also says that apparently most of the frontline fighters had to retreat. That's because the creatures are spreading all over the world, and there aren't enough people to handle them. As he takes his seat, Juyi knows these reports are going to spread. It was inevitable. Then suddenly, someone taps him on the shoulder. It's Song Solan, glowing outfit perfectly matching his too. She immediately says she was chosen by Master Wu Meng and from now on they're classmates, and asks him to take good care of her. All right. He offers his hand and says he hopes she'll take care of him too, but she replies that she's way too strong, so that's probably not gonna happen. That's when someone enters the room. It's our massive professor, as always welcoming the students and introducing herself as Su Mei. But before starting the real classes, she had an important announcement to make. As the rumors said, large-scale invasions were happening on every border. Even though the creatures that had appeared recently weren't that strong, the government had to take it seriously. Because of that, the resources allocated to schools like theirs were being multiplied. And also, the rewards for missions they take on would be increased. Everyone's getting excited. Not only would they get more resources to grow stronger, but they'd earn even more when they succeeded in missions. That panel right there was just the artist showing off his skills drawing Su Mei. The guy's getting good at illustrating that lady. She then asked everyone to calm down and stop focusing so much on the rewards. As students, their first priority should be getting stronger. Our boy is completely love-struck looking at the professor, thinking she seems to be getting stronger every day too. What kind of strength is she building up? Then she crosses her arms and says class is about to begin. Sometime after class, a few guys are talking. One of them says he challenged the goblin dungeon but got destroyed super quickly and lost tons of points. The blonde friend tells him to stop being dumb. He can't go around challenging nightmare difficulty places like that. Hearing all that, Zhuyi knows that now that he's level 19 and no longer needs the lotus, he doesn't have to go back to the north. A dungeon like the Goblin Abyss might actually be a much better place to farm experience. That's when he sees a shiny, radiant succubus standing in front of him. He calls out to her and she's already sticking close. I'm telling you, this girl cannot stay more than 15 centimeters away from him. She tells him that the school is increasing rewards in the realms and came to invite him to go along. Of course, the rascal says yes, and now we're already in the dungeon. She asks what difficulty he's going to pick, and he says it's Abyss, obviously. The poor girl, gorgeous and a little awkward, says Abyss is way too hard. There's a huge gap in strength between them, and it's obvious she wouldn't be able to handle something like that. But now he's the king of minimum distance, pulling her close and saying she doesn't have to worry. If they're on the same team, he'll take care of everything. Just look at the face she makes, eyes a little crossed, saying that if he promises, then okay. But suddenly she gets all shy and steps away, saying she's feeling too uncertain and will start by trying the hard difficulty first. I thought they were already in the dungeon, but turns out they're still at the entrance, and there's a whole commotion going on. One guy is yelling, asking why Shiming Zhuan, someone with Earth rank, is there. People around are saying he must be trying to break the dungeon's record to get some extra rewards. To Javier, though, this is just nonsense, so if you go straight for challenge mode, bet you anything our boy's gonna finish this dungeon in like 10 seconds. Then that other guy's gonna spend an hour in there and come out like, ha, I set the record, only to step outside and see he's in second place. As soon as Zhu Yi enters Abyss difficulty, everyone watching freaks out. Shiming Zhuan says that all these extra rewards are making people way too confident. For choosing Abyss difficulty, the moment he enters, he loses 400 points. At any time, he could destroy the crystal to instantly escape. Looking around, he wonders if the goblins had destroyed the whole place. It looked like nothing but ruins. When suddenly, the first little goblin appears and immediately swings at him. Bro, in my other stories, goblins were all skinny. These ones are jacked. But for our guy, this is easy. He stops the attack with one hand and slams the trash into the ground. Seeing how many goblins are already charging at him, he starts to get excited. He came into this place looking for a real challenge. Hammer in hand, he smashes the first hit into the creatures. That hammer, though, is more like a sword, because instead of crushing, it ripped through them. But then, bam, the same scene repeats. He looks to the side, and there's another wave of creatures coming. That's when he starts to understand. The difficulty here isn't in their strength, it's in the numbers, which means he's going to have to conserve mana. For now, he sticks to using low-cost abilities to kill the creatures. The good news? The XP is awesome. After some time, he had finally cleared everything. And as expected for someone already at level 19, leveling up was getting harder and harder. He at least hoped the dungeon rewards would help with that. He then opens the final boss door, the Goblin King, level 24, already talking trash. So the foolish human came here, but I have prepared your death. Obviously, the creature doesn't stand a chance, and Zhu Yi easily dodges the first strike. Still, Zhu Yi's impressed. Even though it's not that strong, it really wasn't something to underestimate. When the king looks up, bam, a huge beam of light hits him in the head, or almost. The boss activated a dominant body skill that formed a barrier. The creature even says it's impressive that a human could even scratch him. Seeing that physical attacks weren't working well, our guy whips a chain around the boss's back and completely restrains him. And right then he notes that for a boss, its magical resistance was shockingly low. So he blasts it with a Kamehameha. And that's the end of the monster man. Dungeon cleared. Just like he expected, he ends up setting the new record. And there it is, exactly what I said earlier, right guys? He already decides to keep running dungeons and pushing forward until he reaches level 20. Outside, people were talking about how this Abyss level was actually harder than they expected. No one had finished it until now. Jiang was feeling relieved that she picked the hard difficulty instead. While everyone was chatting, suddenly one of them points out something and tells the others to take a look. Someone had just set a new record. Joviai had chosen Abyss difficulty and managed to complete it 100%. Most of the other players, right, had done like 88%, 83% because they couldn't kill the final boss. People were impressed, but someone else quickly pointed out that guy, Shaming Xuan, had entered a little while after Zhou Yi. As soon as that guy finishes, Zhou Yi's record is going to be gone, so it probably won't last long. But man, for Shaming Xuan, things weren't going that smoothly. He shows up in the middle of the arena, completely wrecked, staff destroyed. Someone helps him up, and he says this level was way too hard. Even with gold equipment, he ended up losing it all. Then he notices some kind of commotion going on and wonders what it's about. He decides to ignore it and go take a potion while his friend in front starts talking about that guy who went in right before him. The second the guy says Zhou completed the Abyss level, he flinches. In his mind, a memory flashes, a glow appearing behind someone. He walks up, thinking there's no way a level 19 freshman finished it. He's sure the guy must have cheated and wants to find out how. But the moment he introduces himself as rank 86, our boy completely ignores him, saying he's got other things to take care of. The dude's just left standing there with a fat face while Jiang comes up to congratulate our boy, saying that he really is incredible and that it's super hard to keep up with him. But Zhou pets her and tells her not to worry. He'll pass on all the tips so she can clear it easily too. Shaming Xuan, though, man, he's losing it over there. Or actually, he seems totally dejected while his friend tries to console him. Obviously, everyone around is roasting him now, saying that the elite guy just got humiliated and even with all that gear, he's still starved. And when our boy said he was heading back to another dungeon, he wasn't joking, bro. There he is again with Jiang. He's all cheerful, saying it's been a while since they worked together, while she's all flustered, remembering that day when he used the light punishment move and wiped everything out. She says she got cornered that time and almost did make it out alive. Our boy says it was an honor saving her. Sneaky guy, huh? Trying to get something or not? That succubus girl's gotta work too, my guy. Right then, the goblin horde shows up, and he starts giving her tips, saying to conserve energy, since they're weak, but come in huge numbers. She thanks him and pulls out a big old sword while he activates his buffs. The first goblin rushes forward and he says, I'll handle this one. One hit. Classic hammer attack that slices instead of smashes. She's impressed. Thanks to his buffs, she felt like her strength had doubled. She charges in and lands a heavy slash. At least her sword slices too, not just crushes. She keeps farming easily, saying that with Zhou Yi's buffs, this dungeon was a joke. They keep grinding, and before long, they're face to face with the boss. The creature gives its usual pre-fight speech while Jiang asks how exactly he beat the Abyss-level boss. He explains that the creature has super high physical resistance, but when it comes to magic, it's pretty weak. Right away, she gets ready, knowing that since magic is the key here, she's gonna have to bring out everyone's favorite bloodline, right guys? The succubus bloodline. Bam, she lands a clean cut. The attack hits the monster directly, and it responds that she really does have an impressive demonic power. Too bad, though, it still wasn't enough to take it down. I thought she was going to go through that same badass transformation from the other day, but actually she's just there defending herself with her sword, apologizing. He tells her not to worry that he's going to use the same technique as before. He uses light punishment, but this time the monster manages to defend itself. He's surprised, after all, he just killed this thing before and it was easy. So he says that, unfortunately, he's going to have to go all in now because things have gotten out of hand. He launches an attack with his chain, but the boss tears through it. Now Jiang's panicking, saying it's all her fault things got complicated and she doesn't know what to do anymore. In the middle of all this panic and looking wonderful, something starts to awaken inside the girl man. A voice inside her says she's too weak. The badass bloodline starts wrapping around her, telling her that she's so useless she can't even win with Zhou Yi helping. If she really wants to help in this situation, she needs to use the true power she has. And then, bam, she seems to awaken something right at the moment the boss breaks free from the chains. It comes charging in to smash Zhou Yi, who says it looks like he's going to have to activate his own bloodline. But then, slash, a cut goes flying and slices off the boss's arm, bro. When our guy turns around, one of her badass wooden sandals comes flying too. He turns to see what the heck Jiang Chu just did, while the boss is standing there with his arm up, bleeding everywhere. Guys, she awakened the artist's talent. I mean, the succubus talent, right? She's even talking in a little speech bubble with a heart in it, telling Zhou Yi not to worry. She's got this. The boss, poor thing, is already dealt with, lying on the ground bleeding. But from where the slash came, it looks like a curse is spraying across his body. And she just keeps evolving. Whoa, easy there, warrior queen. The monster writhes in pain while she seems to be absorbing all of its demonic power, saying she won't stop until not a single drop remains. All we can do in a scene like this, man, is admire that panel the artist poured his soul into. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi is just like us, eyes wide open, staring, taking it all in. Then a voice from the dungeon congratulates her, and she earns 23,000 experience points. Bro, she's there with her hand over her mouth saying she finally killed that annoying boss, and Momo never wastes time with 35 minutes of still images. Okay, I dragged that scene out, but hey, there's another panel that definitely deserves it. The girl is dangerous now, like a car crash. Airbag straight to your face as she steps up to Zhu Yi, now only 2 centimeters away, wanting to know why he's not saying anything. And what's this? Her succubus tail just attacked. Our boy thought about stopping her, but too late, she's already grabbed his hand. He tries to pull back for a second, trying to explain himself, when suddenly, he activates his bloodline. He uses that calming buff to try to keep it together and asks if she's really the Jiangchu he knows. And that's when she catches the Chaves syndrome, bro. From 1 second to the next, she drops to the ground all shy. I think she realized what she was doing. Her power starts fading and she gets all awkward, apologizing, trying to explain that it was all because of the succubus bloodline. Our boy lifts her chin and says it's okay then. He thought she'd been possessed by a demon. This couple is complicated. When she wants it, he doesn't. When he wants it, she doesn't. He tells her to get up so they can get back to farming. That's because he's sure that once she gets used to the demonic power, she'll be able to handle all of this on her own. While he's thinking about their next steps, people outside are once again complaining about how hard the Abyss level is. And once again, the message pops up that our boy broke the Abyss record, the one he himself had already set. A little while later, another record. A few minutes later, another record from Zhu Yi and another from Jiangchu. The poor folks watching are already holding their heads in disbelief. They say there's no way, there's just too big a gap between them and these geniuses. Once more, the poor Goblin King got taken out, this time by the combo of Zhu Yi's chains and Jiangchu's attacks. And there she was already saying it looks like there's gonna be a fireworks show and asking if he wants to go watch it together. After all that farming, man, the poor guy's exhausted, so he says yes. In the streets of the Elemental Hall, even though lights are powered by magic, the couple's broke and just wandering around while Jiangchu thanks him for all the help he gave her today. She gained a ton of experience. He says he didn't do much. It was just a little push. Then they stop in front of the statue of Wei Yang, a mage who once stopped an entire legion of demons all by himself. In life, he was considered a deity. Our boy turns to her and asks if she knows anything more about the Dark Era and asks her to explain. She says that in the year 2544, tons of talented classes started appearing, and that period was considered a golden age. On the front lines, they had countless legendary heroes and humanity was no longer at risk. But that's when the era known as the Dark Age began and creatures started invading every corner of the world. Those considered the Golden Elite gave their lives to save the world and eventually took back the land, securing the peace people enjoy today. The problem is, if something like that were to happen again, humanity might not survive, because we're no longer in that golden age full of legendary heroes. Zhao Yi places a hand on her head and tells her not to worry. The creatures showing up in the rifts aren't that strong. She smiles back, saying she's sure everything will turn out fine. People are recovering and humanity is getting stronger by the day. That's when the fireworks start. And of course she grabs our boy's hand, pulling him to go watch. Oh come on, all this little romance build up and nothing ever happens. I miss our Chen Yuan from A Perfect Life, bro. 2 chapters in and he was already playing League of Legends with the professor and the prettiest girl in the university. Sometime later, I think our boy's heading home. He's bummed that he doesn't have the professor's teleport skill. That's because he wants to get home fast to deliver the pill to his sister. But to be honest, it's been a few chapters now with that pill just sitting in his inventory, right? I don't think the urgency's all that serious. For some reason at home, his sister is drawn like a tiny little dwarf, wondering where her big brother is. Dr. King pats her head and says not to worry. He'll be there soon. And the door opens. And who's walking in, huh? It's the Chad, full swag, saying he's back. She jumps up and hugs him, and he's impressed. Her condition seems to have improved. She's way more energetic. Bro, seriously, last I checked, wasn't this girl in a wheelchair? But whatever, man. The doctor's happy to see our boy again. He says it's been a while since he last saw his sister King. She asks how long he's staying, and he says 3 or 4 days since the tournament ended. Man, I'm still confused. Why is his sister so small now? Am I going crazy? In the early chapters, she was like shoulder height. Now she's there smiling with that little psycho face of hers, asking if he brought a gift for his cute little sister. First, he pulls out a horn that summons a gold-rank ghost to protect her. She gets all happy and he pats her head, saying that once she's fully healed, she'll be as strong as him. Still can't accept how tiny they made her look now. But whatever. Then someone rings the doorbell and our boy opens the door. That guy, the same one who gave him the house, says he brought the priestess Zhou Yi requested. Madame Chu, who definitely has tons of healing stored up, says she came because of Secretary Xiao's request. Our boy thanks her and says he managed to get the pill. The secretary, though, is shocked, asking if he means the ice pill, which is extremely rare. He, a little embarrassed, says yes, but explains that later. First, he wants them to treat his sister. His sister, man, is clinging to his shin. She's so tiny, asking if this is really going to work. He gives her the pill and tells her not to be nervous. All she has to do is take it and her bloodline will awaken. Then she won't have to rely on him for everything anymore. Bro, did he just roast her or help her? What was that? Then he activates his aura and says he's gonna throw some buffs on everyone to help with the process. Off he goes. Blessing of protection, blessing of dawn, blessing of courage. Right away, his sister feels a strange power. Meanwhile, Madame Shui is stunned. She's a super high-level priestess, but not even her sacred power is that pure. He tells her to activate the formation, and she agrees. There's a little flourish with her hands and stretches her arm toward the sister, and boom, a pentagram forms under her feet. Then he gives the order for his sister to consume the pill, and she obeys immediately. A cold breeze starts coming out of her mouth and eyes, and a wave of energy spreads across the room. Is she finally gonna grow and get strong? Everyone in the room's freaking out, wondering if something's going wrong. But our boy says not to worry. He'll handle this. He enters her sacred form zone and starts buffing her to the max. He even forms some of his own frost energy, probably to support her somehow, and says this will be the last time she'll go through this process. After that, she'll have full control. She's wrapped in a blue orb and Madame Chuli is right next to our boy, saying the hardest part is already over. Inside the orb, she looks like a ghost when suddenly she pulls a Kakashi headband move, man. What the laser beam explodes straight into the sky. Madame Shui immediately recognizes it as an extremely pure power. The awakening had probably finished. Our boy walks over to pat the little garden gnome and asks how she's feeling. All cute, she says she's sure the illness is gone. He praises her and tells her to check her stats, but she completely ignores him and instead summons a little blue bird, saying her talent lets her control ice. Not exactly a surprise. He replies that this already proves she has a really good bloodline. Then he starts thinking, he and she both have such strong bloodlines. Maybe they have some kind of insanely powerful ancestor. He asks Madame Chu to give his sister a quick check to make sure everything's 100%. The dude in the suit is already kissing up, saying that with this kind of evolution, they're gonna need even more resources, and he'll make sure stuff gets delivered to both of them. Our boy thanks him, and then thanks King Fi, the doctor who took care of her all this time. Then he asks his sister if she already has an idea of what class she wants to pick. She says absolutely, she's going to be a mage. While she's striking a pose, he says alright, when she hits level 10, he'll give her the class conversion book. Out of nowhere, she gets this kinda evil-looking expression and thanks him, saying that finally their power is going to be unleashed. Our boy's all shy while the other two look a little freaked out. Right away, Madame Chu starts casting healing magic, asking if this girl's gone insane. Apparently, when they were younger, they used to play around talking about dark powers, saying that one day they'd awaken them. Now our boy's all bashful again and pulls her aside, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Madame Chu, though, standing off to the side, seems confused by the power she just displayed. Sometime later, his sister says she's not going to hold back anymore, and he better get ready. She summons the ice spirit and orders it to freeze everything in her path. Then she points her finger and sends an attack flying toward Zhu Yi. But Big Bro Man just lifts his barrier and stands there, Sigma mode activated. Then he says that since she's recovered, it's time for her to start practicing. But suddenly, she starts pretending she's sick again, saying that unfortunately, the cursed ice came back. And then he walks over with his power fully activated, and immediately she says she was just kidding. It didn't come back, nope. Sometime later, the poor girl is exhausted from training. But Big Bro has a healing spell. I'm not gonna say anything inappropriate, man. Back off, sis, come on now. You think I'm some kind of inane weirdo? Our boy shows her grade, saying he's the little pet he contracted and he's gonna stick around with them for the next few days. And now suddenly, the girl's back to being 1.70 meters tall. Oh my god, but it's rough out here, huh, artist? No, but don't fire this artist. Let him be. When Jang transforms, the dude goes off. Now the sister's rubbing it in his face, saying how cute Gray is, but man, how is she suddenly the same height as him again? Oh my god, let's just pretend none of that is happening. Now our boy's walking around the front of the academy. He's thanking Gray for the hard work he's been doing these past few days. What work, exactly? I have no idea. But what I do know is that the dangerously hot giant professor is showing up, and he wants to know what she's doing there. She immediately informs him that the national freshman competition is about to start, and each team needs 5 people. And of course she's there because obviously he's being considered. Not just considered, he's gonna be the team leader for the freshmen and has to build whatever team he wants. She shows him a list with the top 10 strongest students in that competition, excluding him, of course. He had to pick 4 people from that list, and if our boy is truly the Bravo, he'll pick 3 girls. He's not much of a thinker. He says, all right then, just give him the top 4. That's it. Miss Sue tells him to think just a little more. It's an important decision, especially since the competition is long and people with high stamina tend to perform better. But the humblest boy in China says not to worry. If the opponents lose quickly, he won't take long. He's already glowing up with gray on his arms, saying he's confident. There's no way he's losing this. The poor professor doesn't even know what to say. Last competition, he was light years ahead of the other students. Maybe they don't even need a healer, since Yui has some healing skills himself. So she tells him that in that case, she'll pass him the formation. She then asks how his sister's awakening went, and he says it went perfectly and thanks her for the concern. She looks a little happy, and he then asks for the class conversion book. She asks why, and he says it's for his sister. He feels like more and more creatures are showing up, and he's starting to feel an urgent need to make her stronger. She smiles and says he really is quite the cautious one. But unfortunately, it's not something that's easy to buy. Then she turns and wishes him good luck in the competition. But sadly, she has to leave because she's got things to handle. The poor guy is furious. She dropped that line and didn't even say where he's supposed to get the damn book. That's when a system notification appears saying that to buy a class conversion book, he needs to be at level 25, complete an A-rank mission, and reach top 10 in the Earth and Heavens ranking. He's panicking, man. Even the cheapest little book costs 20,000 points. It's not gonna be easy, but if he can manage it within half a year, that's good enough for him. Then the National Treasure mission appears for him. Obviously, the better his team performs, the better the rewards will be. Scene cuts to a school meeting. One guy says that Zhao Yi sent in the list of candidates, and he's going to announce the names. Right after the guy finishes talking, because let's be honest, I'm not going to read 5 Chinese names none of y'all are going to remember anyway. The chubby guy freaks out, wanting to know why there's no priest on the team. The red-haired guy says that's way too risky. One mistake, and they'd be eliminated. But the old guy says he doesn't think it's a problem. With Zhao Yi's healing abilities, that's more than enough to replace a priest. Of course, he can't say out loud that he's seen the boy's bloodline awakening and knows just how powerful he really is. Weirdly, the same chubby guy who is doubting now says, actually, yeah, Zhao Yi has damage talent, tanking talent, support. I think he can handle it alone. The guy with glasses says that since there are no objections, it looks like they're just gonna trust that Zhao Yi is gonna pull it off. The redhead sighs and says they'll have to count on the kid after all. The director declares it's settled. Then the old lady asks Master Wu from the House of Wu to handle their training. Even though they got great potential, they still need to practice as a team. The guy says it's no problem. He and Miss Su will handle all of that. Cut to our boy in his room doing push-ups with 200 kilos on his back. To this day, he still does his daily training. Honestly, this guy's focused. For now, he's been choosing points as rewards to keep getting stronger. At least the man's self-aware enough to admit he's a busted protagonist. He literally says, it's so easy to stay above everyone using this little system. Next scene, he and Wang Hui are looking around, man. Our boy sees they're surrounded by a bunch of forest wolves, level 23. Wang explains that this private forest is a training ground his guild owns. Suddenly, a dragon flies across the sky, and all the wolves freak out. The creatures scatter, and our guy asks what that was. Wang says that's a legendary level 62 dragon, a magical pet of the senior who protects the forest. Our boy is still shook. If the pet is level 62, what's the master's level? Wang Hui replies that the senior is level 64, but his compatibility surpasses even that. That's why he handed over the TMU guild to the guy without hesitation. Zhao Yi's stunned that someone could be level 64 at 30 years old. That's truly insane. To be fair, ever since our guy hit level 19, it's been ridiculously hard to level up. So if this dude's already in his 30s and at level 64, yeah, he's the real deal. Then Wang Hui tells him to pay close attention. He's going to teach him a special skill. A beam of light shoots up into the sky. He activates Heart Shield. 2 giant walls appear, so huge I can't even really tell what's going on. I don't know what happened. Zhao Yi doesn't know what happened, but the whole forest got wiped clean. And the teacher says that's the first technique he's going to teach him, the Sacred Heart Shield. To learn the basics, he has to connect his consciousness to the skill book and use skill points. Now that we've got the skill description, I finally get how it works. 2 giant shields appear, one on each side, and slowly close in. Our boy unlocks the skill at level 1 and is curious how Wang Hai even has something like this. Wang explains that this specific technique was created by his master back when he was still a holy knight. He inherited it, and now he's passing it on to our boy. Then he tells him to give it a try, and off he goes, man, activating Heart Shield. Of course, his shields are way smaller. He commands them to close in, and boom, the explosion happens in front. The teacher praises him, saying it's amazing that he managed that much destruction with the skill at just level 1. He tells him to master it well, because this technique will be essential for team fights. Suddenly, the dragon descends, man, and lands right on Wang Hui's backs, saying that now that our boy's got the ability, it's time for a more practical lesson. The dragon, in fact, was going to command all the surrounding creatures to attack our boy. And the amount of EXP you get, obviously, right, would depend on how well he performs. The dragon lets out a roar, and all the creatures around start reacting. Trees start falling over immediately, and the first bite comes straight at Zhao Yi. But of course, he hits back with the famous cutting hammer blow. As the monsters start closing in, he activates all his buffs. A stomp on the ground, and boom. He's on the first monster's face, activates the ice power, explosions everywhere. Hammer to the head, chaos all around, man. Not long after, he's completely exhausted. Wanhu congratulates him for going all out. He can't believe the boy used all his mana and energy. What was he going to do if more monsters appeared? Our boy gave the obvious answer, "You're here, bro. If I'm about to die, you'll help me, right?" Then chose a potion like a champ. That was rough, but farming EXP at this pace was awesome. And just because I said leveling up was hard, look at that. Dude hit level 22. He's there striking a teen magazine pose, all seductive, talking about how he's gonna allocate points into that new ability he just got. Wang Hui praises him. He thought the kid would kill around 100 monsters, but it was over 400. Looking toward the horizon, he tells the boy that as his student, he better do well in that championship and keep up the confidence. Our boy says not to worry. He already guaranteed first place. Scene switches to the Storm Forest at a rest base. Over the loudspeakers, it's announced, the National Freshman Competition is about to begin. Over 280 schools are participating. Who's going to win? Two girls watching are already freaking out, wondering why Suhang University showed up without a priest. Two more approach, saying that's because they've got Jie. Duh. Those ones believe in our boy. Seeing people talking trash online, saying he's gonna lose, they just laugh. Clearly, those folks don't know who they're dealing with. The thick-thighed samurai chick tells her friends to go fetch their orders while sipping a drink, saying she's sure that with that guy, their victory is guaranteed. I think they're saying they because they're all from the same university. Meanwhile, our boy is wrecking those level 10 training robots again, man. Each day, it's getting easier. Problem is, the easier it gets, the less it's helping him train. So he's gonna have to ask Professor Su for help. The badass is calling him at that exact moment, saying their training is about to start, and he better come now. He's hyped, says he's excited to show everything he's been practicing. He heads toward a door, and on the other side, people are shouting, saying they can't wait for the match. When our boy walks in, it looks like it's the team he put together, right, gang? The succubus, now a little calmer, walks up and says she's been waiting for him. Our boy greets the chief and Miss Su, and then the guy says he'll introduce their new teammates. Another girl joins the team, wearing high-rise undies and a shredded six-pack, a level 18 warrior named Wei TXC, who thanks him for the invite. Right next to her is a thick mage, level 18, named Tang Ling Se. Am I going crazy, or does she kind of remind you of his sister? Then the chief says he didn't expect our boy to have grown so much with Wan Hui's help. They're shocked he's already level 22. He says it's all thanks to the master's support. Then the chief says he'll get straight to the point. To help them prepare for the national exam, he himself will be their training partner. Today, the focus would first be on team coordination and combo skills. After that, they form a party to challenge the Abyssal Goblin Dungeon. Man, he already did that one solo, did it again with the other girl. It's gonna be way too easy now. Tangling C, the little blue mage, is all shy, saying she's only level 18. Now she gets why this place is gonna be kind of embarrassing for her. She's walking right beside him, thinking there's basically no way she could lose in this dungeon with him around. Our boy notices her looking and throws out a cheeky smile. AIA, this dude's feeling himself. She is a little flustered and runs ahead, and he wonders if he's that ugly or something. Then they're teleported in, and our boy says, since it's our first time working together, let's go over a few tactics first. Abs Girl will focus on defense and drawing aggro. Jiang Chu and Ling Xa will handle physical DPS, while he and Song She Lan stay in the back to support. Everyone says they got it, and the first goblins appear. They get ready, the creatures charge in, and Abs Girl steps right up, throwing down a full-on brawl. A punch to the ground launches the goblins into the air, and she's stunned by how much energy from our boy's buffs is flowing into her. God's blessing, blessing of protection, dawn blessing, courage blessing. Tangling Stassi is blown away that he can cast so many buffs without even prepping anything. Even she, a trained mage, would struggle to keep up with that speed. The ice bird she summons starts distracting the goblins. Jiang Chu takes the opening to slice right through them. Our boy tells everyone to watch out for precise attacks. An arrow flies in, but the tanker jumps in and blocks it. Looks like some different monsters showed up, probably because other challengers are active too. For Zhu Yi, this was perfect. More challenge means more growth. Light punishment blasts through the middle of the mob. He says to chill. He'll handle the ranged ones. The two girls thank him, and Song She Lan says she can't slack off either. She fires off some talisman scrolls that stick to a goblin and explode the entire area. Outside, the director and Miss Su are watching. With this level of sync and power, this tournament was basically in the bag. Meanwhile, Miss Su can only comment that Zhu Yi just keeps growing non-stop. Yin Jiang alone already had multiple dungeon records. The boss says he knows that very well, which is why this time the dungeon difficulty has been cranked way up. Back inside, Jiang Chu is struggling a bit, surrounded by a swarm of goblins. But she activates a Shadow Slash and clears them out. The Talisman Girl summons the 5 Thunders of Justice, while the Ice Mage unleashes a Frost Tornado. Come on, The buffed-up brawler is flying around punching, jump-kicking, roundhousing, going full anime. She's amazed at how insanely different everything feels thanks to our boy's buffs. Then Tangling comments that finally the goblins are done. But our boy warns, that was just the warm-up, don't let your guard down. YTXI says not to worry, with double the strength, she's got this. The girls all agree, it's easy mode with these buffs. But our boy, deep down, is wondering if he really picked the right team. Oh, come on, you rascal. Don't pretend. The second you saw it was 4 girls, you picked the top 4 immediately. Don't lie. Next scene, they're standing in front of the boss door. But this time, Jolie senses a different kind of energy. He has no choice but to move forward, so he opens the door. This time, it's the second Goblin King, level 25. He says, so the children have finally arrived. The girls are shaken. A level 25 legendary boss is way too much, even for them. The boss says that since he knew guests were coming, he prepared a few presents. He raises his staff and starts charging up a massive fireball. Seeing that the mage is already panicking at the amount of mana packed into that thing, she just stood there like an idiot, and YTXI had to jump in front to protect her. Problem is, her shield got shattered. Even with double the strength, thanks to the captain, she didn't stand a chance against something like that. The boss says he's been preparing this place to be all their graves for a long time. Another fireball is launched, and this time they had no way to defend against it. Of course, the Chad shows up with full calm, right? He activates his ice bloodline, bro, raises a massive shield. The mage, though, says to be careful. That's not your regular fireball. She draws in some of the boss's energy and realizes, yeah, his power is on a whole other level from the previous one. Song Xia says it's time they go on the offensive. The boss gets surrounded by a bunch of talismans and she launches him into the sky. Man, explosion happens. But of course, the creature just absorbs the flames and thanks her for the meal. Poor girl has no clue how one of her most powerful attacks did absolutely nothing. Tang Ling tries again. Poor thing. She's got 0 chance. Jiang Chu, I think it's time to activate that succubus power, huh? It's not easy out here, my warrior queen. How about you awaken that busted bloodline already? All the girls' attacks combine and fly toward the boss, but he slams his staff into the ground and raises a barrier. Then he charges up a mouth attack, fires off a laser in their direction. Tang Ling immediately realizes the level gap is way too big. Honestly, yeah, these girls are all level 18, and this guy's 25. But here comes a golden light, blocking the attack. Our boy raised the shield and neutralized the boss's power. YTXA's fearless man says she's gonna fight him head-on, but he just puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her to stay right there and be quiet. Dad's got this. Activating that ability that lets him read monster stats, he sees it. This boss is just 1 level higher, but has double the stats. This madman strikes a pose like he's doing a Team Magazine further shoot again, saying it's time to activate the secret bloodline to double his stats too. A sphere of energy appears, and when it fades, boom, final form unleashed. Outside, Professor Sue is legit scared now, like anyone want a private lesson right now. She asks if this is really necessary, and the guy with her explains they have extraordinary power. But of course, so do the other universities. In this competition, only the geniuses survive. That's why they need to suffer now to have an easier time later. All right, suddenly, she accepts that, says it makes sense if that's the case. Back in the dungeon, the boss says the kid can use any trick he wants. It won't make a difference. But Joey just starts prepping an energy sphere saying, as you wish. He combines his 2 bloodlines to unleash the radiant pulse attack. The energy shoots toward the boss, who sets up a shield, calls the boy arrogant. Now it's full on explosions, meteor showers, apocalyptic fireworks from the kid's bloodlines, just flashes and energy beams everywhere. Pillar of energy to the sky, the girls trying to shield themselves. Everyone's confused, like what the hell is happening? Jiang comments that not even she has ever seen this much power. He's clearly going all in. But the boss is still standing, saying it's no use, the boy can't win. And Zhao Yi just keeps walking forward, extends his hand, and the chain attack wraps around the monster. The thing's immobilized from head to toe, and from the ground, lances of victory rise up. At the same moment, he triggers a firestorm, and the monster is trapped in a burning cyclone. Our boy's grinning. Not over yet. Charges in, smashes the boss in the face, activates another ability. My god, how many more does this guy have? The poor boss is already apologizing, saying he wasn't strong enough to entertain the kid. Looking like a full-on One Punch Man episode now. Zhao Yi says he wanted to test this 6-winged angel ability, but that'll have to wait for next time. He stretches out his finger and says goodbye to the boss. Boom, fires one last shot at the creature. Outside, the university headmaster is already thinking he's the real monster. That creature was designed so that a full team of level 26 players would struggle with it. He then asks Miss Sue if she has the training data for the boy. She replies that yes, just today he cleared level 10 in 6 minutes and 12 seconds. The headmaster smiles and says, well, that explains it. He really is different. Look at that different right there, man. The little system handing him rewards again. And since the girls were part of the party, they all got EXP too. One run through this dungeon with our boy was worth more than a whole week of training. Zhao Yi finally powers down, gets 11,000 EXP. Someone comes running. It's Jian Chu, asking if he's hurt. Sadly, she still hasn't awakened her succubus bloodline, to everyone's disappointment. They head over to the boss chest, and the first items they get are a level 24 staff, a level 24 fire spirit shield, a level 24 magical fire ring. All of them were gold rank items worth a fortune. Our boy says it looks like they got lucky. He asks if the girls want them, but well, poor things, they're all still level 18. They can't use this stuff. The ice mage? Yeah, a fire staff isn't gonna help. At the same time, neither our beloved succubus nor the talisman girl can make use of the other gear. Our boy goes, "All? What a shame. Guess I'll just keep it all. Thanks, ladies." Kidding. He's humble. He says he'll put the gear up for school auction and then split the gold equally between them all. The buffed up girl protests, "No way. You should get at least 70%. You did everything." Song agrees, saying it would have been impossible without him, so he deserves the biggest share. But our boy insists splitting it evenly is better. That way they won't have to stress about points for a while. And Jiang reminds them, when it comes to points, this guy's never lacking. Humbly, he tells them to use those points to prep for the tournament. They weren't just going there to win, but to defend the school's honor. The girls thank him and promise to train hard. They'll give it their all. In the panel, the poor skinny ice mage looks like she got vacuum sealed into her outfit. With that, the mission ends. They reappear outside. The director shows up right away, congratulating everyone. They truly exceeded expectations. He puts a hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder, saying, "You always surprise us." All shy, Zhao Yi says he just did what needed to be done. The guy asks if he's confident about getting first place. Zhao Yi says, yes. Then he smiles, saying he can't wait to see them become champions. Miss Su then explains the strategy. In the early rounds, they'll try to win without Zhao Yi using his bloodline. That way, the other teams won't know what he's capable of. When the right time comes, they'll catch the strongest opponents off guard by revealing his true strength. The director says that's the perfect strategy to catch people unprepared. That Miss Su says they still need to practice to improve their teamwork. With that, the day wraps up. He tells them to rest. But to keep their passion for training, they've prepared some disciplinary measures. Zhao Yi wants to know what that means, but Miss Su walks off saying, it wouldn't be fun if you found out now. Our boy turns to the team and says they'd better keep practicing. As usual, near the dungeon entrance, there are still folks struggling, unable to clear it. But when Zhao Yi's group shows up, oh man, always walking in with an entourage. People are already recognizing them. Those are the freshman reps. Problem is, they're shocked. Back when they were freshmen, the highest level person was level 19. But in this group, the lowest level is 20. Whoa, looks like they've been leveling like crazy and no one even noticed. The others check the ranking list again and see that Zhao Yi's dungeon clear times just keep getting faster. Once again, inside the dungeon, the boss sends out another attack. But now, no one's afraid anymore. YTXI charges in and punches the boss in the face. She's confident, but the boss replies, the weak will always be weak. The bit of progress she made wasn't nearly enough. The boss moves to crush her with a massive punch. But bam, a tiny but mighty fist from Zhao Yi shatters the boss's arm. He compliments them for blocking the first hit and says this time they'll fight as a team. The girls agree while the boss is over there, armless and knowing he's doomed. Chains wrap up whatever's left and our boy says, now this monster is gonna learn what it means to scream. Song Xialang covers him in talismans. Tang Ling throws out an ice tornado. Jiang slashes in with a clean sword strike, decapitating the boss. The creature drops and boom, new record broken. The director appears again, congratulating them for finishing in under 9 minutes. Our boy wants to know why the guy's even there. He explains that the first tournament match has been scheduled. It'll happen in 1 week. Time to begin true preparation. The girls are pumped. Finally, it's starting. They've been training all this time for this moment. Now it's time to reap the rewards after running this dungeon a million times. Zhao Yi, though, man's sick of it. He can't stand killing the same goblin one more time. Then the principal says he's going to take everyone through the school's secure teleport. They were going straight to the place where the competition would take place. When they arrive, our boy's master and all the red-haired guys are there giving them a warm welcome. Wang Hu thanks everyone for coming and tells the students they'll have to carry the school's glory on their shoulders. But man, to be honest, he admits they've already won this thing 4 times in a row. Could have made a school that loses once in a while, right? But then again, that wouldn't make sense since our boy is the main character. How could he be in a weak school? Yeah, tough one. You're forgiven, little author. That's a complicated mistake. The little harem team all put their hands to their chests and say, you could count on us. Wang Hu tells the old man to prep the teleport and he activates it right away. The crystal lights up, the portal is open. And with that, Aang wishes everyone a safe journey. They all start to vanish and seconds later they're already at King Jing University. Our boy is impressed by how fast it was. Poor dude probably doesn't even know how teleportation works. Man, they even brought our huge professor lady to give the boys some moral support. Then someone shows up to welcome the Sukang students to King Jing University. His name is Yang Chun, and he's an awakened mechanic from this place who says it's an honor to have them there. The head of our boys' university recognizes him, shakes his hand, and asks how he's doing. Yang Chun says he's good, then adds that the team they brought this time doesn't look half bad. Definitely not bad if it's a harem competition, huh, buddy? Our boy right there, surrounded by 4 badass girls. He says he's looking forward to the competition, then turns to our boy and the big professor, saying he has a few announcements. After a whole month training in dungeons, they had reached the peak of coordination. In the coming days, they wouldn't be practicing anymore. Instead, they walk around, learn how the different races mix, and see what's going on out there. Humanity is strong, but there are countless other races that also have their own geniuses. That was the message. They were dismissed and told to be careful. Later on in the little apartment where our boy would be staying, the robot greets him. Apparently, our guy had been leveling up but wasn't even using his points. He's already at level 23, but most of his skills are still in grades C and B. He wants to reach his second awakening already, because then everything would go up to B+, including one more skill called Apocalypse Jewel. Obviously, all that is still far off, so for now, he'll just focus on gaining experience and doing well in the tournament. Sometime later, they're watching fireworks together to celebrate the start of the competition. The first to show up, man, are the legends from Sukang, and the whole crowd is cheering. Our hillbilly boy is amazed by how big the audience is, and Jiang says it's gonna be twice as big once the fights actually start. Oh boy, they're already introducing Sukang's first opponent. The guys from Rongyang University are coming in, and just from the dumb looks on their faces, you can tell they're only there to get beat down. They're giving the usual speech about how there's no need to be afraid, since these guys always win. But today, they're gonna fall. But man, just from the way the artist didn't bother giving the guy even a single earring, you already know he's about to get wrecked. The crowd notices that the only guy on their team is level 23, which obviously means something's off. This is supposed to be a freshman competition. The badly drawn characters are thinking that even if he's level 23, this competition is based on overall team strength. I thought today was just gonna be fireworks, man, but nope. The tournament's actually starting. The Rongyang guys are already trying to go in using buffs and all, but the red-haired one tells them to wait. For now, they'd focus on defense until they figure out what the opponents were planning. But man, judging by his eye with the cross, you already know what's coming. I thought it was gonna be some bomb from our boy, but actually he's just buffing all the girls around him like a boss. I love that image, huh? You're looking badass in the middle of your harem, my guy. In the audience, everyone is shocked because obviously, he just buffed the entire team with a flick of the hand. Yang Chun asks if he's really seeing what he thinks he's seeing. It looked like everyone's strength had nearly doubled. The head of Sukang says that's the power of the secret class, the Holy Knight. Now the guy finally gets it, right? It's not gonna be easy. Once again, they won't stand a chance this year. If anyone has to face this Zhu Yi, they'll have to take him out before he buffs the whole team. But for Rongyang University, who had no clue what was happening, poor guys, they weren't going to survive. The Rongyang guys, poor things, are already dropping their swords and asking their captain what to do. At least the captain has some perseverance. He says he can block them. Then Zhu Yi tells his harem that since the enemies look weak, the plan is for everyone to attack and break their defenses without revealing too much strategy. Man, our busty mage, Tanglin said, suddenly starts casting fire spells. She's probably using that staff and choosing her weakest magic on purpose to not give away anything important. Even so, the enemy captain is struggling to raise his shield and block it. At least he's there, acting kind of confident, saying that if this is the extent of their power, he can win. Then Wei T.C., the tank, comes in to throw a punch and breaks the guy's shield, at the same time that our favorite succubus lands a direct hit on him. Yep, man, 2 seconds later and the guys are already laid out on the floor. Tang Lin already says that was kind of disappointing and too easy. The team walks off and Song says she didn't even get the chance to use any magic. That fight was terrible. Our boy tells them to chill. Probably only Moda University and King Jing University would be real challenges. Poor Yan Chun as they're trying to figure out what kind of training created these little monsters. The captain laughs and says there's no training for that. What they can do today is the result of their own effort and natural talent. Poor Yan Chun just walks off saying he's going to try to come up with some strategies and they'll talk later. A while later, the leader tells the group that they have no more fights today, so they can rest. Su Mavo says there will be matches from other universities and it would be good to at least watch the stronger ones. Then the captain tells our boy to sign up for the individual competition too. He wasn't automatically registered, right? Since usually healers don't sign up after all, how are they going to fight alone? They just get beat up and heal themselves. Then all the girls on the team say they're going to join too. Some are excited, while the little mage in the back is kind of unsure, but she agrees. The guy laughs and says it's settled. Then, back in the arena, the one-on-one matches were about to start. The succubus is number 27 and Song is number 45. Our boy, though, is number 6 and will face a swordsman. But in the crowd, people are confused. How's a holy knight gonna take part in a one-on-one fight? Oh, they don't know we're harem king, huh boys? The first chump steps up to get wrecked. A swordsman from Yang University, level 18. Boring hair, plain outfit, no earrings, no tattoos, he's gonna get folded easily. Even the guy's own teammates are doubting him, especially since our boy is from Kang University. He raises his sword, activates some fire magic, and I'll admit, he's got a little bit of swag. He says if our boy surrenders, he'll lose with more dignity. But Juhi, as humble as always, says if the guy manages to breathe 10 times during this fight, he'll be impressed. Before the dude can even reply, bam, he launches an attack. Jia Yi dodges it, and the guy's already confused. When he tries to lift his foot to block, it's already frozen. And when he looks forward, the hit's already coming. He heats up his foot with fire to break free and throws another sword slash. But man, Zhu Yi punches the sword, breaks the blade, lands a hit on his ribs, slams him into the wall, and the other students already realize, right, they don't stand a chance. At that point, the old man from that guy's university already says that you really can't underestimate anyone from Su Kang. And of course, the robot gives the signal. The guy couldn't continue the fight, so the winner was Zhu Yi. In the crowd, people are trying to figure out why a knight, who was clearly focused on buffing, managed to finish the opponent with just one punch. That pink-haired girl, her name is Zhu Yu. And since our boy is Zhu Yi, to avoid confusion, let's give her another name. How about Rosalia or Rosalia? You know, since she's pink, that works. And she's saying she spent some time at King Jing University and our boy has improved a lot since she last saw him. But honestly, I don't remember this crazy chick. Oh Yeon Chun says our boy almost became a student at their university. Probably that girl from the beginning who took him up to the skies to bring him to her school, tried to kiss him too. She's wild, acting all holy like a saintly nun, but don't be fooled. Xiaolan, that huge green-haired one, also says she misses him and that he's a special kid. Another girl who's impressed. That other one's name is Shou Bai, and she notices it seemed like he had a bloodline. Apparently, she has an ice bloodline too, and it looked like hers was kind of resonating with his. Xiaolan asks what's going on, and Shou Bai hides her arm, saying it's nothing. Then she walks off, saying she has some things to take care of, and they'll talk later. We then see someone receiving a call from Xiao Bai. A blue-haired guy answers and asks if today isn't the day of the competition, so why is she calling now? He then tells his father that he found someone with an awakened ice bloodline, and his name is Zhu Yu. According to her detection, the purity level was over 70%. The guy is confused, asking if that's true. That level of purity was extremely rare. She says she's sure, and maybe if she gets closer, she can confirm an even higher number. The guy says okay. He'll keep an eye on this Zhu Yi. While looking at his reflection, he says maybe this kid could be the one to save him. Back in the arena, the whole crowd is chanting Zhu Yi's name. The next group about to fight is super confident. The leader tells them not to underestimate the kid just because he's a healer. He senses an imminent danger coming from him. That guy in the blue jacket replies like, all right, chill. He's got a bit of swag, summoning machines, and gears and stuff. That puffed-up girl on the right says she hopes Zhou Yi doesn't cry from how bad he's gonna get beat. Poor girl, right? Her team leader's about to be humiliated, and the crowd's all hyped. Looks like the girl's dad has already arrived at the competition, teleported in. Wait, hold up. The dad's here. The mom's here. The whole family showed up. Yeah, it's obvious. They're probably trying to use our boy to heal someone's bloodline, right? The dad says they're here to watch Zhu Yi. But the little girl with the cap says she has nothing to learn from a support class guy like a holy knight. The mom, though, tells her to pay close attention because he has an ice bloodline with over 70% purity. The girl, shocked, asks how that's possible. As far as she knows in their family, the strongest person only had 40%. The dad tells her not to tarnish the family's reputation by saying that about her brother. Then the mom tells her to focus on the match. The robot makes the announcement our boy steps into the arena, and this guy named Like Sin shows up. He says he originally planned to end our boy with an instant kill. Jiabi Yai is ignoring everything he's saying while activating his power to get a read on him, and realizes this guy should be underestimated. Still, the guy is level 18. Our boy is just being humble saying that. He's saying all that, but at the same time he's thinking that he can't show his full power because tomorrow he's fighting against Mada University. The countdown begins, and as soon as it hits 0, our boy immediately activates the Blessing of Protection. The guy takes advantage of that moment, saying he's not giving Zhou Yi a chance to buff himself and runs in to land a big kick. But our boy busts out some Muay Thai man, lifts his shin and blocks the first kick, then retaliates with an elbow right to the mouth. The guy's actually kinda tough, look at that. He didn't die in one hit. Oh wait, nope, never mind. He got launched far and exploded against the wall. Okay, he's still alive, folks. Not in good shape, but he's standing. You just can't understand how a holy knight has better fighting skills than him. Zhu Yi tells him he's misunderstanding things. He's not that good. It was just a lucky hit, just a bit stronger than normal. But then he charges in and hits him with a Jojo-style combo. The poor guy is trying to block, but his entire armor starts breaking apart. Yi comes in with a punch to finish the fight. The dude sees One Punch Man charging at him, throws his arms up and says he surrenders. Just in time, our boy shifts the direction of the punch so he doesn't accidentally kill the guy, ends up slamming his fist into the ground and exploding the floor. Even so, just from the shockwave, the poor guy gets launched like trash straight into the pavement. China's most humble boy is just standing there thinking how hard it is to hide the strength he has, while the other competitors still can't accept that a holy knight could have this much combat power. Yi, being a sweetheart man, goes over to his opponent and heals the guy. The nurses were arriving and he tells them he already patched the guy a little to save them some work. One of them thanks him, but after looking at the wrecked guy, she actually feels bad for him. She knew the fights would be rough, but that guy on the floor took way more than she expected. Then the blue-haired mom tells her daughter to take a look. That boy surpassed any genius in their family. The dad is analyzing it, saying that sending a fully armored opponent flying that far just with a punch, no weapon or anything, is insane. Meanwhile, the girl is all red-faced but admits it, he really is strong. So dad says that since she's admitted it, he's going to ask the mom to set up a meeting so they can talk with Yi. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking that our beloved Jang is going to win easily. Some girl from Mada University is getting wrecked because, she's going up against our favorite. Girl, it's been a while since you awakened that bloodline. We're about to go through some tough moments so we can unlock a powerful ability later. But for now, that poor girl from Modu is just getting demolished by the Shadow Slash. The artist man drew like 80% of the panel as just her thighs before she hits the ground defeated. Yeah, man, Jang's already moving on to the 4th round. Everyone's impressed with the white-haired girl. Look at the little couple walking around. He's praising her, and she's saying she got lucky because her opponent was weak. Then she adds that if she ends up facing our boy, she's surrendering on the spot, she's got no chance. But he tells her he wouldn't hit her. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl comes running toward our boy. That's when I realize this is the girl who made the phone call earlier, so she's not the mom, folks. She's the older sister of that little girl. Jovi asks what's going on, and she says she noticed that he has an extremely pure ice bloodline. She says her family name is Zhao, and Jiang immediately points out that this is one of the ancient clans, just like the Jiang family she's from. They've been around for centuries and can't be underestimated. The only problem is, it seems like fewer and fewer members of their clan have been awakening the bloodline, and even the purity percentage has been dropping. The poor girl gets a bit embarrassed and says it's true. The girl seems to suggest that our boy is part of her family somehow, and he's understandably confused, asking, "How do you know I'm part of your family, you crazy girl?" She pulls out a stone that her father brought. It allows them to analyze someone's bloodline and determine if they belong to the Zhao family. The mad lad just decides to go along with it and takes the test. His bloodline purity shows up as over 90%, and even Zhao Yi admits he feels a strong connection between their bloodlines. Right away, the girl says her father wants to meet him as soon as possible, and our boy agrees. Everything's going a little too smoothly. Kinda sus. He waves goodbye to Jiang, who before leaving reminds him that her family is much more powerful than the Zhao family. Later on in the girl's room, the mood's kinda romantic. Look at that sunlight coming in on the two of them. But Zhao Yi is deep in thought. He's thinking that he has this so-called bloodline, but these people never helped when it came to his sister. Now that they've found out he has talent, suddenly they want to talk. He doesn't really know how to feel about it. Suddenly, the door opens, and her father walks in. The man introduces himself as Zhao Heng. He shakes his hand and says he's heard that Zhao Yi seems to be quite an extraordinary person. It's amazing to see someone with such pure bloodline. Oof, the guy gives him that evil-looking smile and a little cough. You already know some shady stuff is coming. He says that Zhao Yi's father and his own came from the same grandfather or great-grandfather, something like that. Zhao Yi responds with the obvious, but cuts him off, saying all that is in the past. The man then makes an offer. If Zhao Yi ever joined the Zhao clan, he'd get all the resources needed to train his ice abilities. His third awakening would come super fast, and he'd even receive a secret class. Zhao Yi's confused and says that he's already awakened the Holy Knight class. So what exactly would happen? Zhao Heng explains that there are ways he could forget about the Holy Knight stuff and focus on the ice abilities. With his purity, he could show the true power of that bloodline. But our boy remembers the angel, right? The one who first appeared to him, and ever since then he's been getting stronger fast. There's no way he'd just give up something that major. Obviously, the Holy Knight is a big deal, folks. So he asks the old man if he'll still get any support from the family if he doesn't change classes. The guy says yes, but not to worry. They had every book on the ice class available. Zhao Yi thanks him and says it's a good offer, but he refuses. The dad is already flaring up with aura, confused, saying it doesn't make sense. Once Zhao Yi changed classes and focused on ice, he'd become truly exceptional. That's when our boy also activates his aura man and says he's already getting plenty of resources from the university. Besides, he's not that worried about the ice bloodline, he's focused on evolving as a holy knight. The dad, however, tells him to think again. The Holy Knight is a support class and would never deal as much damage as an ice mage. Our protagonist did not like hearing his class called support and says tomorrow he'll show them all the true strength he holds. He says goodbye to both the dad and daughter, telling them they'll see each other in the arena. The daughter then asks her dad why he didn't try harder to get Xiao Yi to stay longer. He replies that soon enough the boy will understand the limits of being a holy knight. When he faces the raw power of damage dealers from other universities, he'll see the difference. At that moment, the younger daughter shows up and tells her father to stop chasing after this Xiao Yi. He's not even that important. The father says he'll explain it to her. The greatest ancestor of the Zhao family was the first person to awaken the bloodline and was someone incredibly powerful. Because of him, the Zhao family stayed at the top among the elite for many years. But when the dark times came, countless members died. Ever since then, the Zhao family has only been awakening people with much lower talent. The bloodline they carry today is considered cursed, and with each generation, it gets weaker. That's why, if they had someone like Xiao Yi around, everything would completely change. But for now, they didn't need to worry. At this moment, the boy was blinded by a streak of victories. Soon, he'd face a harsh defeat and understand why he needs their help. The younger girl asks what happens if Xiao Yi wins. The sister immediately tells her not to say that, especially because she's the one who'll be fighting him. And now we're back in the arena, and apparently, it's hard to get tickets. Xiao Yi's fights are the ones drawing the biggest crowds. The sister is there in the stands, and the artist clearly spent a few extra hours drawing those legs. With that, Su Hang's group is announced. Our boy casually swings his hand to the side and pulls out his cleaving hammer. Everyone's tense. This is the first time they're seeing him use a weapon. And of course, that clown of a dad already noticed. He seems way stronger than before. Maybe he had been hiding some of his power. A guy steps forward, he's level 22 and named Lai Yuan, and says there's no way Xiao Yi can win using a support class. Man, he's up against an archer and a priestess. It's a shame, but those fine ladies are gonna have to get smacked. In the background, there's even a group that has a bit of swag. That guy on the left, the artist must have spent at least 5 minutes drawing him. Maybe he'll do something. The captain says they only narrowly lost last year, but today things would be different. He plants his sword in the ground and tells his team to go all out even if it means risking the opponent's life. In the crowd, Yan Chun is asking if they really think the kid can handle healing, buffing, and fighting all at once, but Su Hang's leader just says not to worry. He trusts the boy's strength. The glasses guy is getting suspicious. Maybe the kid really does have another card up his sleeve. Then our boy tells Jiang they're going with the school training plan. He charged in first and he'd follow behind, cleaning up whatever was left. And well, if that's the plan, I don't think there's gonna be much left. Poor Wei Txi is standing there thinking she's gonna land some punches. Our boy tells the harem that if any of them get even a tiny scratch, just stay close and help toss out a warm heal. The robot announces the start of the match and Xiao Yi charges in, already activating all his buffs. People think it's crazy for a healer to go in alone, and of course the guy from the other university is freaking out. The big archer is getting ready. She knocks 3 arrows and fires a barrage. She's using a skill called suffocating arrows, which pierce the target and are impossible to dodge. But our boy already dodged 2 of them, and now 3 more are coming straight for his head. Instead of dodging, my dude catches one mid-air and smacks the others out of the sky with his hammer. The poor girl is confused. He just blocked her entire attack with his hands. The enemy captain says it's interesting how he fights, but once their mage finishes casting his spell, things are going to change. Right then the mage finishes, flames start appearing, and a phoenix forms in front of Zhou Ye, breathing fire toward him. He easily dodges the first blast. The guy throws out another right after. But even as the massive barrage comes his way, Zhou Ye doesn't look even a little shaken. In the crowd, everyone knows he's about to try and tank the attack. That's insane. This spell was an ultimate. Rosalina, sitting close by, says that if he were smart, he'd dodge it. With the speed he has, he'd find an opening soon enough if he kept dodging. But Miss Su, sitting next to her, just chuckles. Rosalie asks what's going on, and Su Mei says she clearly doesn't know Zhao Yi if she thinks he'd run away from an ultimate skill. The fool responds that Su Mei's expression will change when the boy loses, but Miss Su says she doesn't think that's going to happen. Back in the arena, a golden barrier could be seen, and now it's getting confusing. It was the famous pillar of light shooting toward the heavens, man. Our boy had just activated the sacred flame bloodline. That alone was probably enough to wipe these guys out. Imagine if he used this 6-winged angel one. The mage, poor guy, I know he's got some kind of headgear that's supposed to show he's strong. But come on, man, you don't stand a chance. He's trying to strengthen his phoenix, but nothing's happening. Meanwhile, our boy's fangirls are hyping him up, saying the poor dude just didn't know the captain's real strength. Then our boy absorbs all the phoenix's flames, holds them in his hand, and apologizes for doing that. Unfortunately, his sacred flame allowed him to control any type of fire. The crowd is stunned, while Rosalie realizes that this sacred flame is a divine ability. The strange part is, even people who've gone through a 3rd awakening didn't have anything like that. Su Mei says maybe he's just a lucky kid. Geniuses often get handed opportunity after opportunity, but Rosalie is still confident, saying they still got an ace up their sleeve to win this. The blue-haired girl, Zhao Heng's daughter, is sitting there wondering why everyone is so hyped about this divine skill. Her dad explains that a power like this can't be learned from any book. The only way to receive it is by being chosen by a deity, just like how the Zhao family was chosen by the ice goddess. They've always worshipped her and received her blessings. Now the poor guy's devastated. He finally understands why Zhao Yi didn't care about the skill they were offering. He had already been blessed by a goddess, which meant his potential was immeasurable. The daughter says it looks like they came here for nothing, but her father says no. After the battle, they'll try to talk to Zhu Yi. They can't just give up on their only hope to revive the family so easily. Meanwhile, in the arena, the mage is still trying to understand what happened to his phoenix. His teammate puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to give up so easily. If Zhou Yi was good with fire, they just try another element. Besides, this time he makes sure Zhou Yi couldn't dodge his blade. The sexy archer lets loose 3 more arrows while the mage raises a stone barrier. Our boy just stands there, letting everything come his way calmly, asking if they really think hitting him with everything at once is gonna make a difference. That's when he uses the ability he learned from Wang Hui to raise his shield. The poor girls on the other team are starting to get impressed instead of focusing on the fight. Then Zhou Yi says it's time he shows them he's got long-range attacks too. Before the mage can even shout for everyone to fall back, boom! A fireball explodes in front of him and a pillar of flames shoots up. The poor archer manages to roll out of the way, but she knows. If that fire had hit her, she would have evaporated on the spot. That's when the knight asks where their mage went. The mage, poor guy, thought he could tank the attack and just use a barrier to protect himself. But Zhu Yi stretches out his hand and says he's giving back all the flames he stole from the phoenix. The guy's shield shatters and he's completely incinerated. His staff breaks and he's left there, smoking on the ground. Man, Zhu Yi is out for blood. He says it looks like this fight still isn't over. Right then, the enemy captain says it's time for them to all go in. And our boy is already charging forward, swinging his cleaving hammer. And to this day, that hammer that cuts still makes 0 sense to me. The captain's shield is knocked away, and though he stays on his feet, he now realizes Zhao Yi's strength is way higher than he had ever shown. But man, the captain's not backing down. He slashes forward, saying he's not weak. Zhao Yi just smacks the attack away with his hammer like it's nothing. That was one of the captain's Gogan moves to farm level 20 monsters. How did it get blocked so easily? He decides to charge again, but this time with a physical attack. Zhao Yi says that apparently the guy needs to come face to face to really understand the difference in their strength. They clash for the first time. Zhu Yi comments that it's expected for a captain to withstand an initial blow. But man, just looking at the captain's expression as he's trying to tank those hammer strikes, it ain't easy. His sword flies out of his hand and Zhu Yi is already on top of him. Just as he's about to land another hit, something blocks the attack. At the same time, a red light flashes from behind. It looked like some kind of electric bee or something. Zhao Yi manages to raise a barrier, but the shield gets broken. Still, he takes advantage of the monster bouncing off his shield to finish it off on the spot. The enemy captain turns to that guy, Xiao Xuan, and thanks him for saving him. Suddenly, that stylish dude speaks up, the one who's been hiding his true power since the beginning. But this boy, Zhou Yi, went too far thinking he could beat them all alone. The guy starts summoning his whole arsenal. Little robots, bees, tanks, you name it. Okay, I'll admit it, the guy's got swag. I told y'all he might do something. Zhou Yi's impressed that the kid's only level 19, but his robots are all level 21 or 22. In the crowd, the head of Kang University says now he gets what the ace in the hole was. Yan Chun reveals that this kid has an S+ talent in mechanics. Anything he creates ends up being higher level than him. One of Zhou Yi's fanboys says that's really impressive. Now he's excited to see which talent will come out on top. Zhou Yi smiles and says it's interesting that he summoned a whole army of mechanical monsters, but it's a shame. He's been constantly training against things like that. Wang Zuan stretches out his hand and orders the army to attack. Torpedoes start firing, barriers go up, and a full-blown barrage comes flying at our boy. He activates his twin shields and seems to block it all with ease. Then he slams both shields together and crushes a good chunk of the robots. At the same time, a golden light flares behind him and he unleashes his sacred area explosion. The robots start evaporating, exploding one after another. Wang Zuan, poor guy, is practically crying. He says he used all sorts of bulletproof materials, but even that wasn't enough. He pulls out a virtual keyboard and says it's fine. He's still got something more. He summons another army and says that this time Zhou Yi has no chance. Finally, the girls jump in to help, breaking through one of the robots, while our boy glances at his system screen, thinking they arrived at the perfect time. Once again, a vortex of fire surrounds one of the robots, and when the guy tries to call for a retreat, it's too late. Everything gets vaporized. In 1 second, he loses connection with 74 robots. He had already lost a third of everything he could build, so he decides to go all in, summoning the Judgment Apex, a huge mech that appears behind him. This monster is a kind of giant dragon that starts firing hooks, grabbing the other creatures and absorbing them. With that, the summon powers up to max size and max defense. In the stands, everyone's being covered by the shadow of this Megazord the guy just pulled out. A legendary rank creature, level 23. There's a girl in a blue skirt who's super impressed, but honestly, I don't remember who that crazy chick is. Meanwhile, the captain of the enemy team is just stunned, saying their ultimate card has finally been played. He squints over at Jiang and mutters that at this point they don't stand a chance. But Jiang doesn't even blink. She charges forward, shouting that her big bro's not going down. Inside the giant robot, Wang Zhuan yells for Zhu Yi to face the power of judgment. The first barrage of missiles is launched, but as always, our boy's standing there calm as ever. As the attack's about to hit, he dodges the first wave. But then he glances back, he can realize they were coming straight for his head. Ah, the slick little guy used a technique like dash here, dash there, and made the missiles crash into each other. Wang Zhuan starts losing it, yelling for him to stop running and face the firepower head-on. Another wave of missiles is launched, but Zhu Yi just starts spinning his hammer, swatting everything down. Then the robot pulls the sword from its back and unleashes a slash that rips through half the arena. It even mocks him, asking if all Zhu Yi can do is run away. To him, Sukang University was full of cowards. Jia Yi replies, "All right then," and says he'll charge in. But that was all part of Wang Zhuan's trap, to lure him into an ambush. If a guy with no self-control like that was the captain, they were definitely gonna win. Wang Zhuan swings his sword again, and our boy meets him with a hammer. The attacks clash, sending the mech's arm flying. At that moment, Zhao Yi activates God's hand, forming a golden vortex above the robot. Even the cameras recording the match start to lose power, saying their energy is being drained. More drones are deployed to keep filming it in real time. The vortex keeps drawing energy from everyone around, while our favorite succubus is in the middle of the fight herself. She runs over to Tang and says they better get out of there. Song and Wei Tai look at each other and realize, yeah, it's time to bounce, man. They start retreating, and the enemy team thinks they're scared. But when they stop and look up, they realize this power is not normal. Out of nowhere, a literal hand of a god descends from the heavens. Had he used this power before? I don't think so, right? This might be something new. The crowd's confused. Wang Xuan has no idea how he's gonna block that. Even though there was only one tier above his robot, the gap in power was massive. Still, the kid goes nuts again, shouting he's not afraid to die. He puts his robot into extreme mode, and the sword starts spinning, glowing purple. The hand's coming down, and he's just going wild, screaming upward. He fires off a rapid combo of slashes toward the hand. They seem to land, maybe. But when he looks again, boom, the hand's already come down and flattened the entire arena. The crowd shields their eyes as Zhu Yi comes in kicking. Poor Wang Zhuan's lying there like a half-crushed bug. The girls on his team are already realizing it. They all just got destroyed. And our boy, not even a scratch. Didn't even have to hit the girls. A true knight, through and through. Wang Zhuan is there, barely conscious, muttering Zhu Yi's name before passing out. Obviously, the fanboys go wild, screaming his name in the stands. The team walks out of the arena, calm and collected. Yangshan knows it now, there was never a chance they could win. Even with their secret weapon prepared, there was no way to expect a monster like Zhu Yi. He quietly exits, admitting that this year the Kang House really brought top-tier competitors. Honestly, it looks like it's the 5th year in a row Kang is gonna take the championship. This pattern's been repeating for a while. The headmaster laughs and the crowd celebrates. Meanwhile, our boy is walking out, surrounded as always. The girls are saying that match was way too easy. Jiang notes there's way more people watching than last year. With this fight being broadcast, Zhu Yi's name was sure to spread to the 4 corners of the world. Up above, a blonde girl is watching from a high platform, saying that Zhu Yi isn't bad at all. Looks like she's got her eye on him, saying he might be exactly what her guild needs. But the guy in the suit behind her says that in order to enter their guild, even the weakest members are at least level 30. So this kid, not qualified. She makes a peculiar hand gesture, saying all they had to do was train the boy, and even if the guild master didn't accept him now, eventually it would all be worth it. Sooner or later, that little boy would belong to her. Finally, the kind of villain our boy has no chance of defeating, if you know what I mean. Meanwhile, in a nearby hospital, man, there's a swarm of doctors rushing in to try and save Wang Zhuan. Well, doctors, right? It's really just a bunch of healers blasting him with every healing spell they've got. Everyone's saying that damn Zhu Yi took the fight way too seriously and almost killed the poor guy. If it weren't for the arena's protective magic barrier, he wouldn't even be alive right now. The staff apologizes to their leader, who just says there's nothing they can do. Zhu Yi was simply too strong. Looks like this time they'll have to settle for 3rd place. One of the team members is confused, saying, why? We can still beat the Mamoru clan. But the leader reminds him, without Wang Zhuan, they don't stand a chance. And now he doesn't have any of his robots left. Lying on the stretcher, Wang Zhuan's crying, saying that once he reaches his 2nd awakening and gets the S+ rank mechanical heart, he's going to win. Back to the delusional dad, he's now apologizing to our boy, saying he misjudged the power of a holy knight. He never imagined someone could have so much strength, healing, and damage all at once. But Juviva isn't in the mood for chit-chat and tells him to get to the point. So the man says he spoke with the elders of the family, and if Zhu Yi came back to them, he wouldn't just get support from his branch, but from the entire Zhao family, including the Xiao elders, the most powerful of them all. Under normal circumstances, such an offer would never be made, but with our boy's potential, they agreed. Now Zhu Yi starts thinking maybe it's not such a bad option. The only problem is leveling up with Wang Hui had been amazing. That guy helped him rake in tons of XP. So if he tells the guy it's a shame to disappoint him, he has zero interest in switching classes. The guy looks crushed, asking if the Xiao family really has no hope of reaching glory again. He's over there banging his head against the wall, so Zhu Yi says he does know someone with an extremely pure ice bloodline. Maybe she'd be willing to join. But the guy says it can't be just anyone, it has to be someone with an insanely high purity, like Zhu Yi himself. Then our boy straight up starts selling out his sister, saying her purity is 3 times higher than average. Suddenly the guy's face completely changes. Now he's all happy, asking if that's really true. Jovi just nods, and the man starts jumping with joy, shouting that finally the ancestors would be proud again. Our boy tells him to calm down a bit. He hasn't even talked to his sister about it yet, so it's not like she's accepted anything. Still, it would be the best choice, for her, at least. Jovi doesn't care much because he already has the system and Wang Hui's help, but for her, it'd be a whole different story. She'd gain access to tons of resources. So he calls her, and she picks up with Gray the dog on the video call. Honestly, I'd forgotten that dog even existed. She's there spinning the poor dog around, saying that everyone saw his big win and now all the girls at school are asking for Zhu Yi's number. Girl, what school? You were passed out until 5 minutes ago. What friends, you lunatic? Still, she says she's not giving his number to anyone. If someone wants to date Zhao Yi, they have to be extremely strong. And look at that rascal Zhu Yi, already imagining Zhang all buff and ripped. He says he's gonna get straight to the point and starts explaining about the Zhao family offer. He tells her they could get any book she wants. Ice Archer, Ice Swordswoman, Ice Mage, you name it. This is an inclusive story, folks. Even if you've got Alzheimer's, the author will remind you. Because yes, it was already crystal clear that she was going to choose Ice. And yep, she picks Ice. So our boy explains that if she accepts the Zhao family's offer, she'll have to study with them for 3 years. Like what, bro? But she's super excited, not even fazed by anything, saying not to worry, she's not going to hold him back or mess up his life. He just says, all right then, and offers to take her to the district himself. And with that, we're back to the competition, round 4. From now on, there would start to be rewards, and the first prize was an S-rank mana potion. The audience is in awe at how generous that is. Jang points out that last year, the final prize was that potion, so it looks like this year will be way better. Zhao Yi reminds her that's because monster invasions are increasing. They're deliberately giving out more and more items to encourage people to fight. Then the announcer bot says that anyone who makes it to the semifinals will win a weapon forged by the master of the alliance, Qi Jun. Zhou Yi knows what's up. Legendary rank items are the maximum a human can forge. Anything higher than that? Only left behind by the gods. Obviously, this just makes all the players more greedy than ever. Zhang waves goodbye to our boy, saying she's rooting for him. Back in the arena, a green-haired guy approaches. He puts on a hat and says he knows just how strong Zhou Yi is, but he's not weak either. Oh, buddy. That's the exact phrase the weakest guy ever would say. Apparently, since level 1, this lunatic has dumped all his stat points into strength. He likes to fight by landing one big hit and winning. But as soon as the match starts, Zhao Yi charges in with his hammer. The guy, sticking to his signature strategy, stomps the ground and lunges in close. He unleashes a vicious flurry of slashes. I thought Zhao Yi would dodge. But no, they're actually going head-to-head. The hammer and sword clash. But unfortunately, my guy, you're not the protagonist. You go flying. The poor dude's lying there wondering how this is possible. He's dumped everything into strength. How does someone at a similar level hit harder than him? Well, buddy, your plan wasn't that bad. It's just, he's the main character. There's really nothing you can do. But the crowd's getting suspicious, saying something's off with Zhu Yi. It should be impossible for Brother Shang to lose in a pure strength match. That blonde kid with glasses says that to beat him like that, Zhu Yi would need to have at least 450 points in strength. And combining that with the intelligence he clearly needed to do that cyclone earlier, something's not right. He asks the guy next to him if he thinks he has a chance of beating Zhu Yi. And bro, this poor dude says that out of 10 fights, he'd win 3. Considering he already admitted defeat, it's more like out of 10,000 fights, he'd win -3. Green hair gets back up, saying no, he hasn't lost yet. As long as he's standing, he's not defeated. Zhao Yi praises him, saying he's truly a real man. And in that moment, the guy charges with a flying air punch. But our boy's not holding back. The dude comes in with a punch and takes a full-on hammer shot to the chest, gets flattened into the arena. His teammates are shouting at the system to declare the match over. And since the guy got turned into a pancake, the machine finally announces Zhao Yi as the winner. In the stands, the girls are yelling they love Zhao Yi, while the medics are just feeling sorry for anyone who has to fight this holy night. One day later, the head of Kang Academy says that 2 students have made it into the quarterfinals. He tells Song Xia-lan, one of the girls who advanced, that he's impressed she made it this far. He adds that he thinks her chances of continuing are extremely low, but she should give it her best shot. Damn, man. Was that roast really necessary? Looks like our dear succubus ended up facing some guy named Wai-Hai and lost. Apparently, this dude is being considered a future champion. Well, maybe that's for the best, right? Our boy didn't have to fight her, and now he gets to beat the guy who beat her. Win-win. Still, the team leader says they've got a shot at coming back through the loser's bracket. 2 slots will be available. While they wait, they're counting on Zhu Yi to bring home first place in the solo competition. Of course, the guy says, yeah, I've got that covered. Tomorrow, there will be 2 group matches, but against normal schools, so nothing to worry about. Apparently, the substitutes are going to handle those normal schools, you know, those weirdos over there, or maybe I read that wrong, but it sure looks like that's the plan. Back on the couch, Jiang is anxious, hoping to climb back up in the loser's bracket. This was her chance to get back into the competition and win in S-rank equipment. Even for super influential families, gear of that quality is hard to come by. At that moment, the team leader tells our boy that now that his strength has been exposed, he should lay low and avoid training too much. Otherwise, he might become a target. Right then, a couple girls walk past the door and freeze stunned, saying they're seeing a literal god. Man, not just 2 anymore, a whole crowd starts forming. They can't believe they're actually seeing him in the flesh. Our boy, though, awkward as ever, is facing the one enemy he truly doesn't know how to beat and just asks, who are you? The girls blush, stepping closer, saying they're fans and want autographs. They're holding multiple posters of him in different poses, telling him he's going to have to sign all of them. But he's completely lost, has no idea where they even got those pictures from. Jiang, meanwhile, is on the couch looking crushed, the expression of someone who's just witnessed her man being stolen right in front of her eyes. And then, bam, the devil version of herself whispers in her ear, "You're gonna let them snatch Zhu Yi from you like that." If she couldn't keep up with him, she would be left behind. Jiang's talking to herself, saying she'll win this next match no matter what. Though honestly, I don't think that demon voice was talking about this kind of competition girl. But that's Jiang's goal. She's gonna fight to stay at his side. The spicy succubus is just watching silently, while Zhao Yi starts getting the chills. The second part of round 4 is about to begin. Everyone is teleported into the middle of a forest, wondering why it has to be so different every year. Last time it was a castle. The time before that, I controlled robots. One mage mutters that this whole random setting system is what makes everything so unpredictable. Meanwhile, Jiang already has her hand on her sword. Anyone who moves is getting sliced. The little robot hovers over and tells everyone to calm down. This was the Lost Forest. Every half hour, monsters would spawn around the area. Their objective, kill as many monsters as possible. The 2 people with the highest kill count will advance to round 5 of the solo tournament. Everyone's smiling, but Jiang notes that deep down, they're all tense. Suddenly, a purple mist appears, signaling the first monster wave. Everyone gets ready, but weirdly, nothing shows up. Then behind Jiang, a guy starts scratching his neck. She feels something strange and looks back, and holy hell, the dude's entire body is sprouting mushroom spores, and he's coming toward her with a massive distorted hand. But suddenly, he vanishes. A voice echoes from the forest, contaminated, exiled. The problem? No one even saw those monsters approach. And now, one by one, everyone around her is getting forcefully logged out. She calms herself, trying to figure out what's going on. Then plop, something lands right on her shoulder. Obviously, it's one of those freaky mushrooms. She immediately activates her succubus fireblood to burn it away. The girl's already starting to transform. That's when you know things are getting serious. But then, out of nowhere, she starts shouting at everyone to surround themselves with energy and eliminate the creatures before they get contaminated. Did she forget this is a competition? Thank God everyone's so dumb that even with all that, they were still dying left and right. At least a few mages had some sense and started setting themselves on fire to stay safe. Poor Jiang, she's got demon lineage but acts like an angel. Meanwhile, our boy, who's got angel blood, acts like a total demon. But Jiang quickly realizes the mushroom spore things weren't giving any points, so she had to find the real creatures. Deep in the trees, she detects a few big-headed freaks. She immediately activates her bloodline, dashes in, and slices the first one. Even though the monsters had some OP ability, they were kind of weak overall. So she charges toward a few more, and slash, down they go. Meanwhile, back in the arena, a match is going down between a university team and the Sukang substitutes. Everyone's diving in, throwing magic, launching torpedoes, spitting fire. Mechs jumping in, slashing here, punching there. Then suddenly, bam, a volley of arrows heads straight for one of them. But that golden shield appears out of nowhere. Yep, our boy from the main team had to step in and save the goofballs. And of course, he takes the moment to scold the priestess in the back, telling her she's not providing the protection they need. The poor girl's all flustered, apologizing. On the other team, the red-haired girl and the samurai dudes are pissed. They're like, what's this clown doing? Acting like it's a training session instead of a real match. They all charge at once, but Juyi's team suddenly notices. He's just there, chillin', messing with his phone. Turns out he just got a pic from his waifu saying she passed. Damn girl, proud of you. Obviously, that only makes the enemy even more mad. But 2 seconds later, they're all on the ground. That part of the competition wraps up, and the next day it's finally Juyi versus Waihe. Oh snap, look at that reporter, bro. His little cap says KK. One more K and we're gonna need historical reparations. He's all excited, narrating the story of our boy who rose from poverty to become the Holy Knight and now faces Waihe, who has countless special bloodlines and comes from one of the most powerful families. He winks at the camera and says everyone must be dying to know who'll take the throne of kings. This fight's getting streamed worldwide. Back in the arena, someone's arriving by helicopter. Who is it? Of course, it's our boy and the team leader, as usual, flanked by his harem. I mean, what can I say? It's a harem. What are you gonna tell me it's a tactical team? They do nothing but stand there like, oh my god, Juyi, you're amazing. On the other side, the team from Mamoru University arrives. Front and center, some blonde dude in a jacket straight out of One Piece. He throws it over his shoulder and slides his arms through the sleeves. Listen up, people, that only looks cool in anime or manhwa. Try that in real life and people will think you're mentally unstable. He walks over to greet the Sukang leader, saying he's excited for a friendly competition. The headmaster says sure, welcome, while thinking how hilarious that this chump actually thinks he's gonna beat Juyi. Our boy's humility has become contagious in the school. Juyi gives the guy a long stare. Yep, that's definitely Waihe, the one who smacked our beloved succubus. Oh boy, you laid a hand on her and we didn't even get to see her transformation? Double punishment incoming. Juyi is already smiling like a psychopath. No mercy for this one, folks. The names start getting announced and the crowd is going wild. Over at home, blue-haired dad is watching it all go down on his 130-inch TV. Next to him is one of the Xiao family elders. They tried to make him look old, but if you really look, there's not a single wrinkle on that man's face. Take off the beard and ditch the cane, and he looks exactly like the guy beside him, if not younger. He's clearly worried about Juyi's chances of winning, but Johang tells him not to stress. He's analyzed all of the kids' matches. There's no one in this world at his age who could beat him. Waihe might be a genius, sure, but Juyi is someone standing in the shadow of the ancient ancestors. Back in the arena, someone rushes toward our boy. He's already popped 7 buffs. It's poor Waihe, who smacks right into the shield's barrier. The two lock eyes for a second, then Juyi swings the cleaving hammer. Waihe dodges, rolls on the ground, and activates Berserker mode. His sword bursts into flames and he unleashes a series of slashes toward Juyi, but our guy's dodging with ease. Now that he knows the guy's a Berserker, the strategy changes. All Juyi has to do is stall for time. Once the buff runs out, the guy's gonna be drained. The moment Waihe realizes Juyi is trying to stall, he charges in, shouting that he won't let that happen. Our protagonist grins, as expected of someone with talent. He wasn't going to fall for a basic trick like that. Waihe launches a light-infused slash with his flaming sword. This was a level 9 technique he'd been practicing for years. And here comes our boy. Bam, hammer time. I've never seen this hammer lose to a sword. The guy's pouring everything into it and still can't understand why he's losing. Bro, look at your skinny sword. And now look at that hammer-sized truck slap you just took. He gets launched like always. But this time, Joey's not wasting time. He pulls out the sacred cross and begins the invocation. Waihe, however, smirks. He already knew this move was coming. He activates another Berserker skill, Battle Rage, and here comes Juyi's holy finisher. I want to see how Waihe plans to survive this. The blondie, not looking too healthy right now. Waihe's trying to tank it all on sheer willpower. Oh ho, he forged a full-on armor mid-fight and actually survived. Credit where it's due, that's impressive. The system explains to us that with Battle Rage, all incoming damage is reduced by 8%. The guy charges back in, and Juyi notices he's trying to end this as fast as possible. You could just dodge for 2 minutes, wait for the rage to wear off, then clean up. Easy win. But nah, he doesn't want to win in a boring way like that. He slams Waihe with another hammer blow, while Waihe's thinking he has to end this quickly. He's up against a Holy Knight, someone with heals, shields, and endless sustain. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets for him. That's why he's going all out from the start. In the crowd, everyone's already figured it out. This is going to be a fast fight. Neither one of them is holding back. Waihe throws another slash. Juyi sidesteps with that clean protagonist move. Then, Lance of Victory, activated. It's coming down hard, but Waihe doesn't give a damn. As the attack descends, he throws himself into it headfirst. Literally, a headbutt. This madman's grinning, saying the Lance of Victory is useless. But Juyi, protagonist mode on, activates Storm of Light. Lightning starts pouring down across the entire arena, and now Wai is actually getting nervous. The chain of attacks isn't giving him a single chance to recover. He takes the gamble, rushes in anyway, even though the lightning's still raining down. Of course, he gets struck mid-charge. The light punishment skill is over level 20. Even with 80% damage reduction, he's feeling it. The announcer's screaming that the poor guy's getting bombarded. Meanwhile, Wang Suan, the mechanic kid, is just watching with a smile. Yeah, man. Now the lightning's starting to pierce through. Looking at Zhu Yi right in front of him, Why he was devastated. In theory, he was no more than 10 meters away, but it felt impossible to even get close to that giant. Still, he refuses to accept it and activates one more secret technique. This time, late of the city of 1,000 shadows. A thick smoke starts spreading through the arena, and our boy's just standing there, confused, wondering where the heck that guy vanished to. Suddenly, he looks to the side, and there's a sword falling. Actually, not just one, a whole storm. It's raining swords. Zhao Yi recognizes the move. It's a technique from a legendary ancestor who could turn their entire body into a sword. Basically, every blade falling is Wei Yi himself, a technique designed to instantly massacre massive groups. Zhao Yi finally says, "All right then, time to get serious." The swords begin pouring down from the heavens, and Zhu Yi stretches out his hand, muttering that the audience would be disappointed if he just repeated an old move. So instead, he combines abilities, activating the sacred flame, but with ice mana. Our boy starts stepping forward, freezing everything beneath him, forming a barrier that wraps around the whole arena. And as usual, it's the poor recording drones that suffer the most, glitching out as they try to film it all. Meanwhile, the viewers are all confused. Why is there ice magic happening now? The old man from earlier, who, reminder, barely looks 30 if he's shaved, stands up. All that's missing is Barbie kicking away the cane. He asks out loud, can't they see that's pure, perfect ice magic right in front of them? All the swords Wei Yi summoned, frozen midair. Once everything's turned into popsicles, Zhu Yi just closes his hand, and they all shatter. Plus, there were golden strings attached to all of them. When Wei Yi's real body finally reappears, it's already completely slashed up. The poor guy collapses to the ground, unconscious, and the victory goes to our beast. The crowd erupts, cheering that their senior is way too good. Zhou Yi even pauses for a little photo op, definitely fishing for more poster material. With that, the solo battles are over, now only the team competition remains. While the teacher praises him, our beloved succubus is twirling her hair, y'all know what that means. But the university headmaster? He's shook. He knows Zhu Yi still has cards up his sleeve, and hasn't even gone full power yet. He claps a big hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder, saying he truly brings honor to Su Kang. That's when the girls reveal. Su Kang always wins the team competition, but never the individual one. So this is the first year they're taking everything home. Giant hugs the mage girl, saying he could cosplay as an archmage now. Then she calls out to our boy with that mischievous little look, saying, "Tonight, we got our lax tilled." Unfortunately, no matter how much malice you try to inject into that line, they'll know what's going to happen. They're just walking together through the streets, arm in arm. That's the peak, the max, at least for now. Still, there are some random dudes worse off than our MC, just eating meat skewers, drooling over how hot that chick is. And then one bold fool decides to hit on the succubus, saying he can't pass up this chance. She's one of the most beautiful women he's ever seen. Dude, she gives him one look. He gives up instantly, bro. The moment he realizes it's Miss Wei, he backs down like a toddler seeing the belt. They head over to a little stall to sit and chill. Jang runs into a shop and buys what looks like an agility potion. Oh wait, nah, it's a wine that increases agility. Of course. So our boy starts drinking with his waifu, who congratulates him for placing first. They clink glasses, take a sip. She says the flavor's amazing. 10 minutes later, she's slumped, all wobbly, completely drunk, asking why she's seen two of him. Zhao Yi realizes the city wine with agility buffs is way stronger than usual. He expects to go find the rest of the crew so they can head out. But then, bam, an e-girl latches onto his arm. Man, she came in swinging with a mountain-crushing grip. Careful, Zhu Ye, you're gonna end up with a fractured collarbone. And she's already saying her cup is empty. Would you mind buying her a drink? Our humble lad replies that he just bought a bottle, and if she wanted some, it cost her 10,000 yuan. She laughs, saying he's funny and interesting. Maybe they could go somewhere a little more exciting to talk. That alone was enough to shake Jiang Fai. I don't know if she's about to go full combat mode or just give up entirely. She comes in with the double-handed approach, ready to eat the competitor off the battlefield. But the e-girl speaks up, saying, if you're not his girlfriend, maybe you don't get in the way of someone else's luck tonight. Oh boy, this wasn't random at all. She knew exactly who Zhu Yi was, and she knew exactly who Jiang Su was too. She had her charm aura activated. Dangerous. She knew this was the perfect timing, right before the two of them officially become a couple. And just as she's reaching out to touch our boy, Zhou Yi grabs Jiang Shu's hand, pulling her close, and says, if it's her, I don't mind her interrupting my romance. Then he turns and walks away, casually tossing over his shoulder. That girl had a kind of bland look anyway. Not worth the effort. Goof. Sorry, e-girl. You might have had all the charisma, confidence, and main character swag. But when you're going up against a succubus with an evolution, it's game over, sweetheart. Better luck next arc. As the two of them walk off, Zhang stops him and says, wait. She places her hand on his arm and says, like this video that helps. And do you remember how the last chapter ended with that little waifu saying she liked our boy? He was shocked and his eyes went wide, blushing like crazy. Xiaoran said she should have said it before his date and that she hates seeing a bunch of girls hitting on him. Meanwhile, that little demon next to her is just whispering for her to kill everyone. Then, out of nowhere, she throws herself into the protagonist's arms and asks if she can be his girlfriend. The tan girl stops eating and the three of them just freeze in total shock. Time passes and the scene cuts to someone waking up. It's Xiaoran. She wakes up already remembering last night when she said she liked him. Then we see her spying on the protagonist while he's having breakfast. An old man at the end of the table says, you woke up really late today, Xiaoran. We're already finishing breakfast. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is sitting there eating non-stop and the girls are staring at him. Ran pulls out a chair, wondering if that whole scene was actually just a dream. But then she turns red as a tomato, questioning if it really was a dream, while all the women keep staring at her. Then we find out she probably fainted right after confessing, and he asks them to please pretend they didn't see it. The blue-haired girl asks if they don't like each other. Zhou Yi explains that the Jiang family from Chuan District is an old family that existed even before the Eternal Game. After the Eternal Game started, they became one of the country's top families over the centuries. Now I've got a bit of fame, and I'm also Lord Wang Hu's direct disciple. On the surface, it sounds good. But it's not enough for the Jiang family. I don't want to bring trouble to Zhao Ran. When I have absolute power, no authority or family will be an obstacle. It's only a matter of time. Back at the table, the Walmart Chun-Li says she'll always support him, and that from now on she's going to be the Cupid for his love story with Sister Ran. But then the old man starts a speech. 10 schools will take part in the finals of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. Each school has to fight the other 9, for a total of 45 matches, and the top 3 are decided by number of wins. Today is our team's 9th matchup. As long as we win this fight, the championship is ours. I hope you can stay humble and defeat Madu University. Everyone shouts that they understand, and the old man raises his hand, smiling like he's thrilled. Then the scene cuts to 3 insanely strong women, if you know what I mean. And someone says, Sun Jiao, you're participating as a substitute, so don't feel too pressured. Sun Jiao is a summoner, and she'll bring huge support to the field, so all of you need to prioritize protecting her. Then this blonde guy shows up and says, as the team mentor, I could hype you up with some words, but there's no need. We're here to rise again from our injuries. Our team's strength was built through slow defeats, which made it impossible to take first place from the beginning. He remembers how strong the protagonist is and says he never imagined a freshman like that could exist. He says his strength is worth 2 or 3 people, and that he's a monster who can beat the best schools without any trouble. Like any good teacher, he gives that motivational talk. Even if they lose, they have to lose with honor and not let the other schools look down on them. And he asks if they can do it. The dorks shout yes. Then they head into battle. While the other students are talking, the little elf girl is deep in thought, wondering, if I use that again, can I recreate the miracle from 7 years ago? Then the drone announces that the match Ao Hing versus Modu is about to begin, and says the reward for the top 3 is a set of soul crystals and training weapons based on their current level. It continues. Second place gets a set of 4-star gear, and first place overall means every team member gets a set of 6-star epic equipment. The crowd goes wild, saying they're jealous and that these rewards are better than last year's. With his hand on his chin, our boy thinks, in terms of value, the prize is smaller than last year's exclusive gear. But the amount of rewards for team matches is huge. A full set includes top, bottom, boots, weapon, necklace, and ring. In total, each team, including reserves, has 10 members. 70 high-grade epic pieces are enough to forge 2 max-level legendary items. The busty girl says they're lucky if they win this match. They'll get all the prizes. Our boy shows up with his squad of waifus, and the crowd loses it, screaming their names. The drone tells both teams to get ready and starts counting. 3, 2, 1, begin. Without hesitating, the protagonist team charges straight at the enemy. The enemy elf girl summons a magic circle with a purple orb, points it at the protagonist team, and calls up a bunch of weird monsters. Seriously, there's a winged lion and a Cerberus in there. This is looking bad for our boy's team. All 5 enemies rush at him, and he doesn't even care, just keeps walking forward with that huge hammer. The lion lets out a yellow lightning roar, but our favorite mage blocks it and fires lightning back, sending the lion flying. The giant bees go after Zhou Yun, and she counters by throwing a bunch of cards that stick to their bellies. One command and they evaporate. The busty girl is out there punching the poor snake into the ground. It never even had a chance. Ran spins in with her sword and throws out a bunch of slashes at Cerberus. Zhou Yun notices the fight is making everyone improve. They're already about 30% better than before, and he gets ready to attack. The girls on the other team are stunned while the elf prepares a counterattack. Our protagonist throws out several slashes, and the enemy girls don't stand a chance. He closes in on the elf about to land a hit. The elf summons another monster, and our boy blocks a punch by dropping to one knee with his hammer. The elf, totally confused, uses the snake to attack the monster, but the creature bites once and rips the snake's head clean off. telling the elf to stop playing games and asking why she summoned him. The elf points at our boy and tells the monster to finish him. Zhou realizes it's a rare legendary monster, the fire baboon. The baboon yells at him, "Face your death." The elf tries to explain, shocked that she didn't mean it like that, but the baboon charges anyway, and even Zhou is impressed by the attack. The mage jumps in with a water shield, but the baboon is stronger. Zhou joins too, using her powers to form a massive barrier. Zhou is shocked that the water shield could stop extremely strong assassins, but it's basically nothing to the fire baboon. The baboon smashes Zhou barrier, but the busty girl forms a red shield that actually holds the monkey back. She thanks Yai for reinforcing her power, because otherwise the baboon would have already broken it. Zhou asks what they're supposed to do now. Legendary class monsters are way too strong for them. Then our boy shows up, summoning a sacred light shield and tells the team, "Leave this to me. Get out of the match now." They all freeze. The busty girl asks if he's kidding, because that monster is way too strong for him to fight alone. Zhou says he's not kidding. He has ways to beat the baboon, but he can't protect them at the same time. The girls argue that they can handle themselves and that they're a team. He explains that if any of them slips up for even a second, they'll die. And even if a priest revives them, they'll lose 30% of their stats and be weakened for 3 months. Trying to be all gentlemanly, he tells Ran he knows she's scared he won't make it, but her being there will distract him. And he says, like a total Chad, that it's just a legendary monster. The spectators get hyped, and one girl says the legend from 7 years ago might happen again. The Madu team competitor, the summoner Sun Zhao, has summoned a legendary beast. The commentator says, "Can Zhou turn this around? Who will take the champion title?" Sheng Lingfeng is already celebrating early, saying our boy is going to lose, since he's facing a legendary monster. Monsters have ranks: bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. The higher the rank, the stronger and tougher the monster is. A legendary monster is extremely rare and powerful. Even the Goblin King doesn't reach that level. That's why everyone thinks it's both insane and dangerous for a legendary monster to show up in the competition. The commentator notices the girls are forfeiting and leaving the game, and Ran is the last one to quit. She says goodbye to Zhou and tells him to do his best. The baboon breaks the shield, and with one jump our boy dodges. Then he fires off a yellow power. Next thing you see is blood droplets. The baboon realizes his hand got torn off in that exchange. Our protagonist floats in front of the baboon and says, "Now that the kitty's gone and the others too, I've got nothing to worry about." The other team is stunned that he injured a legendary monster with one hit. The baboon says, "I sense a powerful bloodline in you, human. My mother warned me about beings like that. They should never be provoked. You're weak, but you carry that rare power. I thought it was a mistake, but now I'll fight with all my strength." The monkey charges at him using nunchaku. Zhou, full of power and smiling, summons his sacred chain of light, blasting the baboon away and forcing it to brace itself against the ground with its weapon. Zhou realizes that even so, the baboon is basically unharmed. The organizers start panicking. Someone wants the match canceled because they can't afford to lose the family's hope. Everyone begs Mr. Wu, "Stop it. If Zhou dies because of this, our nation will lose a rising star. Zhou will definitely become a powerful force. It would be pointless to block his growth if he dies here. Please stop." The Zhou family is willing to compensate Su Hang University 10 times, no, 100 times, if necessary, but Mr. Wu is sick of hearing it. He remembers his talk with the principal, who said our boy can fight as long as it isn't a legendary beast above level 26, since a level 26 monster is like 10 level 24 monsters. Mr. Wu knows the baboon is level 24, so Zhou can handle it. The fight continues. The baboon throws heavy blows, and Zhou summons Light's punishment. Zhou uses a powerful light skill that doubles his strength, enough to kill even the Goblin King, but the fire baboon regenerates instantly and takes no real damage. Its regeneration is ridiculous. The baboon comes spinning in with its weapon, getting dangerously close, but Zhou uses a web of chains to hold it. The baboon gets furious at his tricks. Zhou realizes he's beaten a legendary demon before, but that one was weak to light. Now he's facing an enemy that adapts fast and resists light magic, and he understands just how much stronger monsters can be. Zhou reapplies his buffs while in angel form and reaches his maximum power. The rival team sees he just keeps getting stronger and says it's a good thing he didn't go after Zhou. If she dies, the baboon is done for. So they increase protection around the elf girl. Zhou, still in angel form, is about to use his god's hand. The baboon, now wearing fire armor, charges forward and unleashes its power. Zhou's power is massively higher, and God's hand creates an explosion that would hit everyone nearby. But a girl reacts with water protection, creating a shield that saves everyone. People are relieved because they thought they were about to die in the stadium and would need priests to resurrect them afterward. The shield girl puts up a level 7 shield, since they knew the battle would be brutal. Zhou's skill completely destroys the creature. The baboon, totally wrecked, still tries to stand, but the light power interferes with its regeneration. It screams, "Damn human, damn sacred light, I won't be defeated here." But our boy doesn't give it a chance. He immobilizes the crazed monkey with a punch and finishes it off with his angel form power. Then the protagonist surrounds the rival players with his chains. The other team has no choice but to surrender. Mr. Wu smiles proudly, and the blonde old man breathes a sigh of relief. The game announces Su Hang University wins the tournament, and everyone celebrates. They praise Zhuyi's strength and determination, saying without him the fight wouldn't have been anywhere near that incredible. Suhang University wins the tournament with 9 victories, and Zui is recognized as a young genius with the potential to become one of the country's top powers. Our boy returns to normal form. Ron runs over to him, worried about how his body is after using angel form. The cameras go crazy trying to film the couple. He tells her he's fine, just a little weak, but at least he leveled up. Their broadcast is blowing up, and everyone is shipping them hard. When Mr. Wu shows up and kills the fun, he covers the camera and reminds them of the rules. They can't film players' personal lives after the match ends. Mr. Wu orders Zhou Yi to return to the mansion and says he'll inform him about the final competition, the survival match. Back at the mansion, Mr. Wu explains the rules of the final test, which will be a survival battle in a real realm. Competitors earn points by killing monsters and enemies. The map shrinks over time, and anyone outside the boundary gets eliminated. There are dangerous areas with deadly rifts, and the entry point is random. The school with the most points at the end of 7 days wins. The whole team says they understand the rules. The scene cuts to the old blonde guy walking down a hallway. He steps into a room and finds a group sitting around a table. The old man says, "So you finally made it, Master Su. What are you planning by gathering all the mentors except the ones from Suhang?" The dark-haired man with a mustache answers, "If nothing goes wrong, first place in the survival match will belong to Suhang University too." The final event of the national freshman competition, the survival match, is about to begin. It'll last 7 days and 7 nights with no audience on site, and it'll be live-streamed on every platform. The fight will take place in the ruins of the millions of Su beasts, an ancient battlefield packed with powerful monsters, deadly hazards, and hidden treasures. Only the competitors with both strength and brains will make it through and stand out. They're encouraged to fight bravely and carve out their own legends in this deadly challenge. The players get teleported into the match. Our guy realizes he isn't with his team, so he'll have to track them down. One player notices he's close to Zhou Yi and takes off running, but our guy wasn't even interested in fighting him since he was weak. Summoning his hammer, our guy gets ready to hunt these little pests. The scene switches to a green-haired girl with a bow, aiming at the guy who ran away from Zhou Yi, thinking it was our guy. But the boy notices and dodges before the arrow hits, realizing she's on his team. The girl asks why he was running so fast. With a grin, he says he got nervous because he ran into someone from Suhang University. Then they start walking, sticking to their plan. 2 boys watching the broadcast think it's weird to see someone from Modu and someone from Qingjing moving together, probably because their levels are close, so they're being careful and not picking a fight. Teaming up is the smartest move. Our protagonist is already taking on monsters one after another, beating them all and stacking points. A giant spider leaps in, and Zoe smashes it with his huge hammer. Our guy gets excited because a tougher monster finally showed up, something that can actually boost his score for real. Mechanists are basically an army on their own, able to use robots to avoid strong monsters and hunt weaker ones, which makes them insanely efficient. Our guy is leading the rankings with 15,792 points, followed by Wang Xuan and Li Mengzhe. He sees that Xiao Ran, Xiao Lan, Tai Xin, and Ling Yi are ranking about where he expected. He studies the leaderboard, notices Tan Wei and Zhang Zhe have low scores, and finds out Tan Wei has been eliminated. He figures it could have been monsters, the realm itself, or other competitors, and he suspects some people have formed alliances. Soon, the system announces the safe zone will shrink in 3 hours, and he needs to sprint as hard as he can to make it in time. Our guy hears a scream and realizes it's Ling Yi. Our mage is fighting a group, using every trick she's got. She traps an annoying guy under a massive boulder. Just as she's about to get hit from behind, she senses it, and triggers a stone trap that locks the girl in place. Happy she took the group down, she starts bragging until someone starts clapping. The mage realizes someone was hiding. A hooded guy shows up with wolves, saying he didn't expect Suhang University to have mages this good, but it's a shame her group overshadows her. The wolves rush her. Using water arrows to defend herself, she kills almost all of them. But one wolf comes from behind, and the hooded guy starts celebrating, thinking the wolf is about to rip her arm off. Ling Yi summons a power circle that incinerates the hooded guy. The system announces the player passed out from severe injuries and will be eliminated. Ling Yi gets points for the win, but now she's out of mana. Then the annoying guy trapped under the rock throws an axe to finish her off while she's already on the ground. The protagonist arrives at the last second and kills him. Ling Yi is injured on the ground, but our guy uses mana to heal her. Zhou Yi saw that 3 competitors from different schools had teamed up to attack her. No way. That happened by coincidence. A bunch of competitors have been taken out, and Ling Yi and Zhou Yi realize different schools have been working together to target them. They suspect someone is cheating, tracking other players' locations. Zhou Yi gets furious and swears she'll get revenge and wipe out every enemy within 6 days. Our guy explains that 9 schools teamed up to weaken him during the first 6 days, then plan to jump him at the end. But with the absolute power he has now, he's going to tear them all apart. He promises to avenge the mage, and she turns bright red with emotion. Our guy says Tang should stay back since she's still hurt, and rest while he goes out to clear nearby monsters. 6 days have passed, and today is the last day. Only 74 competitors are left, and everything is being broadcast 24/7. People watching start guessing Suhang's team is finished, because it's only 4 players against 71 from the other universities. The system announces a location. Another team realizes Zhou Yi and Ling Yi are heading their way. They also notice Ran is coming from the north and she's strong, but they think they can handle her. A system voice orders the green-haired girl to take 5 people with her and take Ran down. The team gets into position, estimating our guy should arrive in about an hour to fight. Suddenly, a purple force blasts in at high speed and hits everyone. The green-haired girl immediately calls out that it's Ran, saying it's been a long time and that she has the advantage in this fight. Maybe at the end of the competition, they can have a fairer match. Ran smiles as she shifts forms and says she might look like an easy target, but she's about to teach her a lesson. The green-haired girl is shocked that Xiao Ran activated a full succubus transformation, showing total control over her bloodline. Rain decides to fight even with 24 enemies around her. She charges in, demonic energy forming wings and tails, and she unleashes a powerful purple magic attack and explosion so brutal it slams everyone nearby. Another team waits for Zhou Yi to arrive. The ground starts shaking, and they know he's here. Our guy and the mage appear in front of a sunset, with a stone giant behind them. A competitor steps up and says the protagonist should feel honored, because 47 of the best participants from the schools teamed up just to take him down. Our guy smiles and says they're nothing but losers. They call him arrogant and he fires back, asking who there hasn't been beaten by him before. Zhou Yi accuses them of hiding behind numbers, saying without that none of them would have the guts to face him. He dares them to come at him all at once, saying even together they're not on his level. The competitors get ready, summoning fire, wind, and light powers. Zhou Yi watches from a distance and confident tells them to wait for him. Moving at insane speed, our protagonist hits multiple opponents at once, dropping them. They're shocked by his speed and strength, but they fool themselves into thinking that since he's just a freshman, there's no way he can beat all 47 alone. Several Jurassic-looking monsters appear, and our guy summons his angelic form. One monster pins Zhou against a wall. The opponents build a powerful magical defense, combining light spells, barriers, and protective fields. Glowing magic circles appear, stacking shield after shield. One of the girls thinks they held up and starts celebrating because there are still 6 layers of defense left. But our guy shows up, gathering aura, and says that was only the beginning. He focuses his power and releases a devastating wave of energy. The impact is so overwhelming that everyone around him is stunned by the force and starts running in panic. One player decides to act on his own. After analyzing Zhou Yi's power, he uses a plan he came up with after studying Zhou Yi's movements over and over. Even with almost no chance, he tries to block the attack. Zhou Yi, wrapped in a golden aura, fires off a massive energy blast and declares that everyone is under his power, surrender or die. A competitor tries to hit our protagonist from behind, yelling, "Fire tornado!" Other allies jump in too, using wind slashes and swords, trying to catch Zhou Yi in a moment of weakness. But our guy notices out of the corner of his eye and realizes there's no way, he's been way too nice to these people. Our guy summons the punishment of light, and for a while it's just Zhou Yi hitting them and them getting wrecked, until the system finally gives the competitors the option to forfeit. Mr. Wu, watching the broadcast, laughs, thinking it's hilarious that 9 schools are about to embarrass themselves like this. Qingjing University got crushed earlier, and now they're trying to save face by offering rewards to other schools to unite against Suhang. Directors from multiple universities coordinate strategies, telling their students to avoid direct fights until they've gathered enough strength to face our guy. Feng He gets questioned for taking part in this manipulation, since he's known for being fair and honorable. Mr. Wu mocks the whole thing, saying tricks like that won't stop Zhou Yi from winning. One participant tries to activate the teleport function, but something goes wrong. The system shows error messages, and he panics when he realizes it isn't working. Other competitors get injured and try to quit, begging to be transported back, but they find out nobody can leave. Suddenly the sky changes, and a massive creature with a colossal purple eye appears, shocking everyone. Outside the battlefield, the teachers and directors watch in panic. They try to force the students' return, but realize it's impossible to use teleport magic. The live stream signal cuts out, leaving everyone with no idea what's happening. A monster appears behind Zhou Yi. The red-haired boy recognizes it, remembering he's seen it before. Zhou Yi gets warned that something is behind him. He spins and tries to strike, but the enemy vanishes into thin air. He quickly realizes it's a void beast, a legendary creature that's been trapped there for a long time. This beast can warp space and time, it's insanely dangerous, and it threatens everyone inside. The beast reappears. They realize they have to run because it's going to blow everything up around them. Zhou Yi, still in angel form, unleashes divine light power, but it collides with the beast's power, and the beast creates a portal that redirects the attack. The fight gets more intense, and our guy uses the sacred fist, concentrating power into his fist to strike. A purple beam appears and shoots past the beast. It was Ran grabbing our guy. The green-haired girl shows up, telling everyone to attack the monster. Ran and Zhou Yi are still down on the ground, in a position that's way too favorable for our guy. The protagonist asks what she's doing there. She says she realized nobody could leave the realm and came as fast as she could to help. Suddenly he senses a new threat and yells, "Danger!" The green-haired girl tries to attack, but Zhou Yi hits her dead-on with a golden explosion that sends her flying. Our guy gets hit and is poisoned. In no condition to fight, he asks Ran to protect the students while he recovers. The monster appears again in front of a boy in a white cloak. Ran rushes in and raises a purple barrier to protect them from the attack. The monster swings and the boy is about to get hit. Zhou Ran activates her seductive voice ability and screams for him to dodge. The monster, furious, yells, "Weak humans." The boy dodges, trying to figure out where that thing even came from. The monster keeps shouting that nobody can stand up to it and that everyone there is an ant. Our guy is healing from the poison. He realizes the Void Beast's abilities are way too abnormal. The monster can open spatial rifts and sense attacks from far away. Several students group up and try to attack at the same time. Xiaoran passes by Ling Yi, asking her to help the injured students. A wounded student is in shock, saying it's over and they're all going to die there. Ling Yi tries to calm her down while healing her wound, saying Zhou Yi will handle everything. But the girl stays out of control, saying the teachers lied and the situation is way worse than they expected. Ling Yi asks what she's talking about, what she knows. All of a sudden, everything gets more tense. The mage senses something is wrong. She watches in shock, stiff with fear, eyes wide as she sees a new battle starting. Everyone looks on in horror as Xiaoran gets caught by the monster. Zhou Yi launches a powerful attack. Our guy screams Xiaoran's name and tries to reach her, but she disappears into a blue portal. Ling Yi explains that the director of Qinggang Academy planted spatial attraction butterfly eggs on all of them, creatures that can track their partners from huge distances. Those butterflies are natural companions of the Void Beast, and that connection is what triggered the attack. The monster mistook the students for thieves. Zhou Yi asks Ling Yi for help gathering all the eggs and the mother butterflies. His body starts glowing with a golden aura as he swears he'll destroy the Void Realm itself if that's what it takes to save Zhao Ran, and that he's willing to be the bait. The mage watches in silence, scared. Then they hear someone say she knows how to defeat the Void Beast. It's the little elf. She explains that the Sun family has a very special sealing technique. Even against an opponent at a much higher level, it can still work. But once it's activated, it drains all the user's mana. If the person can't handle the backlash, they die. The elf says she can't do it. Our protagonist offers to use the technique and asks the elf to teach him how. Zhou Yi learns it and starts giving off an intense blue energy. In his hands, a glowing butterfly appears, the symbol of the creature's link to the Void Beast. The monster's portal appears again. The protagonist crushes the butterfly to provoke the monster. Taking on his angelic form, our guy goes to face the Void Beast. Only a true summoner can use this art at full power. But Zhou Yi, being a different class, will try to force the technique using another method. He decides to concentrate all his mana into his eye, turning it into a summoning tool to connect with the power of the Void. The Void Beast is shocked that Zhou Yi can keep fighting it for so long, but it says it doesn't matter because it's insanely powerful. Then a devastating strike of golden light tears through space and hits the monster out of nowhere. It screams, stunned, asking how that's even possible. Zhou Yi's gaze stays steady, determined to finish the monster off, even if it costs him his own life force. In his angelic form, Zhou Yi hurls himself at the Void Beast as it tries to escape through a dimensional rift. He yells that it's not getting away and activates the celestial seal, warping the space around them until it twists and closes into shards of blue light. Furious, the monster says it's about to show its true power. Zhou Yi remembers his training with the little elf girl. She explains that a summoner's mana can call forth powerful monsters. She'll help protect him, but her mana is limited. Zhou Yi pushes forward through the collapsing space, unleashing strikes of pure radiant energy, sacred light typhoon, light fragment, and light punishment, while the dimension around them breaks apart. The monster tries to mock him, but it's already weakening. Completely drained, Zhou Yi gathers what little strength he has left, saying he can't keep going, and he calls up his final attack. Divine Punishment. A massive pillar of golden light drops from the heavens, swallowing the Void Beast whole as a holy glow takes over the entire battlefield. He burns through almost all his spiritual energy, and a sealing spell starts forming around him. The seal expands, trapping the Void Beast inside a prison of light. The enemy struggles, but divine chains overwhelm it. Zhou Yi starts to lose consciousness, and memories begin flashing through his mind. His heart is already failing. Zhou Ran appears, kisses him, and asks him to come get her. In a haze, Zhou Yi snaps awake with his eyes glowing red, flooded with energy. He activates the luminous seal and binds the Void Beast with golden chains and sacred runes, shouting, "Stay here." The monster fights back, but it's completely finished. Defeated, the Void Beast begs to surrender. The system appears, announcing Zhou Yi's victory, and asking if he wants to keep the creature as a summon. Zhou Yi demands that the monster hand over Zhou Ran. Desperate, the beast reveals that she's safe. The scene shows her asleep inside a blue crystal flower. Zhou Yi lifts her into his arms and returns through the portal. When he comes back, everyone is stunned and asks if the beast was really defeated. Others notice the teleport function is back to normal and wonder what they're supposed to do now. Zhou Yi carries the unconscious Zhao Ran to the mage, and she's totally confused. Then Zhou Yi summons his huge hammer and still demands that all the students surrender to him. The students are in shock that he still wants to fight, but nobody has anything left. One by one, students give up, and the system announces the points they earned. A few are upset that everyone quit. Realizing he's won, Zhou Yi returns to his normal form. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground. The mage rushes over to help. He says he's done, that he used all his mana, and that if the other students knew that, he wouldn't have been able to keep fighting. The system announces the top three: Zhou Yi, Xiao Ran, and Ling Yi. Still on the floor, Zhou Yi smiles, satisfied that he won. The competition results are announced, highlighting the winning universities and the tournament's legacy as the students celebrate. The protagonist returns to his room, relieved. He receives a flood of reward notifications for taking first place in every event. Among them are 3 legendary prizes: the Divine Sword Heart Talent, the Blade Flash Skill, and the Congenital Stalactite Treasure. He accepts everything at once. His body starts glowing with intense golden light, and he begins to levitate as magic circles form around him. A divine aura surrounds him, showing he's reached a new level of power. After being teleported, he gets the chance to test his new abilities. With a simple motion, energy slices across the room, destroying the floor and the walls. Next, Zhou Yi summons a golden sword, and realizes he can now control sword aura mastery that only legendary warriors reach after years of training. He tests a few swings, creating whirlwinds and cracks in the ground. He realizes he needs a real fight against an experienced swordsman to measure the full potential of the Divine Sword Heart. Then a girl appears. Zhou Yi called her so they could have a sword duel. A flashback reveals her intense training since childhood, practicing under a master's supervision, which turned her into a prodigy in swordsmanship. Chu Ran admits Zhou Yi is physically stronger, but she fully trusts her technique. Zhou Yi asks her to fight with everything she's got. The battle starts with Chu Ran rushing in at high speed, throwing out fast, precise slashes, while Zhou Yi answers with perfect reflexes. The fight is brutal. Strikes and counters collide, kicking up spirals of energy. Chu Ran uses her Blade Flash technique, releasing a devastating wave of power, but she freezes when she realizes Zhou Yi is giving off sword aura, something only absolute masters achieve after years of practice. Shocked by his strength, she understands that Zhou Yi's talent with the sword is way beyond anything she expected. Chu Ran activates her advanced technique, Phantom Shadow Sword, unleashing a relentless high-speed chain of attacks that creates afterimages of her blade. The clash grows more intense, both of them trading precise, heavy hits. In the middle of it all, Master Wu watches in disbelief. Zhou Yi used to barely even use a sword, and now he's fighting like a true master. While Zhou Yi shows wide, powerful movements filled with divine energy, Chu Ran answers with agile, unpredictable attacks, keeping the duel balanced. But it's obvious he's holding back, adjusting his strength so he doesn't hurt her. The shockwaves make the ground tremble, and the impact forces Chu Ran to retreat. Exhausted, arms aching, she surrenders. After the fight, Zhou Yi helps her up, and Wu praises him, calling him a master swordsman. Smiling, Zhou Yi says he had a trick up his sleeve, trying to hide where his sudden talent came from. Wu says he came to take them to the celebration banquet, but first he shares grim news. Feng was found dead in his dorm, apparently a suicide. The investigation reveals Feng had been manipulating his own students, giving them tracking insect eggs in exchange for them planting the parasites in other people's clothes, as part of a scheme tied to high-level resources. Wu reassures Zhou Yi that the Alliance will investigate everyone involved, and that the report will be released in a week. Then they're taken to the grand hall where the banquet is being held. The mentors explain that these organizations offer everything: money, power, women, resources, but warn that once you accept the contract, there's no turning back. The ceremony begins, and an elegant woman steps onto the stage, announcing that the top 10 students in the competition will receive prizes. Each one gets a bank card loaded with 20 million in currency, provided by the Alliance, plus high-level access within the organization, making them elite external members. The crowd erupts at the generosity, billions in rewards, and many people comment on the power and influence the Alliance is showing off with that kind of display. In the middle of the celebration, everyone toasts Su Hang's victory, while also acknowledging Zhou Yi's decisive contribution. The girls come over smiling to clink glasses with him, and Zhou Yi says at this rate, he's going to get drunk fast. But the party mood shifts when a man in a dark suit approaches with a serious-looking woman beside him and calls Zhou Yi by name. He steps forward and makes a toast in Zhou Yi's honor, thanking him for saving his life during the competition. Others join in, saying they owe their lives to him now. Meanwhile, some onlookers whisper about how Zhou Yi seems to have gotten even stronger in such a short time, his control and presence surpassing people who've been awakened for years. The next day, the winners are summoned to receive their rewards at the Cheyenne-class Alliance headquarters. A futuristic jet descends from the sky, the Phantom X-1000, the most advanced aircraft in the nation. The students board, amazed, while Zhou Yi watches quietly. Zhang Chu Ran, arms crossed, explains with pride that this ship is the newest model from the country's biggest tech company. It hits Mach 3 in just 10 seconds. She looks back at the nervous guys in their seats and tells them to hold on tight. In the next moment, the Phantom X-1000 dives like lightning, ripping through the air and crossing the city at an impossible speed. Inside the aircraft, passengers are spinning around, totally out of control. Zhou Yi slowly opens his eyes, only to realize one of the girls fell onto him during the rough landing, leaving him completely frozen. She quickly pulls herself together, giving a small smile and trying to hide how embarrassed she is. Outside, the view is floating islands, tech towers, and bases suspended in the sky. As they walk toward the main gate, the pilot explains, there are 40 ground entrances through the mountain, plus 15 air routes. Every vehicle has to go through a full scan before entering, so there's always a line. A voice announces their entry has been approved. The jet passes through a blue portal, emerging above a massive sky city with golden towers and floating gardens. Hey, I think that's the banner of Qingjing University, one of the guys says. The pilot confirms that it's the university's floating island. Zhou Yi watches the sheer scale of it all in silence. Joey follows the others through the palace's bright golden corridors until they reach an imposing crystal staircase. This is the headquarters, the pilot announces, adjusting her glasses over her bluish hair. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow crosses the sky, and a roar booms so hard the ground shakes. It's a dragon, one participant shouts, staring up wide-eyed. The creature is harmless and quickly leaves. It's so powerful that only a tertiary class master could control it. Everyone, please go to your assigned offices to receive your rewards, a man in a suit announces. Then the pilot turns to Joey with a confident smile. Joey, since you took first place in the individual team and survival categories, I'll personally take you to claim your rewards. They walk down a long corridor to a room covered in golden tapestries. You got exceptional results, the woman says. The class alliance is very interested in you. Would you consider joining us? Joey keeps a calm expression. Thanks her, but says he doesn't plan to join any faction for now. She keeps pushing, trying to persuade him in a sweet voice. At least hear our offer. A lot of people would do anything for this chance, and our rules are minimal. But Zhao Yi answers, rules are still rules. I'm still in my first year. I don't want to tie myself down to anything right now. The pilot laughs softly. Geniuses always make their own choices. Then she explains his rewards. You have 3 prizes. First, for the individual win, a custom legendary weapon. Second, for the team tournament, a tailored set of epic gear. And last, for the survival competition, you can choose any item from the Alliance vault. She stops in front of a circular golden door, metal clanking as gears turn. I'm taking you to meet Master Qijun, the Alliance's greatest blacksmith. He'll create your custom weapon. The door swings open with a heavy boom, and a wave of heat pours out of the forge. It's kind of hot in here, Zhao Yi complains. A dark-skinned man with blazing eyes and a golden beard steps forward. Master Qijun, the pilot calls. The individual champion is here. The blacksmith turns slowly, furnace heat reflecting in his red eyes. You're Zhao Yi? Yes, Master Qijun. I'm Zhao Yi. The old master says that at Zhao Yi's current level, he can make a level 25 legendary weapon, and he asks what type of weapon Zhao Yi wants. Zhao Yi says he wants a longsword that boosts both his strength and his wisdom. The pilot watches from a distance, impressed most people would crumble just from meeting Master Qi's burning stare. But Zhao Yi doesn't flinch, living up to his champion title. Zhao Yi adds that he doesn't have anything too specific to request, but as long as it's for a Holy Knight class and has enough killing power, it'll be perfect. The master thinks it over, judging Zhao Yi's fighting style. You fight up close and you also channel holy energy. Strength and intelligence will be your biggest allies. I watched the videos of your style. You fight with steadiness and precision. A longsword really suits you. He raises his hand and a shining stone appears between his fingers, radiating golden light that fills the entire forge. I've got an idea. He explains that weapons made with this core carry purification, dealing extra damage to undead and demons. He gathers the materials and makes them float. Meteor steel, abyss obsidian, dragon core, star fragment, holy tear. The master begins the ritual. Heart of fire, essence of the void, sands of time, eye of the storm, awaken, spirits of iron and souls of steel. He summons the divine hammer and thunder answers inside the anvil, shaping the blade with the voice of thunder. The sword starts to take form. The master keeps speaking as he engraves enhancement spells into the weapon. Engraving spells. When forging a divine weapon, every rule must be obeyed. He lifts the hammer one last time and shouts, "Final forge." The impact erupts into golden light, and the energy field expands. Zhao Yi and the pilot raise their hands, shielding themselves with a spiritual barrier. The energy stabilizes, and the master looks satisfied at the weapon in front of him. Equipment: Holy Light Sword, legendary grade, increases strength, endurance, and wisdom. Boosted speed, light attacks that deal area damage. Holy power capable of injuring creatures of darkness. Master Qijun lets out a shout and throws the sacred blade. Zhao Yi catches it firmly, feeling the weight and the energy pulsing in his hands. The old master watches and speaks with authority. The weapon has to recognize you as its master. Release your energy and make it submit. Zhao Yi closes his eyes for a moment, focuses his mana flow, and lets it run through his body and into the sword. Light wraps around him completely, rising in spirals of gold. The symbol of consecration appears in front of him, and a glowing figure shows up, like an angel with its wings spread wide. The Sword of Sacred Light recognizes Zhao Yi as its owner, sealing the bond between the knight and the divine blade. He checks the effects and thinks about all 4 attributes and the 3 special effects, exactly what you'd expect from a legendary weapon. Our boy notices the speed boost is the most useful part. Now he can attack 4 times in the time it takes the enemy to attack once. Master Qijun, sweating and out of breath, leans on the anvil. Forging a weapon at that level takes a ton of energy, so it's normal to end up like that. The old man even lost his pump after pushing himself so hard. The pilot comments that the birth of a legendary weapon requires several steps, and only Master Qijun could finish them in so little time. An ordinary blacksmith would take 2 to 3 months, and the exhausted old man tells them to leave because he needs to rest. The master also explains that most of the materials used in the sword are sacred elements. If Shu Yi wants to strengthen it, he needs to use the same kinds of energy, otherwise he could damage its power. Shu Yi thanks him. "Thank you, Master Qijun." As they leave the forge, the pilot turns his head so he won't look back, saying that now it's time for the team reward. Walking out of the forge, our boy immediately runs into a surprise. Several girls dressed as bunny girls show up and walk over to him saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. We're the team responsible for forging your full set of epic-grade equipment." Getting lightly teased, the girls ask if he has any special requests for the set. Zhou Yi calmly says he wants a light armor set that boosts strength and intelligence. As he walks away, the girls watch him, whispering to each other, totally smitten with him. The pilot walks up, still smiling, and says it's time to choose his individual reward from the survival battle. An energy field forms around the two of them, projecting several options in front of them. The pilot says he can choose any of those items. Zhou Yi studies each skill floating in front of him. They're all S-class skills, each one strong enough to cause fights between top-tier warriors. He raises a finger and points at one of them. "I want that one." The pilot stares at him, surprised. Dimensional leap is an excellent escape skill, but are you sure you don't want a resurrection one? Zhou Yi smiles. "Resurrection skills are rare, but I already have a return card in my system, and I've got other plans for dimensional leap." The pilot nods. "All right." She hands him a small shining box. "It's yours." Zhou Yi holds it carefully. The blue light coming from the artifact reflects in his eyes when suddenly a dark voice echoes in his mind. "Let me out, let me out." He clenches his fist on instinct, taking a deep breath to keep the disturbance down. The pilot watches him closely and asks what happened. "You made a weird face, Zhou Yi." Our boy plays it off. "It's nothing. Maybe I just need some rest." The pilot says she's delivered all his rewards and her job is done, and that there are other students waiting for them in the hall. As they leave, Zhou Yi is called by a familiar voice. He turns and sees a small group approaching. In front is a young man with a calm expression, accompanied by two girls. Zhou Yi asks straight up, "What is it? If you want to talk in private, we can find a place." The man says, "There's no need, they just came to say goodbye, and that all the participating teachers and students will return to Jing University through the teleport formation. If you have time, I hope you'll take Xiaoyun to the Tianlan district. You're both children of the Zhou family. We'll do our best to offer the best resources." Zhou Yu crosses his arms and answers firmly, "I'll take her when she graduates in half a year. Have a safe trip." After that, the protagonist walks away, but suddenly stops, feeling something off. He jumps up into a tree and scans the area. He felt like he was being watched. A girl calls to him, saying they're going to the city, and asking if he wants to come. He says no. Zhou Yu goes into his room and slowly closes the door. He thinks maybe he's getting paranoid because he still hasn't fully recovered. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his head. A voice appears in his mind. "Human, let me out." The demon screams. Zhou Yu grabs his head and looks around, feeling purple energy spreading across the floor. "We already have a contract. Why are you fighting it?" The demon's body starts forming in the air, its face twisted with rage. "Are you messing with me? I'm thousands of years old and you think I'm going to obey some kid like you?" the demon says. The demon adds that if it weren't for that strange magic Zhou Yi used at the end, he wouldn't have had a chance against him. Zhou Yi says, "You injured 63 people and killed 10 in the secret realm. The class alliance had to spend a huge amount of resources to resurrect them, heal them, and fix everything." He stares the void beast down and continues, "Do you have any idea what they'd do if they found out the one responsible is still alive?" The monster replies, mocking him, "Oof, all you know how to do is threaten me." Our boy answers calmly, "The Alliance's 3rd Division mages created a degradation spell. It wipes the minds of high-level monsters and makes them obey." He steps forward and finishes, "Since you want to die, you won't mind becoming a mindless puppet. Either way, your skin, blood, and bones still sell for a good price." The void beast goes quiet for a moment, then says, "Disgusting." Zhou Yi opens a glowing box and says, "You got badly hurt in our fight. I can't take you to a healer, but you need energy." The monster looks at the box and replies, "1 year." Zhou Yi looks at him and says, "Your power is useful to me. Serve me faithfully for 1 year, and I'll give you your freedom." The void beast asks, "Why would I trust you?" The protagonist answers firmly, "You don't have a choice. Trust me or die." He holds out his hand and says, "Here, take your companion creature back." The void beast watches Zhou Yi walk away, then says, "Wait." Zhou Yi stops and looks over his shoulder. The demon continues, "There's something you might want to know." It starts glowing with intense purple energy, its body floating slightly. "Zhou Yi told me the ones who captured them the first time, they aren't really human." Zhou Yi stays silent, his expression serious and locked on the creature, trying to process what he just heard. At the shopping district, vendors shout, trying to grab attention. "Flaming sword. Fire mana stones embedded in the blade. Makes flames when you swing it. Cuts monsters like butter. Only 998. Meanwhile, a cat-eared saleswoman smiles at Miss Ran. "This hair clip has an ice gem. Besides making your aura stronger, it also gives defense." She leans in a little, showing another accessory. "This one has the mana of a wood mage. It helps heal injuries. It's perfect for someone as beautiful and powerful as you." Before she can answer, Zhou Yi appears behind her and says, placing the clip in her hair, "This one suits you better." The girl blushes and stammers, "Brother Zhou Yi, I thought you weren't coming." He replies, "I finished what I had to do, so I came to look around and buy a few things." The saleswoman looks at them and laughs. "Wow, you two look so good together." A man in armor shows up, calling out, "Miss Jiang Zhaoran, I didn't expect to see you here." "What a coincidence," he says, smiling. Jiang looks confused, not recognizing him. "You are." The guy answers, "People really forget the details. I'm Wang Hao, Wang Ba's nephew, 3rd generation of the Wang family. I'm the 2nd genius of the new generation in the family." The cat-eared woman thinks it's the first time she's seen someone call himself a genius with that much shameless confidence, especially second genius. Wang Hao says that a year ago at her birthday party he gave her an ice sword. Jiang blinks, trying to remember, but Zhou Yi cuts in, holding her by the waist. I saw some food stalls outside. Let's go check them out. He looks straight at Wang Hao. Our boy tells Wang Hao he has things to do and they're leaving. Wang Hao grits his teeth, feeling purple energy gathering in his hand. How dare you? What disrespect! A commoner dares to touch the daughter of the Jiang family. The energy explodes around him, and he shouts with hatred. Kneel. A purple bolt shoots toward Zhou Yi, but a golden barrier appears in front of him and Jiang, blocking the attack. Wang Hao laughs with contempt, his eye glowing with purple energy. Ah, so you're just a holy knight who's good at hiding. How arrogant. A commoner with a useless class and a low level. Beating you will be easy. Jiang clenches her fists, furious. You. But before she can react, Zhou Yi steps forward, calm and confident. I'll fight you. 3 strikes. If you can touch me, I'll apologize. If you can't, you'll kneel and apologize in my place. And if you break anything, you pay. People start gathering, whispering, look at that, a fight's about to happen. One spectator comments, kids these days are full of energy, fighting in the middle of shopping. Wang Hao snarls, an electric aura wrapping around his body. Who do you think you are to challenge me? The energy around his hand erupts with thunder. You're asking to die, thunderstrike. The ground shakes as the attack is launched, the purple explosion slamming straight into the golden shield around Zhou Yi. The energy spreads, but he stays steady, pushing forward through the glare. The cat-eared saleswoman watches with a sly smile. He can't even break his defense, she says, amused. Wang Hao grits his teeth, forcing a nervous laugh as purple electricity coils around him. Hey, so you've got solid defense. Bet you dumped all your points into that. Inside, he's furious. Damn, I didn't think his defense would be this high. Wang Hao raises his hands, focusing more energy. But this is only the beginning. Thunder Leopard, my ultimate move. 2 massive electric beasts appear behind him, roaring as they charge straight at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stays calm, lifting his hand and selecting something from his equipment. Sacred Series Cross of Salvation. The golden weapon shines in his hands, and in an instant a beam of light pierces the purple beasts, disintegrating them in midair. Wang Hao's eyes go wide, stunned. Who is this guy? Zhou Yi steps forward, his gaze cold. One more strike. Come on. Wang Hao staggers, confused and desperate. This makes no sense. I've never seen him among the geniuses of the noble families. He's just a damn holy knight. How can he be stronger than me? Wang Hao roars, raising his lightning-covered sword. I don't believe you can block this, he yells, charging with everything he has. The blade comes down with a surge of purple energy, tearing through the air. Zhou Yi raises his hand, his eyes calm. Holy cross! A golden light explodes, swallowing Wang Hao's strike and blasting him away with a powerful wave. When the dust settles, Zhou Yi is standing firm, while Wang Hao lies on the ground, completely defeated. Joan crosses her arms, looking down at him with a teasing smile. Lightning element genius? Not that impressive. Wang Hao tries to get up, wobbling, his face covered in dirt and confusion. Why does he look so familiar? I've seen this guy before. Holy knight. The cat-eared saleswoman murmurs excitedly. It's Zhou Yi, the champion of the exchange competition. Her friend adds, oh, then it makes sense. The girl next to him must be his girlfriend, Jiang Chu. Ran. Wang Hao freezes, eyes wide. A freshman. He's just a freshman. Wang Hao shouts furious. Zhou Yi, I'll let you go for now, but you'll regret it when my brother comes back. He turns to Jiang Chu. Ran. And you bitch. How dare you mess with the Wang family? My brother will never forgive you. Zhou Yi and Jiang Chu Ran walk away without saying anything, leaving him yelling alone in the middle of the crowd. Zhou Yi's group shows up, walking through the crowd. Wow, Jiang Chu Ran is so beautiful, other people say as they watch them pass. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and the others head toward the university's main gate. A man in a suit up front says, thank you to Qingjing University for the hospitality. Su Hang stole all the applause this time. We ended up being nothing but stepping stones on your path. Mr. Wu replies that sounds a bit harsh, and that friendship comes before results. Yeah, and I still came in last, the man says with a faint smile. Suddenly, a voice echoes among them. Everyone, get ready. The ground starts glowing blue as magic circles form under their feet. Teleport formation begins to shine even brighter. The mage orders them to activate the teleport circle. Blue energy flares strongly, wrapping around everyone. Jiang Chu Ran waves. Bye, Shoulan. The green-haired girl answers with a smile. Bye, Shoulan. The guy next to them says confidently, I'll beat you next time. Zhou Yi answers casually, keep dreaming. Another teammate says goodbye. Then the beam of light covers them completely, and the group disappears. A man in a dark robe receives them, saying, welcome back, heroes of Su Hang. The old principal praises them, saying, everyone did very well. Master Zhou comments, satisfied, that their victory is already all over the news. Master Song just smiles, watching the group with pride. The principal starts speaking, explaining that the exchange competition isn't just a tournament, but a battlefield, where schools test their students and teaching methods. He continues, saying that like any war, merit and rewards come naturally. The principal praises Tan Wei, Zhang Zi, Xu Chang, Huang Bin, and Zhao Qingzhu. You may have been substitutes, but you stood out in both the individual matches and the survival matches. The principal announces that each of them will receive 5,000 points. The students react in shock. One girl asks, "How much is 5,000 points?" Another answers excitedly, "Clearing the abyssal goblin realm costs 500 points. You can go in 10 times." A student comments, impressed, "Normal students need a whole year of missions to save up that much." The director keeps going, looking at the main group: Jiang Chu Ran, Song Xiao Lan, Wei Ti Xin, and Tong Ling Yi. "All of you did exceptionally well in the competition. Each of you will receive 20,000 points." Jiang Chu Ran thanks him politely. "Thank you, director." The director then turns to Zhou Yi. "As the team captain, you led everyone to victory," he explains. "As a holy knight, you defeated the mechanist Wang Xuan and the warrior Wei He in the one-on-one matches, securing first place." He continues proudly, "And against the combined attacks of 9 schools, you turned the whole situation around, saved your teammates, and took first place in the survival match." The director finishes, "You're the biggest reason we won, so you'll receive 100,000 points." Zhou Yi repeats, stunned, 100,000. A female student blurts out in awe, 100,000 points, that's like 3 billion in regular currency. Another classmate corrects her, saying, 100,000 points can be exchanged for S-rank techniques in the school's resource bank, something you can't buy with money. One of the guys says excitedly that with 100,000 points, you could raise even a pig into a top-tier beast. Another student gets annoyed and yells, asking why he's comparing Zhou Yi to a pig. The first guy panics and says that's not what he meant. A third student laughs and says it's insane, but Zhou Yi absolutely deserves it. Zhou Yi thinks to himself that he almost spent all his points, but now he doesn't need to worry about cultivation realms anymore. And the school's Twisted Forest realm, limited to levels 23 to 26, is worth trying. Master Zhou says with a smile that Su Hang is never stingy with people who deserve it, and everyone should rest for a bit. Zhou Yi answers respectfully, yes, then walks over and calls out to his master. The master asks if something's wrong. Zhou Yi says there's something he wants to ask. Before Zhou Yi can even continue, the master asks if it's about Master Feng, he from Qingkang University. Zhou Yi confirms it is. The master explains that the incident affected a lot of people, and even someone at Master Wu's level doesn't know much about it, advising Zhou Yi to stay out of it. Zhou Yi asks what he should do if he's already involved. The master is startled when he sees Zhou Yi's spirit blade, sensing the power inside it. Zhou Yi says the companion beast of the Void Beast told him it wasn't humans who captured it, and asks if that could be connected to Feng He. Shocked, the master says he thought Zhou Yi had only driven the Void Beast away, but now he realizes Zhou Yi actually tamed it. After a moment of silence, the master sighs and says he'll tell the truth. He reveals that Fen He is a non-human. Zhou Yi asks, curious, what he means by non-human. The master opens an ancient book and explains that non-humans are half-human monsters created by the Chaos God, an evil entity. He says these beings look human but they have the heart of a demon, and they exist only to serve evil gods. The master continues, saying there's evidence Fen He orchestrated the Void Beast attack as proof of loyalty to the evil god. He explains that death and chaos are what those evil entities crave most. Zhou Yi asks if that means Fen He killed himself. The master says that's the official story, but reveals that when investigators arrived at Fen He's residence, Fen He had already fully transformed into a servant of the evil god. He adds that Fen He injured one of the investigators and managed to escape. Finally, the master asks Zhou Yi if he knows why Fen He chose to act during the freshman competition. Zhou Yi says maybe because the tournament gathered the country's best young talents, and if something happened there, the consequences would be disastrous. The master confirms that's one reason, but reveals the more important one. The ruins of the Beast of Millions were located above a weak point in the seal of an evil god. The master explains that the realm called the Ruins of the Millennial Beasts got its name because of a massive beast war that happened thousands of years ago. He reveals the reason for that war was the descent of the Master of Chaos into the world. The Master of Chaos tried to cross into the mortal realm through the cracks in the ruins. The beast races used all their power to seal the Master of Chaos, but because of that, their civilization ended up being destroyed. The master says that besides spreading chaos, Fengxi may have used the Void Beast to search for those cracks in the ruins. He warns Zhou Yi that if Fengxi finds out Zhou Yi tamed the Void Beast, he will definitely come after him. Then the master shifts his tone and explains that decades ago, the Tianyu Guild obtained an angelic skill book, a powerful attack technique. He says he planned to give that skill to Zhou Yi later, but now it looks like he needs to move things up. Soon after, they appear in front of the Tianyu Guild's resource vault. The master explains that the vault is the heart of the guild, holding centuries of skill books and precious artifacts. To prevent theft and invasions, multiple layers of protection were installed, including 2 level 60 Earthflame lions guarding the entrance. The hooded man explains that the vault door was carved with anti-mana spells. He says any unauthorized magic will be absorbed and reflected, and even Third Awakening classes wouldn't be able to force their way through. The master comments that Yang is in charge of guarding the vault that month. Yang says yes, but mentions he'll be switching shifts the next day, and uses that to suggest they go out for drinks together. Zhu Yi watches quietly, noticing that even while hiding his presence, Yang's magical aura is stronger than Master Zhu's, which means Yang is also a third-tier awakened. Yang agrees to release the book but asks for something in return, the Holy Thunder skill book. The master confirms, saying the book is for his new disciple. Then the master introduces Zhui to Yang, saying Yang is an old companion who's been with him through many battles, and asks Zhui to call him Uncle Yang. Zhui greets him politely, "Hello, Uncle Yang." Yang smiles and says he watched Zhui's fights and that the title hero suits him. Zhui thanks him, a little embarrassed, and Yang says it's good to be humble, but not to take it too far because if people think he's weak, they'll come after him. The master jokes that Yang is still as talkative as ever, and that's why kids don't like him. Yang grumbles that young people should appreciate the wise words of their elders. Right after that, Yang casts a spell, making the sacred skill book shine intensely. Yang hands the book to the master, who passes it to Zhui, telling him to use his skill points to absorb what's inside. Zhui nods and opens his interface, showing a total of 319 accumulated skill points. He says he got a lot of points through daily missions and achievements. Focused, he places his hand on the book and says firmly, "Begin." Instantly, an intense golden light wraps around him. Sacred symbols start spinning around him, and Zhui's body is flooded with celestial energy. The system announces, 100 skill points consumed. Technique learned, Holy Thunder Apocalypse form. Zhou Yi is wrapped in wings of golden light as divine power manifests. The skill description appears, Holy Thunder Apocalypse form. When Apocalypse form is activated, anomaly resistance increases by 50%, and thunder resistance also increases by 50%, lasting for 14 seconds. Zhou Yi continues learning, consuming another 100 skill points. The system announces, Technique learned, Holy Thunder Blade of Punishment. With that, Zhou Yi summons Holy Thunder to coat his weapon, moving at extreme speed and delivering devastating strikes with massive thunder damage to the target. Next, he consumes another 100 skill points, learning the technique Holy Thunder Chains of Heaven. Lightning chains form in the air, dropping down and binding everything around him with divine force, controlled by his will. As electricity surges through his body, Zhou Yi rises into the air, completely wrapped in a bright, vibrant golden aura. The masters watch from a distance, satisfied with his progress. Soon after, Zhou Yi releases a powerful burst of energy, making the ground shake and sending sparks in every direction. The impact awakens the fury of the Earth Flame, lions, the vault's guardian beasts, who roar threateningly at the young man surrounded by lightning. Zhou Yi looks at the floating stats in front of him and realizes, surprised, that the skill book gave him 3 divine-level techniques. He says excitedly that he really hit the jackpot. The master smiles and explains that Zhou Yi is lucky since he's descended from a divine race. All angel-learned skills are rated A+ or higher. Zhou Yi reflects silently, thinking about the powerful bodies, strong elemental affinity, and countless high-level techniques those races have, understanding why they're so feared. Yang adds that within the divine races, SEP+ skills are considered normal, and there are even techniques beyond that level. Zhou Yi, curious, asks if there's something stronger than S+, since he'd always heard that was the limit. The master explains that S+ is the highest level a human can reach, but divine races have techniques that go beyond it. Then he smiles and says that now Zhou Yi has learned the new skills, he'll have someone take him to the guild headquarters and help him get familiar with the place. A moment later, an elegant woman appears in a beam of blue light. She greets the master and asks if he called for her. The master says yes. "Deacon Wei, you were eager to meet my new student. Here he is." The woman looks at him with interest. She is Wei Ningxin, one of the 3 deacons of the Tianyu Guild. Wei Ningxin greets Zhou Yi with a confident smile, extending her hand and saying she's a deacon of the Tianyu Guild. She says she went to Qingjing University to find him, but when she arrived he had already left. Surprised, Zhou Yi asks if she was really looking for him. The master explains that Deacon Wei is responsible for recruitment and always pays attention to promising talent. Right after that, he asks her not to overwhelm Zhou Yi with guild matters, since he's still in his first year, and tells her to just give him a tour while he discusses other things with the guild master. Wei Ningxin bows slightly and says she understands. Outside, the blue sky opens over a vast city. The deacon explains that the Tianyu Guild was founded 45 years ago, and that base was the first headquarters where many member families still live. She says the place was originally a mountain forest, but after decades of development and 5 expansions, it's become almost the size of a city. She adds that they're about to begin the 6th expansion. Zhou Yi looks toward the horizon and suddenly freezes in shock. Eyes wide, he can barely believe what he's seeing. A heavy sound rolls through the air, and the massive shadow of a creature slowly rises from behind the mountains. White claws slam into the ground, cracking stone under the creature's colossal weight. Then the majestic head of a dragon appears, golden horns gleaming in the sunlight, and a white mane flowing like a living cloud. Zhou Yi, stunned, murmurs that it's unbelievable. The legendary Eastern Dragon, something you almost never see, not even on TV. Wei Ningxin smiles and explains that the dragon is the guild's guardian beast, protecting Tianyu for 32 years. She advises Zhou Yi not to get too close to the mountain, because the creature is known for having a bad temper. Zhou Yi looks down from the tower and asks what the people below are doing. Wei Ningxin says that's the Challenge Realm, a structure inside the Tianyu Guild headquarters. She explains there are 3 different tiers, Golden, Epic, and Legendary, and the guild allows members to take on those challenges. Smiling, she offers her own card so Zhou Yi can try to enter. He accepts with determination, saying it'll let him test his new skills and weapons. A panel appears in front of him, deducting 10,000 points as an entry fee, and Wei Ningxin's voice echoes, amused, saying he's pretty generous. Right after that, Zhou body starts glowing intensely, and he's transported into the nightmare realm, the realm of sighing plague. The surroundings darken, and he finds himself in the middle of an abandoned, gloomy village. The system reports that the area requires a level between 23 and 30 and can be challenged by up to 8 people. It's a land corrupted by disease and forbidden magic, where crazed monsters attack anything they come across. Zhou begins the first stage, the zombie wave. In front of him, grotesque, twisted creatures crawl out of the shadows, screaming with rage as they charge. Among them are level 20 common zombies that attack with bites and claws, and level 22 mid-tier zombies capable of unleashing terrifying shrieks. Zhou stays calm as his aura starts pulsing with golden sparks. Lightning runs across his body, and in an instant he charges into the crowd of undead, cutting them down with strikes wrapped in electric light. The system confirms activation of the skill Holy Thunder Apocalypse form. His body shines intensely as he says this form temporarily boosts his power by 1 level. Even though he can only use it for 14 seconds at his current level, Zhou smiles and says that's more than enough for a real fight. The ground begins to tremble under the force of the gathered energy, and a cyclone of golden lightning explodes around him. Confident, he says that's more than enough to push forward and strike again and again. After killing 200 zombies in just 35 seconds, Zhou hears the system message congratulating him for clearing the first stage and informing him that the path to the second stage, the mutant village, has opened. He stares at the shimmering portal in front of him and thinks to himself that if he levels up, he'll be able to wipe out monsters even faster. The moment he steps through, a horrible stench fills the air. Zhou clamps a hand over his nose and mutters that this place reeks of rotting corpses. The system announces, Sighing Plague Realm Level 2, Mutant Village. Thick dark fog wraps around the village, even heavier than the mist in Storm Valley. His vision blurs and he realizes he has to stay sharp. Through warped whispers echoing in the shadows, grotesque voices mock him, calling him an annoying light and a stinking human. Zhou stays steady, activates his power, and draws his legendary weapon, saying he'll test it on level 2. The voices turn into hysterical screams. Kill him! Kill him! I'll tear him to pieces! Suddenly red eyes flare in the darkness. Level 25 zombie dogs come charging out. With sharp claws and blood-smeared fangs, they leap at him, ready to rip him apart. A system window pops up. Zombie Butcher level 25 skills. Heavy Slash, Wind Slash, Savage Roar. The monster grips its axe like a maniac, eyes glowing red, while its zombie dog barks viciously, crusted in dried blood. It lunges forward, swinging the rusty blade. The protagonist twists his arm, triggering his skill, Holy Thunder Blade of Punishment. Summon Holy Thunder to enchant your weapon and strike at extreme speed, dealing heavy thunder elemental damage to the target. The shining slash splits the air. The zombies around him get cut clean in half by a golden wave. He catches his own reflection in the blade. Not bad. Seeing that the monster is way tougher than the earlier zombies and managed to last 2 seconds longer, he follows up with a strike that cracks the ground. The zombies regroup. One of them lets out a loud roar, whipping the rest into a frenzy. Red eyes start glowing everywhere, and soon they all rush in, ready to attack. The biggest one raises its axe and yells, "Stinkin' Knight, you're dying today. Weak humans are just looking for death." Zhou tightens his grip on the golden sword, confused, thinking, what are they even saying? He moves fast. The golden blade cuts through the air in a blinding flash. Every strike is clean, and the zombies get shredded before they can even react. But then a sharp sound breaks his rhythm. A creature slips out of the shadows with twisted fangs and razor claws. Zhou turns, and the beast springs at him. He pivots and brings the sword down hard, the impact splitting the ground. Out of the smoke, a new enemy appears. Plague Spreader level 26 skills. Plague Breath, Plague Dissemination. It spits a toxic green mist that surges toward him. Zhou feels the air turn heavy, but he doesn't back off. The gas nearly hits him, and he answers with an electrified slash, ripping the monster's chest open in a single blow. Zhou wipes the green blood splattered on his hand and grimaces. Disgusting. The system announces, death resistance, all wounds will recover quickly. He looks at the glowing golden sword and says out loud, before I used a warhammer. The longer the handle, the harder the hit. But if the enemy got close, I couldn't react fast enough. That's why I dropped the hammer and started using short-range skills, like Blade of Purity. Switching to a sword made everything way easier. He scans the area and sees dozens of zombies closing in, thinking, I've been here a full minute and I've only killed 20. This is way too slow. If I don't use AoE magic, I'm wasting time. Blade of Punishment is better saved for the stronger ones. Zhou raises his hand, and a golden aura floods over his body. This one's perfect for right now. Holy Hurricane. A whirlwind of light drops from the sky, swallowing the monsters in seconds. Zhou steps through the portal amid the wreckage. The system announces, congratulations on clearing level 2. 200 zombies eliminated. Time used 1 minute 30 seconds. Level 3, Forbidden Church unlocked. He takes one step forward, and the scene changes completely. The Forbidden Church, the air is heavy, and the sound of twisted prayers echoes off blood-stained walls. On the altar, a zombie bishop watches him with a cold smile. Level 45 skills. Dark Sphere, Zombie Summon, Dark Spell, Death Curse. You must be full of questions, the bishop says. To be here, life itself must have guided you. Zhou grips his sword and answers warily. God? The bishop smiles. Yes, our God rules over life and death. Under his guidance, we discovered the truth of existence. Life is short and fragile. Follow our God and free yourself from mortality. Gain eternal life and watch the ages pass. Imagine it, while everyone else struggles between living and dying. You simply observe it all immortal. The bishop extends his hand, calm eyes and a gentle voice. Come, abandon that sword of blind justice. Join us, receive immortality and your joy. Zhou stands still, his eyes trembling as dark energy closes in around him. The bishop smiles. Yes, young one, this is the chance people would die for. But Zhou's eyes glow red, and he murmurs, I've got something to say. The bishop replies, Speak, God is always willing to listen. Zhou raises his sword. Thunder dances around the blade. I don't care. That immortality is a stain on life. Death is a better ending. The golden blade slices the air and explodes with light. The bishop sneers, hiding his face in shadow. Fool, you'll regret this. Sisters, show him what happens when you offend a god. The undead nuns open their red eyes and snap their fingers. The ground shakes as dozens of armed figures rise from the shadows, each holding a spear wrapped in dark energy. Zhou takes a deep breath, and a smile creeps onto his face. Perfect. Now it's getting interesting. Golden lightning starts racing across his body, lighting up the corrupted church. Zhou plants his feet, eyes sparking with gold. Holy thunderblade of punishment. The sword takes shape, wrapped in lightning that tears through the air. The nuns charge with their spears, but Zhou's strike drops like a bolt from the sky. The impact cracks the floor, blasting debris and electricity across the church. Bodies fly, and the ones still standing stare in confusion through smoke and ash. Zhou swings again, thunder roaring with him. Holy thunderblade of punishment. Lightning streaks across the hall in golden lines, cutting the nuns down one by one. One of them rushes forward with cloudy eyes and bared fangs, roaring like an animal. Zhou lifts his sword, a faint smile on his face. So you can talk. With a quick turn, he slices the air, and an arc of lightning tears through her. You look like you knew how to fight, but you're weaker than I thought. Golden lightning sweeps the hall. The elite zombie nun is eliminated. Zhou keeps cutting, each strike faster than the last, until the entire church is lit up by the glow of thunder. The blade drives into the floor, releasing a golden shockwave that wipes everything around him. The zombie bishop watches from a distance, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Look at that light, that flesh, use it to fill the cracks of sin in this world. He throws his arms wide, his voice echoing off walls covered in pulsing flesh. Our screams are symphonies for our God. The louder the ritual, the deeper he takes root in the magma of hell. Zhou walks forward slowly, golden sparks spilling from his hands. He challenges the bishop. Your turn. The bishop smiles, half his face swallowed by darkness, and a shadowy aura starts filling the air. A massive shadow rises in front of him, the air trembling with the entity's roar. The floor lights up with demonic symbols, and the summoning circle completes beneath his feet. Zhou frowns, thinking, when did he set that up? He built the circle during the fight. That's why the nuns were coordinated but weak. So this was the real plan. Dark hands burst from the ground trying to drag Zhou into the circle. Deformed bodies start crawling up from the shadows. His eyes widen, the energy in the room is changing, getting thicker, darker. Something far worse is about to wake up. Zhou's body starts to feel heavy, and he feels his strength draining away. It's like something is pulling him down, trying to drag him into an abyss. The circle's magic flares, and a voice echoes, withering touch. This special skill weakens the enemy inside the formation, infecting them with the curse of decay. The mind wavers, the body gives in, the will dissolves. Zhou feels it hit his attack, defense, and vitality drop hard, but he knows he has death resistance and magic immunity. Those curses won't work on him. The bishop laughs loudly, arms spread wide. Accept the blessing, young one. Receive the most beautiful form. Zhou glances back over his shoulder with a half smile. You keep repeating that. Are you some kind of machine? Golden light wraps around him again, and the symbol on the floor starts to crack. A golden circle forms behind Zhou, spinning like a blazing sun. Halo of sacred flame. Pure flames surround you, increasing your control over fire and boosting all light and fire abilities by 40%. The ground shakes. A pillar of fire shoots upward, swallowing everything around him. The zombie nuns scream as the heat consumes them, and Zhou at the center of the storm grips his golden blade and raises it over his enemies. He surges forward with a devastating strike, tearing through the air. Spear of victory. The bishop reacts instantly, throwing his arms up as a black barrier rises in front of him. Dark shield. Absorbs physical and magical damage, can reflect part of the attack and corrupt the opponent with darkness. Sacred fire and darkness collide and the entire church shudders. Zhou brings his sword down again, the golden blade carving the air and opening a glowing latrines in the floor. The strike hits the bishop head-on, shattering his defense and blasting him backward. The bishop raises his hand and screams to his god, begging Exia to show fury and punish the insect standing before him. Zhou's brow tightens at that name, Exia. The statue behind the altar begins to glow. Its golden eyes slowly open as cracks of energy crawl across its face. The power coming off it is the same thing Zhou felt before when he fought the bear monster. The name Exia came up in that battle too. He thinks, stunned, how is this happening again? The air grows heavy and an ancient presence starts to stir inside the church. Zhou floats in the air, surrounded by flames and lightning. Sacred energy gathers into his sword while the bishop watches from below, wrapped in black smoke. Zoe doesn't know what's about to happen, but he can't let it continue. He activates his skill, Heart of the Divine Sword. The blade shines, loaded with enough power to break the shield in a single hit. Holy Thunder Apocalypse form. He drops with crushing force, ripping through the air. Holy Thunder Blade of Punishment. The impact slams into the enemy, shattering the dark shield and hurling the bishop's body away. The strike lands clean. His head separates from his body and hits the floor. Zoe activates Angelic Physique, his body wrapped in golden flames. From the ground, the black mass starts to writhe, taking shape and whispering threats. The voice echoes through the darkness, mixed with roars and red eyes opening inside the shadow. Cursed boy, if you won't submit, I'll consume you in Exia's place. Joyi holds his stance, his body blazing. The dark creature surges forward, splitting into hungry mouths and eyes. Joyi launches himself ahead, the flaming halo trailing behind him, cutting through the air inside the darkness. He dives at the enemy, a golden column ripping through the red haze covering the church. Joyi brings his hands together in front of his chest. Golden light condenses between his fingers as he summons the Shield of Sacred Light. A radiant barrier forms, pouring out divine power. He calls on Holy Thunder again. Chains of Heaven. Golden lightning drops in rapid succession, binding the creature in chains of light. The black mass roars, twisting in desperation. Damn you! Let me go, you'll pay for this. Great God, punish this blasphemer. Joyi tells the bishop not to fool himself with hopes of salvation. Accept the judgment of the light. He raises his hand and invokes his final skill. Chains of Heaven. Golden bolts fall like blades, forming chains that wrap the creature tight. The entity howls, fighting to break free. Let me go. Exia will turn you to ash. A system message appears, explaining the skill. Holy Thunder. Chains rank as ping controls Holy Thunder to form chains and restrain the enemy in place. Joyi notices that class skills are divided into attack, defense, enhancement, nullification, and restriction. Restriction skills are the rarest, and control-type abilities are the strongest among them, especially in real combat. With a solid control skill, you don't have to worry as much about accuracy when using high-power attacks. The Bishop, furious, says Exia's wrath will turn Joyi's soul to ash and he'll suffer for all eternity. Joyi asks who this Exia is that the Bishop keeps talking about. The Bishop explains Exia is the great supreme god, the ruler of everything. His power has no limits. With a single thought, he can reduce his enemies to ash. All who resist Exia will burn in hell. Those who follow him will receive immortality. Joyi says, who would want to be immortal as a mutant like you? The bishop calls him a fool and says he used to be just a nameless priest living in a peaceful village. People were kind and treated me like family. I did everything I could to heal their illnesses. But then a terrible plague came, and pain and despair spread everywhere. I begged for help, but it was already too late. I pleaded with the priests in the great cities, asking them to save the villagers. They mocked me, but deep down I still hoped someone would reach out a hand. But I didn't give up. I ran back, believing I'd found a solution. Hope shone for a moment, and then it went out. The villagers were dying right in front of me, and their screams still echo in my head. In the middle of all that despair, some mysterious power answered my call. I used the power I'd been given, and the villagers were healed. Even the dead came back to life. The bishop said that's when he knew he'd made the right choice, and that Exia had chosen him. He said he would spread Exia's light across distant lands so more people could receive her blessing. Our boy realizes the bishop is beyond saving, and there's nothing useful to get out of him. The bishop, now calling on Exia, asks her to show her power. Our boy mocks him, saying he's still begging that god for help, like that god hasn't already abandoned him. The bishop snaps, furious, shouting, how dare you insult Exia, and says he'll drag Joyi to hell with him. Our boy sees the self-destructing monster, is ready to stop him, so he summons the Holy Cross. A flash of light tore through the darkness. The creature's eyes were seared by the light, and the symbol of the cross shone in the middle of the chaos. A lifeless statue appears, and the system announces that the bishop has been eliminated. Our boy returns to normal, and the system notifies him of the points he received: 12,423 experience, a health potion, a mana recovery potion, protective armor, and protective boots. Something starts to emerge from the walls. Tired of this monster, our boy grabs an iron bar off the ground and charges at it. Golden light sliced through the darkness, destroying everything in its path. The system sends another notification, congratulating our boy for destroying the evil god's statue and granting extra rewards. A sacred crystal born from the primordial era, formed when powerful gods infused their power into special objects. It can be used for the second awakening of sacred classes. Joyi is surprised because he'd never gotten a second awakening item before, and now he wants to explore this realm a few more times. Our boy leaves the realm. Outside, he immediately runs into the deaconess, who says, not bad, you took 10 minutes and 25 seconds to clear the realm on your first try. That puts you in the top 20. Our boy hands the deaconess a golden orb, saying he'll give it to her because he wants to enter the realm again. The deaconess asks why this realm isn't a game. It drains a lot of energy. The protagonist explains that the first run was just to scout it out, and this time he wants to challenge the time record, because he thinks he can take first place. The deaconess says the top 10 are all level 30, and he needs to wait until he reaches level 27 to challenge the ranking. She tells him to be careful and says she won't accept the reward Joyi offered. He should keep it in case he needs it. A boy shows up, calling the deaconess Aunt Wei. The deaconess asks him, "Zhou Ming, when did you get back?" The boy answers, "Just now. It took me 2 months to wipe out those disgusting otherworld creatures. I'm exhausted." Wei Ming, level 24 berserker. The deaconess Wei's nephew, a second-year student at Suhang University. The deaconess and the boy keep talking, and Zhou Yi walks away. Zhou Yi remembers that when he was in Tempest Valley, he discovered the secret that low-level otherworld creatures can cross medium-sized dimensional rifts. The system shows the next realm he's about to enter, Realm of the Plague of Lamentation, Nightmare Difficulty. In the ancient era, the continent was a land corrupted by disease. Anyone who faced the monsters would quickly go insane, attacking anything in sight after losing their sanity. Our boy remembers what his master told him. The country didn't just enter level 3 war status, it also sent legions to eliminate any otherworld creature near the rifts. The deaconess asks the boy what the casualty count was. He says it was high. There were 12 people on their team and only 8 came back, even with the legions protecting them. The deaconess realizes that's a 1/3 death rate, and that's terrible. The deaconess asks if he told his mother about the dangerous mission. He says that's why he came to her. He kept it secret from his mom, and if he tells her now, he'll definitely get chewed out. The deaconess says she can't help, then turns to ask why Zhou Yi still hasn't entered the realm. Zhou Yi shows up and says he already finished the challenge. Shocking deaconess Wei. She checks the result and is stunned to find he cleared Nightmare Difficulty in under 2 minutes, even though he's only level 23. Zhou Yi then says he wants to try Abyss Difficulty. Wei calls him a monster, but hands over her authorization so he can enter as many times as he wants. Wei Ming, stunned, recognizes Zhou Yi as Suhang University's #1 freshman. 2 months later, the record for the Realm of the Plague of Lamentation is broken. Zhou Yi takes first place on Abyss Difficulty, finishing in just 1 minute and 29 seconds, leaving everyone amazed by his power. People talk in disbelief that Zhou Yi broke the realm record on Nightmare Difficulty 2, finishing in only 59 seconds, something not even second Ascension classes can do. Zhou Yi appears in his new divine armor, thinking about how much he's grown over the 2 months he spent training and sharpening his skills. He's now a level 29 Holy Knight, and plans to carry out his class awakening mission. While thinking about contacting his master to get the Holy Knight class book, he receives a message from Wang Hui, setting up a meeting. Zhou Yi meets his master, who praises his progress, saying he gained 6 levels in just 2 months, as expected. The master says he could have taken him to hunt monsters in more dangerous areas to reach level 40, or even 50 faster, but explains why he didn't. Zhou Yi understands that classes that level up too fast without real training end up weak, unable to bring out their full potential. He says only those who train on the edge between life and death become truly strong. The master is pleased with his understanding and says now that Zhou Yi has reached level 29, it's time to prepare for the secondary awakening. The master explains that the Holy Knight's second class is called the Apocalyptic, an evolution that increases control over holy light and greatly boosts offensive power. However, he says that mostly applies to ordinary knights, because Zhou Yi already has extraordinary offensive power. Then the master hands him the class awakening book, telling him to connect with it mentally to see the awakening requirements. Zhou Yi activates the item and reads the requirements. Be a holy knight, be level 29, possess 100 sacred crystals, and 100 wills of repentance. He's surprised by the last requirement and asks if it refers to the repentant souls of cultists who served evil gods. The master confirms and explains Zhou Yi has to collect those wills quickly, because the souls dissipate in less than an hour. Zhou Yi asks how his master knew he had that ability, and the master says that when he heard Zhou Yi had explored the realm of the Sighing Plague, he was sure he'd get it, since that place is essential for sacred classes. He also says that knowing Zhou Yi, he probably already has more than enough sacred crystals. Our boy realizes his master had prepared everything for his second awakening. The master confirms and says he only needs to complete the 4th mission to finish the process. He explains there's a mission involving cultists on the school network, and Zhou Yi can get their wills of repentance, recommending he check it out. Zhou Yi agrees and starts searching for the mission in the system. While browsing the site, you can see Suhang is one of the top 3 schools, with around 5,000 students total, because it invests more in each student and recruits fewer people. Even with fewer students, there are plenty of missions available, most of them point-based, but Zhou Yi is specifically looking for one involving cultists. He looks through the options, realizes the first mission won't work, and decides to check Longfeng City, since he needs to gather 100 wills of repentance to complete his awakening. Zhou Yi researches Longfeng City and realizes that even though it doesn't look very developed, it's more advanced than Lijiang, because of a rare fruit called Bao Yuan. He also notices cultist activity in the region, which increases his chances of getting the wills of repentance he needs for his awakening. When he accepts the mission, the system displays a warning that it's extremely dangerous and that 2 hired agents have already lost contact. Zhou Yi realizes it's a high-risk mission with a mortality rate above 70%. He thinks that no mission involving cultists is ever simple and decides to prepare before leaving. Later, he summons his spatial butterfly, a blue magical creature that helps him with teleportation abilities. He uses a locating technique, creating a magic circle filled with energy butterflies. This will let him track the mission location and, if necessary, escape quickly. Zhou Yi says that if he runs into an enemy he can't beat, he'll use that skill as his safety net. Zhou Yi decides to buy some mana potions on the school network before heading out. As he walks, he draws attention from the students around him, who are excited to see him in person. They call him God Yi and say that as the leader of the new golden era, not even the 4 great seniors can match his presence. In another scene, inside the combat master's private training room, a group of fighters trains hard. Master Wu asks someone if it's true. Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk mission and already left the school. The man confirms, explaining the mission destination is Longfeng City in the Chongshan district, and it's related to cultists. He figures Zhou Yi must be preparing for his secondary awakening, calling it a smart move. Master Wu looks worried, saying he heard other teachers talking about the Longfeng mission and suggests there might be something even more dangerous behind it. The teachers keep discussing the mission. Zhou Yi accepted. One of them explains that the task was originally rated normal difficulty, but after 2 students, one level 26 and one level 28, disappeared, it was reevaluated and labeled high risk. According to the teacher reviewing the report on a tablet, the mission is especially complicated even among high-risk ones, and it's recommended only for classes that have fully completed their second awakening. Another teacher finds the change suspicious and says that for most students it would be dangerous, but Zhou Yi is different. He believes that with Zhou Yi's abilities it won't be a problem. While training, the teacher says Zhou Yi spent 2 months in the TNU guild without wasting time, and even though he's still level 29, he's strong enough to face second awakening classes. He orders them to update the student's status to on mission, and says he'll remind him to follow proper procedure when he returns. A high-speed train passes through Longfeng City. The Suheng district and the Chongshan district are separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, crossing multiple secret realms and dangerous zones. Our boy is resting and thinking about how many hours of train travel it'll take to reach the city. He texts back, saying he has a few hours left before he arrives. One of the girls sitting next to him notices his phone has a special accessory, a singing mouse, and asks if he's from Ning'an City. Zhou Yi says yes, and asks where they're from. The short-haired girl says she's only half from Ning'an because she grew up in the city with her grandpa, and asks why he's going to Longfeng. The protagonist keeps it low-key and just says he has some things to take care of, then asks what they're going to do there. The girls say they're going for tourism, because the city has hot springs and they want to relax. They introduce themselves as Bai Na and Lu Ji. The short-haired girl Bai Na notices Zhou Yi's level is very high because she can't identify it, and from his aura, he must be a combat class. Our boy agrees, understanding that lifestyle professions and combat professions feel very different, so it makes sense she picked up on it. Bai Na says her instincts are sharp and she's jealous of people with combat classes like his. Already acting familiar, she calls Zhou Yi big brother and asks for his contact info. She says if he ever needs medicine in the future, he can just tell her. She can even get him a 20% discount. Our boy, a little awkward, just thanks her. Finally, they arrive and get off the train, and one of the girls comments on how fast the time went by. Both of them say goodbye and tell Zhou Yi he can reach out anytime he needs. Miss Bai accidentally bumps into a man holding flyers. The man starts promoting an event for the church, handing out flyers to everyone. He tells our boy that based on his aura, he must be someone destined for the divine. Our boy gets a bad feeling when he looks at the flyer, and before he can react, the man is already gone. The man leaves in a suspicious way, saying, "May the Holy Spirit protect Zhou Yi." The bun-haired girl from the train reads the flyer and asks if religion is common there in Longfeng. The short-haired girl tells her to throw it away because it could bring bad luck, and explains that her brother was working in the city and said the religion started showing up about a year ago. She keeps explaining that a lot of people benefited from joining that religion and got boosts to their attribute levels. But something weird happened to their personalities. They became completely indifferent. She gives an example about one of her brother's classmates. After joining the religion, the guy became violent and would explode over stupid little things. The Holy Spirit cult said it was normal and that everyone is like that, but she always feels like something isn't right. The bun-haired girl asks, "So what exactly is this divine miracle the flyer is talking about?" Bai Na says it doesn't matter, they can't get involved because they don't know what's really going on. Our guy has been listening to everything, thinking back to how he briefly saw the god of light in his consciousness. He knows divine miracles aren't something you just run into. This is probably a lead to track down the heretics, since evil cults often disguise themselves as normal religions. At 8:30 p.m. at Hengyang Mall, a crowd gathers on the 9th floor for a mysterious event that promises to reveal a miracle. People chat excitedly, saying that anyone who witnesses the miracle gets points added to their attributes, and that a lot of people came because of that promise. Mixed in with them, a small group of undercover agents talks about what's happening. They believe this sacred faith uses fake miracles to trick people and pull in followers. After all, in just 1 year they managed to gather more than 10,000 believers, so the group plans to record proof that it's a scam. The agents are Zhao Ling, a level 19 fighter, Guo Man, a level 19 warrior, Zhang Kong, a level 18 mechanic, and Lu Yuhan, a level 18 mage. Zhao warns that the mission is rated A+, extremely dangerous, and that the goal is only to collect evidence, no direct contact. Zhao says the micro-robots are already in place and the whole area is being monitored, but then something unexpected happens. Lu Yuhan notices she can't identify one person's class. The system shows not accessible. The cameras show it's Zhou Yi, and his presence seems to interfere with the equipment's readings, putting the agents on edge. They try to identify him but find that even their devices can't evaluate his info. Zhao Ling asks if Gu Man can read him, but he can't either. Zhao Kang concludes that if they're all having the same problem, it can only mean one thing: he's above level 20. They're shocked because even level 18 classes are considered elites in that city. The group wonders how the sacred faith managed to attract someone that powerful, and Gu Man notes that Zhao Yi gives off a holy aura, suspecting he might be part of the cult. Zhao Yi notices them staring, and shoots them a cold, threatening look enough to make them sweat and feel scared. Zhao Ling shaken says that just one look was enough to make her feel fear, and concludes he must be an elite with a second awakening. At the same time, Zhou Yi watches them too, and realizes the four don't look like civilians, but he ignores it, since his real target is the sacred faith. Someone appears ringing a bell, and the sacred faith ceremony begins. The bell's sound echoes, and the crowd falls silent as three priests dressed in white enter the hall lit by golden light. The lead priest, Liu Shu Yuan, welcomes everyone, saying it's an honor to guide them on the path of blessings. He says everyone is there because of fate and that the Holy Master sees all lives as equal. As he watches, Zhou Yi sizes up the priests and realizes their levels aren't high. One is level 18 and the other two are level 17, which makes him suspicious about how they could perform miracles. The priest continues his speech, promising unlimited blessings to those who stay faithful. He talks about special cultivation realms and precious resources offered to members, from mana potions to treasures that strengthen the body. The believers are dazzled when they hear about monthly rewards of 8,000 coins and benefits that could change their lives. Many start murmuring excitedly, believing they'll finally have a chance to become elites. Liu Shuyan finishes by saying all of it is the Holy Master's love, a love that would free believers from worldly worries so they can devote themselves completely to faith. The priest announces the start of the miracle, and with solemn gestures pulls away the cloth covering a huge golden statue with wings spread wide. He declares the Holy Master is all-powerful and that everyone there is about to witness his might. The statue is labeled as an unknown item with mysterious rank and effects, radiating strong mana energy. Zhou Yi watches closely. He can't appraise it either, but suspects it's a magical artifact. The infiltrated group, meanwhile, quickly decides the miracle is fake. Zhou Man says the statue will be used to stage a false miracle and tells them to capture proof of what happens. The priest raises his hands and cries out, "Holy Master, show your power. Let your faithful witness your greatness." As the bell rings again, the statue begins to emit an intense golden light. The crowd's eyes shine and many look hypnotized. Zhou Yi, though, covers his face with his hand, resisting the strange effect that seems to mess with everyone's mind. Golden light floods the hall, and a massive divine projection appears above the altar, a colossal angelic figure with open wings and an overwhelming presence. The believers, stunned, drop to their knees, convinced they're seeing a real miracle. The glow wraps around everyone, and many start feeling energy flowing through their bodies. People shout in excitement, saying the light is giving them power. Sacred symbols float in the air, making strange sounds, like they're speaking. Golden words fall like blessings, and the undercover team is hit by the light too. Zhao Ling, shocked, blurts out that she's become a second awakening class. Guman and Zhang Kang, swept up in the rush, believe they've received fortune and power. But Zhao Yi senses something is off. He quickly realizes what's happening is a high-level hypnotic spell, capable of creating illusions and manipulating the mind. He notices only one woman in the group is still conscious thanks to a necklace that protects her from mental manipulation, but the artifact needs time to reactivate. Zhao Yi decides he has to wait for the right moment to act and stop the ritual. The priest smiles in satisfaction at the statue, saying the sacred artifact granted by the Holy Master is incredibly effective. Liu Shu Yuan, seeing that the speech has distracted the crowd long enough, orders them to begin the real ritual. An assistant rings the bell again, and a deep sound rolls through the hall. Suddenly the floor glows with a sinister purple tone, and dense energy starts spreading. From the shadows, hooded figures emerge wrapped in dark mist, cultists. They bow before a cold, powerful-looking man, calling him Bishop. Zhou Yi feels them immediately and recognizes the evil aura around them. The bishop scolds Liu Shu Yuan for taking so long, saying there's no need for speeches. The believers are just consumables for the ritual. Liu Shu Yuan, submissive, says he was only setting the stage for the sacrifice. The bishop then announces that after the ritual, everyone present will receive the Holy Master's blessing and officially become part of the sacred faith. Zhou Yi watches in silence. He knows ordinary cultists can blend into a crowd, but as a holy knight blessed by the light, he can clearly sense corruption. The five up front stand out to him like dark ink on paper. As the bishop raises his hands and calls for the sacrifice, Zhou Yi decides to wait a little longer. The enemy leader is only level 27, which means someone even stronger is behind this. He needs to find out who before he moves, because 5 cultists are nowhere near the full threat. The cultists begin chanting a fanatical prayer, repeating over and over, "The sacred is eternal, indestructible." Their voices echo through the hall as the divine statue starts to move, forming a grotesque smile. Then golden light bursts from the monument and turns into spiritual threads that stretch toward the crowd. The people, enchanted and unaware of the danger, are struck by those beams. Watching closely, Zhou Yi is horrified to realize the threads are draining something vital from their bodies, their souls. He understands immediately, the so-called miracle is actually a soul extraction ritual. Zhou Yi thinks about how the souls of ordinary people are usually too weak to manifest after death, but here they're being forcibly torn from the body. He also remembers that souls are a crucial resource for resurrection rituals and high-level spells, which explains why the cultists are collecting them. In his mind, everything he investigated clicks into place. The Sacred Faith members who looked normal but acted like empty shells. Now he understands. They lost their souls. Our guy realizes their behavior change is directly tied to soul loss. The statue starts absorbing the souls, and someone asks in shock what it's going to do with all the souls it's collected. Xiaoling is hit by the energy and starts getting consumed while her companion desperately tries to wake her, saying everyone will die if this keeps going. She gathers her strength, summons a magic circle, and shouts, "Spirits of ice, answer my call, gather your strength and freeze." The spell works for a moment. The statue reacts to the cold and Xiaoling partially regains consciousness. But then the ice circle shatters. Xiaoling realizes stunned that her magic was nullified. One of the priests watching from a distance notices the anomaly and says with a sinister look that someone wasn't hypnotized. He raises his hand and unleashes a powerful attack, shouting, "Black burn." Dark flames form around him, creating a violent explosion that surges toward them. One ally raises both hands and casts sacred protection, and a golden shield appears to absorb the impact. Right after that, a girl with her hair tied back triggers another spell and shouts, "Shining shield," projecting a bright magic circle in front of them. Another spell follows, "Bright light," sending out a golden beam that slices through the dark attack and lights up the entire hall. The enemy, confident, red eyes glowing, recognizes the type of magic and says those light spells could only come from the Court of Light. The mage Lu Ran introduces herself as a level 25 light sorceress, and surprised by the opponent's resistance, remembers she once defeated a level 26 creature with that same spell. But to her shock, the cultist disperses the attack with a simple wave of his hand. She realizes they're far stronger than she expected and decides to retreat. One of the enemies, smiling coldly with a red glowing eye, steps forward and taunts her, saying she won't be leaving after interrupting the ritual. The priest casts Swamp, turning the floor into green mud that starts trapping her. As she struggles to break free, other cultists fire spells at her, Windblade and Fireball. Lu Ran lifts her staff and calls on the power of light, forming a golden barrier around herself. The cultists press in with offensive magic, and she realizes there are two mages among them, putting her at a huge disadvantage. If it were only one, she'd still have time to use teleport while they were casting. But with two attacking in sync, there are no openings. Attacks come from every direction, and she casts another spell, asking sacred power to purify all evil. But while defending, she senses a close-range fighter approaching, making her even more tense. She thinks about her training at the Court of Light, where she was taken in after awakening as a mage at 18. After 4 years of preparation, she believed she'd be able to wipe out the sect on her first mission. But facing their strength, her shield starts to falter. Terrified, she wonders if she's going to die there. Zhou Yi appears like he suddenly snapped awake. With a serious expression, he raises his hand and summons a massive golden hammer that slams down with devastating force, lighting up the entire hall. The impact is so intense it causes an explosion visible even from outside the building, shaking the ground and shattering the windows. When the light finally fades, Lu Ran looks around and sees the floor cracked and several cultists down. Stunned, she murmurs that they're dead, as the other women move closer in fear. Among the survivors, one enemy senses an extremely strong holy presence and warns that there are other intruders here. Zhou Yi steps forward holding a golden sword that radiates intense light. The priest stares at him in shock and immediately recognizes the holy energy pouring off him, calling him a high-ranking holy knight of the court. Our guy scolds them, calling the cultists sinners. Still shaken, Lu Ran watches from a distance and realizes how ridiculous his power is. 2 mages and a level 25 warrior, all with magical shields active, were taken out in a single strike. Not even a level 29 class should be able to do that. She starts suspecting he's someone with a secondary awakened class. The cultists rush him together, but he swings with ease and drops them all at once. Others watching from afar are stunned that he took everyone down in one move. One priest tries to run, but Zhou Yi summons the blue butterfly and orders it to follow him. As the enemy flees, Lu Ran approaches and calls him a high-level sacred class. She introduces herself as Lu Ran, a Court of Light mage, and when she looks closer, she realizes his presence isn't just holy, it feels like the power of light itself, taking human form. She even feels a sense of joy radiating from the light around him. Our guy asks why she's there, since he recognizes her Modu accent. She calmly says she went out looking for adventure and accepted a mission in the region. Grateful, Lu Ran admits that if it weren't for him, she'd already be dead. Zhou Yi says, "It's nothing." Curious, she runs after him and asks which division of the Court of Light he's from, because she's never seen holy light that powerful. Without hesitation, he raises his hand and says he's not from the Court of Light. That completely shocks her. She looks around at the destruction, the power still vibrating in the air, and wonders if he could be the Holy Sun, a legendary figure within the court itself. Lu Ran remembers that titles like Holy Son and Holy Daughter are only given to the court's absolute top geniuses, who receive the best resources and whose power is comparable to God's. That's why their identities are kept secret, so they won't be hunted by demons and cultists. She calls him Your Highness and asks if they should wake the people who are still unconscious, but Zhou Yi refuses, saying it would only cause panic. He explains that the local public security force is experienced at dealing with anomalies and will know what to do. Lu Ran praises him for being so considerate. Our boy walks up to one of the cultist bodies and brings his hands together. A golden light starts to radiate as he recites a prayer. In the name of sacred judgment, I awaken the good within souls. Glowing flowers bloom around the body, and a voice echoes through the air, a confession coming from the purified soul itself. I sinned and I repent for every sin I committed. The golden energy spreads through the air, turning into shining sparks that slowly rise until they fade away. 4 fragments of light gather in front of the young man, forming the words Will of Repentance X4 collected. He watches the result calmly, but mutters that it's only 4. In his mind, he notes that he let the bishop escape on purpose and ordered the space butterfly to follow him so he could track down the rest of the cultists. Now seemed like the perfect time to go after them. Liu Ran, still amazed by what she's seeing, thinks to herself. She also has the repentance ability, but his is infinitely stronger. His connection to the light elements is unbelievably high. She imagines that if she could train alongside the Holy Sun, her power would definitely grow, but she wonders if he would allow something like that. Minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes up the temple stairs. Armed men in dark blue uniforms storm in with their weapons raised. Long Feng public security. Drop your weapons and put your hands up. The officers spread out through the ruined hall, taking in the chaos in front of them. Captain Wang Hao, the team leader, walks up to Lu Ran, who instinctively raises her arms. I'm Captain Wang Hao from the Public Security Operations Unit. What happened here, ma'am? Lu Ran tries to stay calm and answers, Sacred Faith was a cult. They were luring ordinary citizens in to sacrifice them and steal their souls. The captain reacts, stunned. Steal their souls? Did you stop them? She waves her hands in panic. No, I didn't. When she tries to explain more, she realizes the young man from earlier is already gone. She looks around, confused. Where did he go? With no time to figure it out, the captain starts issuing orders. Evacuate the civilians, secure the area, and keep people from panicking. While the agents cordon off the scene and collect evidence, Lil Ran sighs in frustration, muttering to herself, Why did the Holy Sun leave me here alone? As part of the team seals off the area, the captain orders Group 3 to start treating the victims. Healing spells are cast, and the most seriously injured begin to regain consciousness. Confused, many ask what's going on. Some remember being at a party just moments ago. Others say it feels like they were knocked out. Among them, a man with glasses wakes up, rubbing his head. My head, he mutters, trying to make sense of it. He joins a small group and asks if they managed to survive. One of the others answers nervously that everyone had been hypnotized by Sacred Faith, and he only got out because of a magic talisman. He explains the sect brought at least 5 level 25 or higher classes overwhelming power. The group is shocked, unable to understand how they're still alive. The man continues, excited. That guy looked like a secondary awakened Sacred Faith class. He wiped them all out in one go. And he even said he hoped his robots recorded everything so he could post it and make it go viral. The ceiling starts to tremble, and something seeps through the cracks. The window glass suddenly explodes, scaring the group. Right after that, the scene shifts to an underground location, where a man wrapped in shadows complains about the ritual failing and losing his followers. He fears his lord's reaction, while a blue butterfly appears and flies toward a new glowing crack. The protagonist activates his spatial tracking skill. With the power of the golden emblem, he senses a distant coordinate and creates a shining rift. Meanwhile, in an underground temple bathed in red light, a group of cultists bows before a dark orb. Bishop Feng, you're back, one voice says. The sphere replies in a deep tone. I felt the loss of 4 precious believers. What happened? Feng drops to his knees, trembling. My lord, there was an incident. A man with a powerful light element broke into the ritual and killed our people. He's too strong, I can't beat him. The voice echoes with fury. Then why are you still alive? The bishop lowers his head, desperate. It was my fault, my lord. Spare my life, and I'll find more sacrifices to make up for the loss. The entity roars, useless idiot, making the ground shake. Feng tries to defend himself. I swear I did everything I could, but that mysterious man is far too strong. Zhou Yi, now disguised under a hood, watches the black orb in front of him as thick, evil energy spreads through the air. He quietly remarks that the orb must be the real core of the ritual. The hundreds of cultists gathered there showed this wasn't some simple sacrifice. Something much bigger was happening. The irritated orb says the bishop's excuses don't matter, and that even with the sacrifice interrupted, the main ritual is almost complete. The bishop on the floor asks if the sacrifice still worked. The orb answers furiously, saying the cults and rituals weren't just about collecting a few souls. The purpose was far greater. Bishop Su, the deep voice calls. A man kneels. I'm here. Explain it to this fool. Yes, my lord. Bishop Su begins calmly explaining the real plan. The Master of Chaos was preparing something that could shake the entire world. In that year alone, Sacred Faith had already carried out more than 300 sacrifice rituals. Each location was carefully chosen and placed at strategic points around Longfeng. Those points formed a gigantic magic circle, the dreaded Chaos Hell Formation. To pull it off, the cultists infiltrated ordinary citizens, drawing in people with ambitions and desires into Sacred Faith. On top of that, they poisoned the city's water supply with an invisible substance, colorless and tasteless that weakened body and mind, making the population easier to control. Zhao understands immediately. That's why so many people were hypnotized so easily. Su continues explaining that underground tunnels connect every sacrifice point, packed with runes and magic formations meant to channel energy. And now, with the ritual activated, the souls and life force of all of Longfeng were being drained and concentrated into the Master of Chaos's seal. A cultist with a bizarre face and a smiling expression says that by sacrificing the soul and life of the entire city, the Master of Chaos will awaken. He will bring endless darkness and chaos to reshape the world. The great Master of Chaos will awaken soon. Zhao, still under the hood, watches with a grim expression. Master of Chaos, an evil god. Waking up a god using the lives of an entire city. Our boy thinks, I can't let that happen. Golden flames begin forming around his body, dancing over his skin as he pretends to show respect. Forgive me, my lord, he says coldly, lowering his head, but I don't know anything about this. The orb starts to churn. Bishop Feng, how could you be this stupid? How could I trust something this important to someone like you? Suddenly, it senses a different presence and asks, who's there? Zhao Yi lifts his gaze, his eyes now glowing an intense blue beneath the hood's shadow. An explosion of energy wraps around him and the ground trembles. He drops the disguise and activates his power, Apocalypse form. A golden light cuts through the temple, lightning wrapping around his blade as his body surges to extreme speed. With a single motion, he slices through the ground, the air and the shadows around him, charging straight at the enemy. On the other side, the masked servant appears. The bishop on the floor shouts, "You again!" The strange masked figure invokes Space Shadow Slash, gathering dark power into his weapon and releasing a black cut with devastating force. Our boy uses Sacred Thunder, Blade of Punishment, calling down Holy Thunder to empower his weapon and delivering a fast strike that deals massive thunder damage to the target. The two powers collide violently. The orb says, Zhou Yi, it's you. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The bishop points at Zhou Yi, saying he's the one who interrupted the ritual. He dares to show up at their headquarters and now he'll never leave. Furious, the orb forms a giant hand and slaps the bishop across the face, blaming him for being careless enough to be followed back to their base, saying it could take his life right there. The orb humiliates him. You're only here because of your pathetic blood connection. Other than that, you're an ant under my feet. The orb keeps going, saying the bishop is so stupid he wouldn't even know how to die on his own. The fight between the masked servant and our boy stays intense, golden and purple lights spilling across the space. Zhou Yi leaps and tries to gauge the masked figure's level, but realizes he's stronger than the previous bishop, and Zhou Yi is struggling to keep up. The masked figure pushes forward with his power, swarming the protagonist with hundreds of bats. He keeps swinging his scythe, about to summon multiple black blades to strike Zhou Yi from different angles. A massive explosion erupts, blazing with strong purple light. The masked figure appears with a mocking smile, saying a mere level 29 knight took 3 hits from him, and that it was fun, but it ends now. The masked figure invokes Gather the Elements of Darkness to form a shadow cyclone, with powerful suction, and inflict continuous dark corruption on all life forms around it. Immediately, the cyclone fills the area, dragging everything nearby inward. Our boy is being pulled in, but he activates Divine Protection. The masked figure explains that his dark vortex can even swallow light, that fighting is pointless, and that even though Zhou Yi is impressive, he's only a first awakening class. He adds that he's a second awakening class, 14 levels above the Holy Knight. Zhou Yi thinks that maybe Holy Angel Protection can cancel most of the dark corruption, but the bigger problem is the dark vortex draining all his mana and stamina. He knows he'll be completely exhausted if this keeps going. With a threatening expression and a cruel smile, the masked figure taunts him, "How long can your candlelight hold out against absolute power?" Zhou Yi has sweat running down his face, but his eyes shine a bright yellow as he answers firmly that his light is enough to crush the enemy's tricks. Our protagonist is wrapped in an extremely intense golden aura, blasting sacred light in every direction while black and purple energy tries to coil around him. Zhou Yi realizes there's no point trying to match him in mana and stamina. He has to end this fast. The masked figure mentally analyzes the sacred light he's facing, and realizes it's far purer and stronger than a normal Holy Knight's, something that completely exceeds his expectations. He thinks that whatever Zhou Yi is, he's not leaving alive. The orb screams for Bishop Su to do something. Now, our boy raises his whole body into an angelic state and activates more powers, the Sacred Halo and the Sacred Flame Halo. Zhou Yi releases Sacred Light in a burst of force and destroys the Dark Vortex. The masked figure is shocked, saying that Vortex should have held up even against C-rank attacks, and it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. In the background, the orb screams for all believers to kill the protagonist at any cost. The enemies rush in, saying that even if they aren't strong individually, they can bring anyone down with group attacks. Shouting, they strike, feel the chains of darkness, chain of pain. Zhou Yi releases a powerful blue wave that spreads around him, shattering the chains of darkness. The enemies surge at him in a group, but the energy explodes again, creating a massive impact that throws several of them into the air. Our boy realizes there are too many people there and decides he needs to clear the area. Zhou Yi forms 2 enormous wings of golden energy that spin like blades. He charges forward, destroying everything in his path, hurling enemies away and carving out open space on the battlefield. The masked figure appears in the middle of the fight, about to unleash his technique, Triple Shadow Slash. But before he can get close, our boy releases even more sacred light which detonates and hits the enemy at full force, completely canceling the shadow strike. The orb becomes furious and yells that they're all useless because they still can't defeat a level 29 Holy Knight. The bishop wonders how they're supposed to beat this guy and calls Zhuyi a monster. Our boy thinks that, thanks to buffs and skill usage, his current strength is equivalent to someone around level 40, even though he's only level 29, and Sacred Light naturally has the advantage against evil. The orb gets even angrier and says that when the ritual is complete, everyone will pay for this. Then it notices Bishop Feng just standing there and asks what he's doing. The bishop answers, trembling, that he's waiting for the right moment because he doesn't want to throw his life away. The orb, even more enraged, screams that they're all worthless trash and orders them to attack the protagonist immediately to block him. The bishop says again that he's waiting for a better moment to strike, but he's cut off. Zhuyi surges forward, covered in golden light, and creates a shining barrier. Then he launches himself ahead with force, tears through the enemy's red energy, and appears right in front of him, leaving the bishop completely stunned. A hand reaches out, grabs the bishop by the hair as he coughs blood, and asks why his father is doing this. The orb flings the bishop away, shouting that he's useless. Our boy, confused, asks the orb if the bishop is his son. The orb replies that the son has no value, and that it's an honor to serve the master of chaos. Zhuyi says it's disgusting to throw away even family love for the sake of an evil god. The villain then claims that when chaos descends, all life will be its child, and says Zhuyi is no match for him, and that he's wasting his life defending a city that's already doomed to be destroyed. Our boy, surprised, asks if the monster knows him. The enemy answers yes, saying he's the champion of the national freshman competition, and that he'd already heard about him. Suddenly, the masked figure who had been beaten returns, and our boy rushes in. But before the fight starts, he notices something strange. The red orb is spinning now like a hurricane. An explosion goes off, and the masked man with the grin thinks he's got the upper hand. Zhuyi uses his speed and appears behind the masked villain in the same instant, using the Void Beast skill, Spatial Leap. Before the masked man can react, Zhuyi lands a level 5 Sacred Punch B-class straight into him. The hit bursts into golden light, and the villain screams in pain as the impact sends him flying. The orb laughs when it sees it was Zhuyi who took the Void Beast, and that it was easy to track him down, activating Light's punishment, level 16. Zhuyi looks at the rising light and realizes the enemy knows him, and knows he might have taken the Void Beast. Zhuyi recognizes him and says, Feng, he head of the Feng household, you're the maniac who escaped. The villain confirms it, then declares that the Master of Chaos will reshape this world, and that he'll become one of the new gods. He says that if Zhuyi hadn't interfered during the exchange competition, the Master of Chaos would have awakened months ago. He says that today he's taking Zhuyi and the Void Beast. Then he adds that the Void Beast is his gift to the Master of Chaos, and that Zhuyi's sacred power will nourish the awakening. Zhuyi thinks that believing in an evil god really does give you power. He remembers Feng Hat, he was a level 49 secondary assassin, but now he's as strong as a level 52 warrior, like Master Wu. He realizes that even with buffs and angelic physiology, fighting him is going to be hard. Stone pillars burst up from the ground around Zhuyi. Zhuyi moves so fast he slips past the attacks. The villain gathers red energy and throws a massive strike down from above. Zhuyi grips his light sword and holds his ground at the center of the blast while rocks fly in every direction. The villain watches and says Zhuyi can fight as much as he wants, but every minute 500 souls become food for the Master of Chaos. He spreads his arms and multiple red seals appear around him, amplifying the ritual's power. Red chaos crashes down on Zhuyi, but he instantly activates Sacred Protection, level 13, forming a golden dome around himself. Zhuyi feels something off, and suddenly gets hit in the arm. He realizes his healing isn't working. The wound starts to darken like it's rotting. He understands immediately, this isn't normal corruption. It's the direct manifestation of Malice's power. While he tries to stabilize his arm, the villain starts laughing, wrapped in spinning red circles around his body. Then the villain fires a massive attack. Red energy builds up and detonates forward. Zhuyi, even injured, plants his feet and braces to meet it head-on. The entire sky turns blood red, covered in spiraling clouds. Then a huge beam drops from the sky like a giant blade. The villain realizes he might not have hit Zhuyi, and when he looks up, he sees a light forming. A gigantic spear of divine light comes down from above and slams straight onto the villain inside the magic circle. The villain says he already understands the plan. Restrict his movement, then land a killing blow with that skill. Zhuyi suddenly appears behind them with a furious look. The villain smiles arrogantly and says Zhuyi is using basic tactics, and it won't work on him because he used to be a War Academy instructor. Zhuyi reacts fast when red chains burst from the ground, stretching like snakes to capture him. He jumps back, but the chains change direction and surge again, catching his arm by surprise. The villain smiles and says that's the kind of mindset he taught students 10 years ago. The chains tighten hard around Zhuyi, wrapping up his body and locking down his movement. The system appears, explaining the skill. Abyssal Chain, created from the power of chaos, designed to suppress and seal the target. Once it captures someone, all elemental abilities are blocked and the chain starts draining the victim's life force little by little. The villain slowly descends from the air as a red aura takes over the entire hall, saying, "Fight all you want. This is the end." Red energy chains bind Zhuyi's arms and legs, pinning him to the stone altar. He tries to resist, but he can feel his power being drained. The villain lands calmly and walks up to the altar like someone who's already won. He leans in, grabs Zhou Yi's face, and cruelly squeezes his cheeks. Zhou Yi twists, unable to move, completely trapped by the chains draining his energy. The villain watches him with a crooked smile, satisfied like the outcome is already decided. Right after that, the villain turns and walks away. The whole place starts shaking, and the ceiling begins collapsing toward the altar where Zhou Yi is trapped. Zhou Yi lifts his head to see what's happening, and wonders what's rising from the ground. Twisted shapes crawl up from the floor, dozens of humanoid creatures with red, empty eyes. The villain spreads his arms, smiling like a madman as the horde approaches. He says, "Listen," and points at the creatures dragging themselves across the ground. These are the footsteps of the Master of Chaos arriving. As he speaks, red lightning spreads across the city. The entire street is covered in bodies. Zhou Yi, still trapped, struggles against the chains. More souls begin to appear in the hall, and Zhou Yi realizes he recognizes some of them. He shouts their names. Bai Na, Lu Ji. Dark energy takes over more and more of the place. Zhou Yi forces his body up and yells, "You're a monster." The enemy answers with contempt. "These are necessary sacrifices. Fools like you wouldn't understand." With a serious expression, Zhou Yi thinks fast and weighs his only escape option. He thinks he could ask the Void Beast to take him away, but then everyone in Longfeng City will die, so he has to stop this. Even if he can't match him, he can't run. A golden vial appears in front of him, the congenital potion S+, which repairs the body's congenital state and increases recovery speed. Zhou Yi downs the potion in one gulp. The system shows the effects activating. Negative resistance increased by 100%. Physical recovery speed increased by 100%. The villain watches Zhou Yi trapped and smiles. Pointless struggle. Zhou Yi answers, gathering his sacred energy, and shouts, "In the name of the sacred, I awaken the goodness inside your soul." The villain flinches and takes a step back. Confused. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yi, eyes full of determination, answers with a single word, yelling, "Repent." Zhou Yi channels repentance energy around him. The burst of light purifies the gathered souls and releases a yellow flash that covers the entire hall. The system records that 104 wills of repentance were collected. Zhou Yi's body reacts immediately. Blue and gold light spreads through his veins like constellations linking across the sky. The energy collides at the center of his chest and triggers an internal explosion. Zhou Yi feels the power rising. Divine light appears, revealing angelic warriors around him, while on the opposite side an icy blue force forms, like ice soldiers holding spears. The two forces collide in a massive impact. Zhou Yi feels energy flowing from both sides of his body, and different lights manifest. The villain watches Zhou Yi's body wrapped in golden light and murmurs in shock. That power? Is he trying to break through something? Suddenly his eyes widen. A secondary awakening. Smiling arrogantly, the villain says, "Forcing a secondary awakening? You've really opened my eyes. You've already fallen into despair." He thinks while warriors wrapped in ice and energy keep fighting. Normally, a second awakening requires huge resources, precious mana stones and pills to stabilize the body and raise power. The villain says, "You're chained by the abyssal chain, which suppresses sacred power. You're alone with no energy supply." He keeps going. "The power inside your body is going to go berserk, break you, tear you apart." Looking down at Zhou Yi, he finishes. A massive level drop at best, total annihilation at worst. He clenches his fist, loaded with chaotic energy, and says Zhou Yi is strange, and even if there's only a small chance of success, he can't allow it. The scene shifts to internal visions. Golden angels fighting ice warriors, representing the forces inside Zhou Yi's body colliding. The two sides of the battle seem to reach an end by merging together. The lights fuse, revealing Zhou Yi floating with golden blue wings spread wide, pushing into the second awakening. A system message appears saying he reached level 30 as a judge, gaining new exclusive skills like Divine Judgment, Divine Summoning, and Divine Awakening. At the same time, his face changes, one eye blue and the other orange, giving off divine power and destructive power at the same time. The villain stares, shocked by the pressure of the released energy. A golden rift suddenly slices through the air. The villain's eyes go wide, unable to understand what's about to happen. In a single instant, the blade of light cuts through his body and splits his demonic power in half, tearing apart the red barrier he created. The demonic creature smiles insanely, showing its teeth, and says it's useless to try to hurt him, calling Zhou Yi a second-rate knight. He says he's devoured more insects like Zhou Yi than he can count, while a mass of monstrous shadows rides behind him. Zhou Yi, now wrapped in golden light, answers coldly that he doesn't need to listen to his last words, because everything he says is just noise. Then he raises his hand and activates his ultimate skill. A huge magic circle forms in the sky, with the announcement, Judgment, Level 1. It channels divine wrath through a sacred invocation that deals massive damage to beings of darkness. After the skill ends, the user enters an overload state. All attributes plus 40% for 2 hours. The villain is surrounded by red shadows twisting around him as he charges forward with a furious expression. Zhou Yi faces him head-on with a steady gaze and says, "Sinner, I sentence you to..." He raises his arm to the sky and a divine golden light erupts above him as he finishes, "Death." Multiple spears of light rain down at high speed, striking the villain and slamming him into the ground. He hits hard, bleeding, and tries to speak. "You won't get the power of my lord," he, Joey feels something strange. A mass of red energy expands like a living explosion, throwing black smoke and glittering particles everywhere. The attack cuts through the darkness and fires straight toward Joey. Around him, distorted voices rise up saying, "Submit, why not perish together?" The evil force rushes toward Joey's mouth, trying to enter and take over his body. Joey's eyes start glowing, an intense red, like he's being controlled by the dark force. But then something slams inside him, his eyes turn green again, clear and focused. Then Joey is grabbed by a grotesque monster, with tentacles and multiple eyes, still whispering manipulative lines, begging him to become part of it. The entity monster doesn't just want to kill him, it wants to absorb him and fuse with Joey's mind. Joey is completely wrapped in tentacles, but he reacts by lifting his necklace, a special amulet that starts shining intensely. The amulet's energy detonates all around him. The monster's tentacles get torn apart by the force of the light, freeing Joey. Joey, now free with the spear in his hands, has just unlocked unlimited premium turbo mode. He sees what the entity was trying to do and says it was trying to corrupt his mind, something more advanced than hypnosis. Joey attacks hard and says, "Bad luck for you, you picked the wrong opponent." The blow lands heavy and the monster screams from the hit. Then it gathers itself and demands, "How dare you attack me?" Joey answers, "Why wouldn't I? Sacred knights exist to deal with the arrogant." He rushes in and strikes again, splitting one of the monster's tentacles. The monster crashes down with a heavy impact. Joey stays standing, weapon in hand, with dark energy swirling around him. A portal opens in the floor and something strange starts to rise. Handprint-like marks appear on Joey's face, and he looks confused. The monster attacks him aggressively. After hitting Joey, the creature shows a warped smile, drooling because it landed the blow. The monster is completely consumed by rage and roars, "I curse you. I am the god of chaos. I can't be killed by an ordinary human. Become my servant." Joey drops to one knee, gathering power, and answers the monster, "Demigod power, is that it? How about this? Let's make a deal. You be my punching bag, and I'll teach you what it means to kill a god." And he continues, "At best, you're just a fragment of some evil god. That's why someone like me, just a human, can hurt you. Keep talking nonsense and you'll have me laughing until my teeth fall out." The monster freezes and says, "Impossible." Joey is already exhausted, his body at its limit. He says, "Too bad this body can only hold out for 2 more minutes. My time's up." Gathering what energy he has left, he activates Divine Mode. A golden explosion echoes across the city. Using Divine Summoning Level 1, S rank, angelic warriors appear, hovering in the air, ready to strike. The system explains that the energy used is contract magic inherited from the ancient angelic legions. It sacrifices 30% of the user's life to summon a battle angel, and mental energy will be continuously drained as long as the angel remains. Celestial energy surges toward the monster, while the monster roars aggressively and spits out its taunt, "You pathetic creations of the forbidden law won't stop me." The purification starts with divine punishment. The divine lightning is so intense it triggers a colossal explosion. After that devastating strike, a red crystal appears, a condensed fragment of evil power, and the system notifies, "You obtained damaged evil god power crystal. Quality cannot be accessed." And get this, our boy isn't even conscious, yet he's still determined to show the world what he can do. He's knocked out. The only thing keeping him standing is sheer willpower. He managed to defeat the entity, proving that 2 minutes really can be a lot. And after all that effort, that monster wasn't even a complete fragment of a god. Joey collapses on the ground, completely drained after the fight. He tries to get up, but a sharp pain hits him. His hand gives out, his whole body trembles, and all he can manage is a strained groan. Then the system flashes another warning, "Alert, unstable vital signs, immediate treatment required, power overload warning, high risk of coma, remaining endurance 2%, multiple complications detected, internal damage 85%. Even on the verge of collapse, he gathers what little strength he has left. With difficulty, he raises his shaking hands and presses his palms together, making golden energy blaze between them. Weak as he is, he forces the words out, "Heal." The scene shifts. A desperate girl wearing only a towel tries to wake another girl up. By now wakes and asks if they weren't at the hot spring. The other girl, totally confused, says this has to be a divine miracle. The city is lit up by holy light. An angel hovers above it and casts a divine blessing. Revive Level 1. A wave of sacred light washes over the entire city, purifying the corruption and removing all the local souls. The system notifies that after using it, the knight enters a specialized coma state, and all attributes drop to 0 for 10 days. The Void Beast appears and says, "You forced your second breakthrough, destroyed your meridians, and still activated a rebirth skill. It's a miracle you survived. Why didn't you let me take you out of there? You could have been saved." Joey answers, "What's the difference between that and those cultists? That day I chose to be a holy knight. My values are humility, sincerity, courage, compassion, duty, honor." Behind him, like a spirit or a guide, the shadow of a holy knight appears. Joey continues, "To pursue justice and righteousness for my whole life. That's what it means to be a holy knight." Even while barely holding on, he explains his choice. "If I was afraid of death and clung to life, I would have become someone completely different. What's the point of power if it goes against your principles?" The Void Beast watches, still half in disbelief. While he's still on the ground, lines of energy spread out in the shape of a huge butterfly. and a blue glow wraps around his entire body. Zhou Yi says, Sunao's University. Someone shouts from the top of a cliff, what happened here? A group of soldiers arrives, and when they see the scene, they say, a battle on this scale is way beyond what we can handle. Still, I'm sure a powerful warrior gave his life to protect Longfeng City tonight. He's Longfeng's hero. The scene cuts to Zhou Yi being teleported by the Void Beast back to his dorm. The system notifies Zhou Yi is now a temporary level 32 Holy Knight. Soul damage detected. Vital signs critical. All attributes reduced to 0 for 10 days. His eyes start to close as he grows weaker. The last thing he sees is a countdown. Little by little, his eyes open again. He's inside a recovery tank filled with liquid, with multiple tubes connected to his body and machines monitoring his vital signs. Zhou Yi realizes he's been in a coma for 2 days. A professor on the other side of the tank watches him and says, so you finally woke up. How does it feel to stare death in the face? Tearing apart a dark god's sacrificial ritual all by yourself? Should I call you brave or reckless? Zhou Yi says the situation was urgent. The professor explains that Zhou Yi's meridians were destroyed, like a fishing net ripped to shreds. Ordinary healing magic could only patch up the body. That's why I put you in a medicinal spring to keep your vital signs stable. He continues, at the bottom are 5 dragon pearls, rare sacred healing relics. You need to absorb all of them, and don't you dare waste a single drop. Zhou Yi looks at him confused. But professor, isn't this your foot bath? The professor answers, completely unfazed, don't worry about details as long as you're alive. That's what matters. Then the professor says he'll explain what happened while Zhou Yi was unconscious. Longfeng Public Security's Special Action Unit fully preserved the battlefield and even collected samples of the remaining divine light. He opens a blue panel in the room and shows an energy curve that matches Zhou Yi's divine aura. Anyone who knows what they're looking for could track you. As for the Longfeng incident, the public will be told the professor was the one who did it. Zhou Yi looks at him and says he doesn't want to hide behind him. The professor stays calm and explains why he's taking responsibility. Zhou Yi is still young, low-level, and would be hunted by cultists if his feat became public. He says he used his privileges to protect his student by classifying the case as confidential. Zhou Yi remembers the crystal he got. He holds the cracked crystal in his hand, calls the professor over, shows it, and explains that he discovered the entity's true form was just a damaged power crystal. The professor takes the crystal as Zhou Yi says, this is the real face of the evil god. It looks harmless, but it ruins so many lives. The professor stares at it and says, a mere fragment, and it still dares to stir up a storm. He raises the red crystal and activates a powerful golden light spell to seal it. Then he lifts his hand again, showing that the crystal has changed color. He says it's a condensed core of negative energy, and it emits a special mental frequency. With a snap of his fingers, the professor turns serious and says Zhou Yi's body was severely damaged because he forced a breakthrough he wasn't ready for. A spiritual image of an ice dragon appears, representing the dormant power in the Zhou family bloodline. The professor reveals there's a secret realm called the Frozen Dragon Abyss, where the soul of an ancient dragon is sealed. When your condition stabilizes, I'll have the Zhou family come pick you up. Someone there has been calling for you. You'd better make it up to her. The scene cuts to Zhou Ran, talking with another version of herself. The pink-haired side says she's weak and can't protect her brother, Zhou Yi. The pink-haired version tells Zhao Ran to hand control over and switch bodies. Ran hears someone calling her and snaps out of the trance. Zhao Ran anxiously asks Zhou Yi how he managed to get out. Zhou Yi, unsure, asks if Ran remembers what she just said to him. Zhao Ran notices traces of her other self on her arm and hides it from Zhou Yi. With a cynical smile, she says, sorry, I honestly don't remember. Somewhere else, a red-haired guy reports to his master, saying Longfeng City was destroyed and Feng is dead. The master asks what happened. The red-haired guy answers, Professor Wang Hui. While tending his garden, the master asks why the professor would go to Longfeng. The red-haired guy says they got internal information that the professor's disciple, Zhou Yi, was on a mission in Longfeng. He saw Feng He in action and immediately contacted Wang Hui, which is why the professor showed up. The master, thoughtful, says, if Wang Hui is involved, things get more complicated. Then he orders, tell all branches to erase everything completely. Full dive mode, avoid any military involvement at all costs. The red-haired guy obeys. The master wonders why Zhou Yi's name sounds familiar. The red-haired guy explains that 2 months ago, during the freshman competition, Zhou Yi ruined Feng He's plans. They suspected he had tamed a void beast and kept him under surveillance for a while. The master, surprised, says he remembers and that Zhou Yi really does have ability. Holding scissors and staring strangely at a flower in his garden, the master says, then let's give our little friend a gift he'll never forget, and snips the flower off. In another scene, the red-haired guy stands outside a building under an umbrella while heavy rain pours down. Seeing where Zhou Yi lives, he thinks, how can Zhou Yi live somewhere this poor, with no backing from a powerful clan and still have such absurd strength? Suddenly, a purple flash appears in a window. A loud noise follows, and the red-haired guy frowns, wondering who's in there. The explosion grows and he freezes in shock. Inside, a madman screams that he loves women and children, that their fear has a delicious smell. In the background, a child and a wolf stare in terror. Smiling, the madman says, and you two are the perfect pair for my luck, and lunges, saying there'll be double pleasure. A purple blast erupts. The madman stares, not understanding what's happening. The red-haired guy appears now transformed, shielding the girl and the wolf. When the madman sees the flames, he recognizes what might be a dragon bloodline. He attacks the red-haired guy, yelling, "Someone's got a death wish." The scene changes again. Our boy senses something wrong and rushes out of the recovery pool. Floating, Joe-yi feels it and thinks, a void beast, a void-winged butterfly. Our girl summons the void beast and asks it to do a spatial transfer to Jo-yan. Joe-yi, face set, tells the void beast, "Little Gray's life force is dropping. That means Yoon is in danger. Cut through the interference, find her now." The void beast focuses and says, "I'll do my best to protect your body during transport, but I can't promise you'll arrive in one piece." The teleport begins, forming a glowing butterfly made of blue energy. Then a shattered gate appears and Joe-yi steps through it. He arrives right in the middle of the fight, looking down at the chaos from above. The injured red-haired boy asks if the little girl can stand and tells her to go find her brother. The madman says the red-haired boy doesn't value his own life, risking everything for a little girl. With a hard stare, the red-haired boy answers, "Whether it's worth it or not isn't your business," and attacks, firing a massive spiral jet of fire from his mouth. An explosion swallows the area with the shadow of a dragon looming behind it. When the smoke clears, the red-haired boy is revealed, covered in injuries. The little girl runs to her brother, Joe-yi. She says, "You're finally here. That man was terrifying, and he hurt little Gray." Joe-yi looks worried, then steadies himself and tells her to relax because he's here now. Joe-yi looks at the red-haired boy, Shen Lingfeng, and wonders why he showed up there of all places. Lingfeng, with a mocking tone, says to Joe-yi, "So the savior finally showed up. You're one hell of a responsible brother." The little girl steps in front of Joe-yi and says not to talk about her brother like that. Lingfeng says, "Hey, little sister, that hurts. I risked my life to save you." She answers, "You saved me and I'll repay you for it, but you don't get to talk bad about my brother. Ever since I was little, no matter how dangerous it was, my brother always stood in front of me. He's the best brother in the world." Lingfeng keeps poking at Joe-yi. "At least your sister knows how to be grateful. You're not even going to say thanks?" Still bleeding from the fight, he asks if that's what they teach at Joe-yi's academy. The little girl yells, furious. Joe-yi calms her down and says Lingfeng is just jealous because he doesn't have an amazing sister, so he's acting irritated. Joe-yi thinks Lingfeng really did save her, but it could also be a setup. He tells his sister it's the classic sour grapes thing when someone trashes what they really want but can't have. She asks if that's true and Joe-yi says it is. Lingfeng gets angry, saying how dare Joe-yi call it a setup and that he'd never be jealous of him. But as he talks, he blacks out from how severe his injuries are and collapses. With a spear still stuck through his stomach, he lies there, unable to move. Joe-yi looks from a distance and covers his sister's face so she won't see it. Lingfeng, voice shaking, tells Joe-yi not to stand there like a statue. He's not dead yet and he needs to be saved. Joe-yi thinks Lingfeng can still crack jokes while bleeding like this, so maybe the injuries aren't as bad as they look. Joe-yi says, "What I really want to know is why you were at my house, and how you showed up at the exact moment Joe-yi got attacked." Lingfeng says, "There's a popular trend lately, retracing a hero's path." Joe-yi says, "What?" Lingfeng remembers a conversation he overheard where two guys said people visit the old homes of powerful figures, hoping to get inspired by the traces they left behind. Lingfeng says, "I can't even walk around the neighborhood without you thinking you're the only one with fans everywhere." He looks embarrassed to tell Joe-yi the truth. Suddenly, Joe-yi's expression changes. He starts coughing something dark out of his mouth. The little girl grabs him and asks if he's okay. Joe-yi tries to play it off, apologizing for scaring his little sister. Dark lines spread across Joe-yi's skin, like some kind of liquid seeping through. The little girl screams, and the next thing you know, he's already on the ground. Panicking, she wonders what she's supposed to do and runs toward the phone lying on the floor. She calls someone, begging them to pick up. The professor shows up, saying Joe-yi's place is more chaotic than a battlefield. He takes the phone from the little girl and says he'll handle it. Charan comes running in, shouting Joe-yi's name, holding him in his arms while giving him a potion to drink. The professor reaches out to heal Joe-yi and says, "You little punk, you really know how to stir up trouble. I just dragged you back from the edge of death and then you go charging into space-time turbulence with no magic protecting your body. It's a miracle you're still alive." The professor says he's not really a healer type, but for now he managed to stabilize the injuries. As Joe-yi starts to recover, he asks how the professor and Charan got there. The professor explains that the Void Beast realized Joe-yi was badly hurt when he crossed the space-time turbulence. After bringing him here, it immediately went to find the professor. Charan was with him at the time, so they rushed over together. The professor notices something. That aura is identical to one of the cultists from Longfeng County. But they weren't looking for Joe-yi. They attacked Joe-yun instead. He suspects they don't know the truth about what happened in Longfeng. They probably just wanted to take their anger out on Joe-yun, because Joe-yi showed up. The military has already secretly started a nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit cult. But the enemy in the shadows they exposed can't stay here anymore. Joe-yi, you need to go to the Joe family's old residence immediately. Joe-yi says going to the Joe family is also a good chance to take little Yun back. She'll be much safer there. The professor tells Joe-yi he can't use any kind of teleportation. He can only take the nearest public ship, the Skydome, to the Joe family. He explains that the Skydome is an A-level secure vessel, equipped with armed guards. It can reach Joe family territory in 8 hours. I'll notify the Joe family to meet you at the Skydome pier. Charan says she'll go with Joe-yi this time to protect him. In the background, someone is yelling, but nobody pays attention. The professor continues, we don't know how far the Holy Spirit cult has infiltrated, so you need to travel disguised as ordinary passengers. Suddenly the redhead Ling Feng shouts, hello? Are you not seeing me? Did I turn invisible or disappear or something? I'm hurt too. The professor crouches beside him and says, look at me. My memory's terrible. Come here, let me see how bad your injuries are. Then the professor asks, aren't you the kid Zhou Yi beat in the freshman tournament? Ling Feng, laughing like he's trying not to cry, answers with sarcasm and thanks the director for the concern. Now at the Skydome boarding port, everyone's gathered and ready to go. Zhou Yi looks like he got caught by Latrell. He's in a wheelchair. Ling Feng complains, why does he get to sit in a wheelchair pretending to be some super successful young master while I, a flame bloodline dragon, have to act like his servant? Zhao Ran with zero patience says, one more person who knows means more risk. I wasn't even going to bring you if you hadn't insisted. Ling Feng fires back, you've got it wrong. The director got called in urgently and was specifically assigned to this operation. I didn't even want to come. Me with my noble flame dragon bloodline. The little girl shouts, the ship is here. A huge cloud of smoke floods the area, then clears, revealing the ship really has arrived. The little girl runs toward it, saying, it's a giant flying octopus. Hello, Mr. Octopus. She points and says, big brother, look. The tentacles are glowing. Xiao Ran explains, that's mana light while it's charging. The ship docks here to recharge. Only with enough mana can it fly, and those tentacles are multi-purpose. They work like escalators for passengers. They can turn into protective shields during combat, and the tips can fire mana cannons. They enter a super fancy hall, and the little girl is amazed. A voice announces, attention Skydome passengers, the boarding ramp will be closing soon. Passengers who have not yet had their tickets verified, please do so immediately. Xiao Ran asks Zhou Yi if he wants to go back to the room and rest, since the ship's operation might cause discomfort. There's a specially reinforced isolation formation in the room. Zhou Yi smiles and says, little Ran, you're treating me like a baby. Xiao Ran, a bit awkward, says, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried you'll feel uncomfortable. Zhou Yi says, Xiao Ran, this whole trip you've been worried about whether I'm hungry, worried I'll get sunburned, and whether I'm taking my medicine on time. I know my own condition. You don't have to worry that much. A girl wearing a pirate-like hat appears and says, how sweet. Walking up to Zhou Yi, she holds his face and says, look at this skin, prettier than snow. Then she continues, it makes my heart ache, both love and pity. Why don't you come with me? I'll hire the best priest to heal your sickly body. Everyone is stunned by how openly she's flirting with him. Xiao Ran, hit with a wave of jealousy, lunges forward and tells the girl to take her hands off Zhou Yi or she'll rip them off. The hat girl notices Xiao Ran lightly nicked her finger, but she doesn't care. She just puts the finger in her mouth. She replies, oh, the little guard is getting serious? I only wanted to invite the young master for a cup of tea, a little chat, a bit of fun. Besides, young master, you haven't even said anything yet. Why the rush? Unless you're not a guard but a lover. Xiao Ran hates that, and shifts into a fighting stance. The girl keeps going, I barely touched him, and you already want to tear me apart. Little sister, if you like a man, you should just say it. Your big sister here knows that feeling very well. Before Xiao Ran can attack, Zhou Yi grabs her hand. He tells Xiao Ran the hat girl is provoking her, and it's better not to fall for it. Private fighting is forbidden on the Skydome. A sign in the background warns, private combat is forbidden. Offenders will have their magic sealed and will be confined to the lowest deck of the ship. Zhou Yi says, ma'am, if you're looking for entertainment, maybe you should try the third-class cabin. There are activities more suited to you there. I'm afraid this body of mine can't handle your enthusiasm. Inside, Zhou Yi realizes she's deliberately using a playful tone to hide her real intent, and that she's watching all four of them. Her goal is way beyond just messing with him. The hat girl, thinking to herself, reflects, the third-class cabin is full of untalented laborers. He's using those disgusting people to humiliate her. Then she says out loud, you're such a killjoy, young master. You completely ruined my mood. Everyone calls me Madam Red, and there's nothing in this world I can't get. Soon enough, you'll come serve me willingly. She leaves the area. Before Xiao Ran can say anything, Zhou Yi says, that bracelet on her wrist is really distinctive. It has a damp aura. Have you seen it before? Ling Feng answers, yeah, it's the symbol of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. Ling Feng explains that Xiao Ran has been in Chan Province this whole time, so she definitely wouldn't know. The Mermaid Chamber of Commerce is a conglomerate that's made a fortune in Zhongbei over the last few years. On the surface, they run legitimate businesses, but secretly they're involved in all kinds of illegal deals. For example, they target beautiful professionals with special bloodlines, kidnap them, and sell them as toys. Those poor souls get kept in the mansions of depraved nobles or tortured to death through all kinds of brutal transactions. That woman, Lady Hong, is most likely a mid-level leader in the Chamber of Commerce, and her status isn't low. Xiao Ran says she's heard the boss of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce is extremely well connected, with a complicated network of backers. Even her father told her to avoid them whenever possible. Ling Feng, thinking, remembers that the Mermaid Commerce boss in Tianlan Province clashed with the Zhou family of Tianlan 3 years ago. The Zhu family lost. He wonders if he should tell Zhu Yi. Still thinking, Ling Feng knows Lady Hong's provocation towards Xiao Ran was meant to test her, to evaluate the value of the goods. Out of the four of them, Zhu Yun is the weakest. If they want to capture someone, Zhu Yun would be the easiest target. Zhu Yi then tells Ling Feng that over the next few days on the ship he needs to stay by Zhu Yun's side to guarantee her safety. And since Lady Hong got rejected, she'll probably try to get payback somehow. I'm worried she'll go after Zhu Yun. Ling Feng answers, all proud that he can handle it. Then says he can take care of a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell and I'm out.